asking, why were we banned? Oh, jeez. Or who was it? Cornish? Banned for farting at people? Yeah, if only.
Why am I not seeing you live? Is this on YouTube or?
YouTube, yeah.
Ah, we're back on there already.
We're back on YouTube.
Happy days.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, we'll probably get back on Monday.
Right, so if I go symptoms every
Yeah.
Yes, it's good to see you back on YouTube.
Let me post that link to Discord because people probably aren't even aware that we're back.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware you were back.
Yeah, see?
When Lamont said, could you go in and get started, I'll be home in about half an hour, I was like, okay, no bother. And I'm thinking, well, Twitch it is then.
Yeah. Okay, let me go here. Yeah, the thumbnail and the title and description are pretty hilarious if you go back in and check it out.
I can see band rebuilt and back like we never left. Now, I should have guessed that because I did read that on the Streamyard.
Oh, okay,
I seen that on the Streamyard, but I just assumed
because you can see it on
was,
Streamyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too funny. Okay, let's see.
How's your work been today? Busy?
Busy. Yeah, it's Monday. It's always busy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave you be here in the studio, but I'll go log into StreamYard in the office.
Okay.
And so if anybody comes in or whatnot, I'll be able to bring them in.
You'll be able to let them in. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, speak of the devil. I mean, Cressy.
Hey.
You're super low, Cressy.
I'm not alone now. Oh,
Your
audio
mic.
get...
Hello.
Oh, I'm hearing you, but you're very quiet again,
Yeah,
Chris.
you're really quiet. Tessie?
So, where's the audio coming out? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Okay.
Gracie said, not very good at banning, are they?
Thankfully, it was just short term.
Yeah, she said maybe they've been taking lessons from hardware jams. She said our bands are famously ineffective. You're still really low, Chris.
I think he's still playing with his audio just now.
Oh, okay. Because he's maxed out on my end.
Right.
Yeah, Becky. Becky said, you sound miles away.
It sounds like you're speaking in a pillowcase or a pillow.
Oh, yeah, like if you're muffled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On that. Yeah.
Becky, we just had to wait.
Dumb thing.
That's how we got it sorted. We just had to wait.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Oh, you're getting louder now. It's getting better now.
Oh, I'm getting a delay.
You're getting a delay?
Hang on, let's turn. Oh, it's off.
Huh, that's weird.
That is really odd.
Becky, for us it was short time. So the ban is either 72 hours up to a week. They can ban you.
YouTube was on.
Ah, there you go.
It's
He got it
because
sorted.
usually I can have it that StreamYard is in my headphones and YouTube is coming out of speakers.
Gotcha.
But as of this week, no, doesn't want to do
Of
it.
course not. Because you know why? Because it's technology. That's why.
Fucking hell. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna let you two just run amok on this channel. I'm gonna go back into my office.
So can I go and like show my gun safe and stuff or no? Is that
Yeah. Let's not go there. That's not good.
I don't have one, so I don't know why I even said
I
that.
don't even have a bum safe. No, I'm a gun safe.
Hey.
Okay,
I
if
should
you
have
guys.
a bum safe, shouldn't I? A bun, B-U-N safe.
Oh, jeez.
Unsafe, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
cool,
If you
McMuffin
guys
safe.
need me, I'll be in the office lurking in the background.
Okay.
Where's the two twins then? Are they like having a shower or something?
No, Lamont, it was at Sweetwater getting all the cables and stuff for today.
Oh, okay.
And but they're running behind on getting it to him.
Right.
And then Lamar, I'm not too sure if he's
Can't they
on
cable it to
his way from his girlfriend's house or not. No idea. Yes, he bought like a bunch.
Yeah,
of
he's
cables
just
he
told me.
needed.
I think what he's basically done is taken my drawing in and just said, "Give me all these cables."
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, he had enough, so he just bought what he needed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I think he told them what he had and then showed them the drawing and then said,
Yeah.
"Give me what I need from this."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and our Sweetwater rep was really, really cool, and he gave us a really nice discount.
Are you working?
Yeah,
today
he
then
was
as well?
saying.
Say that again, Chris?
Are you working today then?
Yes. So I just got the live going and stuff, so I'm gonna leave you two guys to do whatever you two guys do best, and I'm gonna go
Talk
back
shit.
into.
We're
Yeah.
great at talking shit.
There you go. And then I'm gonna go back into my office, and Lamont should be
We,
here.
we shall try and behave, but you never know.
It's fine as long as you just don't show guns. Apparently, that's the
I'm here
trigger.
till 8 and then hardware jam, so 8:15 I'll probably be
Awesome.
in and out and whatever.
Okay. Yeah, and then Lamont should be back by then.
Okay, catch you in a bit.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Have fun, guys.
Catch you in a
Bye.
bit. Cheers.
So, she's gone now. So, I've been working on vocals
Okay.
on Bourbon Nights. Bearing in mind, I've only got some shit old MP3 Ever sent me, which is like, how old, I don't know that is. It's pre any vocals, so it's none of the stuff that we added to it is in it. So it's just a really basic version. So I've got some new vocals sort of going, but I mean, I don't know if you've done it before, but you can like you might have a bed of music and you add vocals to it, and it sort of in your head it should work, and it ain't working. But it ain't working is because you haven't got access to the tracks, therefore you can't mute stuff to make room for the vocals to sort of fit in.
Yeah.
It would do my head in. It's like, in theory this should work, but it's sort of not working. But I know it should work. So I thought, I don't know. But whatever, I'll leave it for the minute.
Yeah.
This afternoon I thought, fuck that. No, what I'll do is I'll make my own drum track and my own bass track, and I'll write some music to sort of fit around the vocals. Ended up writing a new song. Fuck. So I ended up with like I was jamming around. Well, eight bars at 80 BPM is really 16 bars at whatever. But yeah, so I ended up with like a loop of stuff going along, and because I've been very sparse in the music, the vocals fit in. So those vocals in Bourbon Nights will fit in properly once we can get in there and, you know, mute stuff and give it a bit of room.
Yeah.
But there's so much going on because you had like basses and strings and pianos and a couple of drum tracks. I think we had 2 drum tracks. So it's just too busy. So my little thing in my MPC sort of works because it's really basic. Give it some room. So I ended up with a jam that is like different music, same key, same BPM, and the lyrics that are going to be in Bourbon Nights are currently in this as well. So it's a bit weird, but it was fun. But, sort of things you end up doing, isn't it? Trying to work out how to get things done.
Well, that's it. Yeah, sorry, I'm just replying to Becky here. Yeah, Becky's. Yeah, Lamont knows about the balanced, unbalanced thing, and he actually took the drawing into and explained to Sweetwater what he was trying to do. So I would pretty much assume that Sweetwater would say to him, get balanced, you'd be better off with balanced for everything, just to keep the noise floor down. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he comes home with unbalanced, because it was the rep in Sweetwater that basically advised him on what to take. for setting up a studio, so I'd be very surprised that a Sweetwater rep would tell him to take unbalanced. I would hope so, but hey, you never know. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. He does already have quite a bit of balanced cabling, but he wasn't sure if he had enough. And he's basically, he's ended up with over $400 worth of cables that he's bought today, but they knocked it down with discount and everything else to just over $200 worth. So he's bought decent cables, that's for sure. We'll just see what happens when he gets back. We'll be all good anyway. It'll be all good.
I don't think I've got any balanced cables.
My entire studio's all balanced. That's all I buy is balanced. It's just to keep the noise floor at a minimum.
How do they work though? I don't get it. It's like if you've just got a TR, whatever,
A tip ring, yeah, TR cable.
No. If you've got anything, surely the outputs are just fucking jack plugs. So
the outputs are jacks, but the balanced ones are actually, it's like a screen that's on them to reduce the amount of like circuitry noise and stuff that you get if you've got a bad earth anywhere or.
Yeah, but how does the products know how to use them if they're just
well if they're set, if you can basically use an unbalanced cable inside a balanced keyboard, but if you put an unbalanced cable in a balanced capable keyboard, the keyboard will no longer be balanced because you're using an unbalanced cable.
Okay.
So I think the majority of gear nowadays, most of it, the new stuff is all balanced. The majority of kit is all balanced. You'd still get new kit that's not, but you can use balanced and unbalanced cables in both balanced or unbalanced kit. It just means if you use balanced cables throughout your whole system, anything that is balanced in your system will be balanced and you get a lot less noise, if that makes sense.
Is that for longer cable runs mainly?
Not just for longer cable runs, no, because even like bad earths and things like that. Because what I used to have to do, especially with analog gear in the past, is remove the earth from the plug.
Oh yeah.
Because the keyboards weren't like my old Juno was terrible. Not the one that I've got now, because I sold my old one and then ended up rebuying a new one, the Alpha Juno, and mine was awful. And I basically had to just tape the earth of the plug back and not have an earth in it. So I had an earth for when I was at home with it, and if we went live, then I would make it earthed. I would just put up with the buzz on stage because I didn't want to get electrocuted.
Yeah, you don't fry, do you?
Yeah. So but yeah, there's all these little tips and tricks that you can do that are not, well, UK say it's not safe, but there's a lot of countries don't even have earths in their system.
Yeah,
they just have the two pins.
I think Americans have their earth in their walls, don't they?
Do they?
Americans is completely different because you only have two plugs in America. You only have a
yeah, you have two pins. That's right. Yeah, and it's European is the same. It's only two pins in Europe as well.
Yeah, yeah. Although there's a little weird thing at the top that might be the earth thing. There's a little, not a pin, but there's a little notch on some of European stuff, aren't they? There's a little notch with a bit of metal in it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of somewhere else.
Yeah, there's Bicky explaining it a bit clearer than I did. He's saying it's twisted pair of plus and negative with earthed screen. So any noise is the same on both cables, on plus and minus. So when it's connected to a balanced input, it cancels it out.
I would almost guarantee every single cable that I've got is unbalanced. I've never had a balanced cable. Unless it's an XLR, which is inherently balanced. But other than that, I don't think I've got one. But then again, I don't plug a lot of things in. I plug something
you
in.
see the amount of kit that I've got plugged in here, so you can imagine how noisy it would get.
Yeah. Well,
and even more so when you've got like power cables running. I try the best I can to keep my power cables separate from my audio cables, because you can get interference coming from the power cable into the audio cable, and then you start getting this like electrical buzz coming through the audio cables.
All right.
But it's just too much gear, basically. Is what the problem is. But
yeah, I mean, my workflow is completely different. If I'm doing anything on anything, it's one thing plugged in that gets recorded. That's it. I don't have I've got a mixer, haven't used it for years. Haven't got anything plugged into it, haven't turned it on. It's like all it does is gather dust.
Yeah.
From recording guitar, I'll get a guitar. The guitar lead goes into the 404, and the 404 goes into the MPC. That's it. 2 leads.
Yeah. So you'll not really hear any difference with it at all.
No. Well, put it this way, it's okay as is. I'm not going. Oh, that's horrible.
Exactly.
Fine.
Yeah.
So
There's no need to change it if it's not broken.
Resolve,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But
That's Becky. That's Becky also
saying.
Becky's saying it's 6 dB louder with balanced on a balanced. Like if it's a balanced synth,
yeah,
and you put balanced cables in it, you get an extra 6 dB out of it as well. Which again, that'll help the noise floor because you're getting more volume out of the synth.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
But yeah, that was just it. Was when I done my sound engineering course. They said if you can and you can afford it, get yourself balanced cables all the time because anything that's meant to be balanced will be. And I've just stuck with that. So I buy my cables are in looms, so I'll buy like 16-way looms, usually from there's a company, there's a bit of a plug for them actually on eBay called Lynx Cables.
Right.
And the quality of the cables that these guys make are superb, and they're actually very reasonably priced. So I'll buy like a loom of 16 jacks, so it's 16 jacks at one end and 16 jacks at another, but they just run through one solid core. And it splits out at the ends. It's like what they call breakouts. So my breakouts are like a metre each. So at my sort of console end, they're only like 300mm breakouts on the console end, but at the synth racks themselves, you need about a metre so that you can stretch from one synth down to one of the synths at the top right of the rack and the one at the bottom left. If you don't give yourself enough of a breakout, you're kind of screwed by reaching all the synths, you know.
Do you use a patch bay as well or not?
I never use, no, everything's just straight into my system. That's laziness. It's laziness, and for me it's more cost effective because when you're buying patch bays, you're then having to buy cables to go from your racks to the patch bay, then all these cables from your and
you just not doubled. Well, you maybe have doubled the amount of cables you need. So that's a bit mad,
theoretically you have, but you do have a little bit more flexibility. But with the UAD system, it's pretty good because once it's into the console, you can kind of route everything anywhere. So it's pretty good that way, to be honest. Patch bay is versatile, very. It is. Because as it stands, I've only got like 4 sends in this UAD console that I can send out to effects, yet I've got 5 external effects boxes. So one of the effects boxes I've got the slower. I can route from. I've got it coming out of the UAD system, but the actual UAD console up on this big screen's only got 4 sends on it, and it's 4 stereo sends, which is great. But if I want a 5th send, I'm kind of screwed. I've got the outputs on the back of the cards to send to that, but I don't have the function in the mixer. So, but when I go into Logic, I can set up the send in there to that slower, and the slower's returned back into this mixer anyway. So it's So at the moment, I don't really need a patch bay, but they are really versatile. They're so useful. Especially for effects and things like that, or inserting like a good compressor on something. You can just have that compressor in the patch bay and run anything through it without having to unplug. Yeah, it's just horses for courses, really. It's how I like my setup to just so that anything's ready to use whenever I want to use it. That's just the way I like it.
Yeah.
I'm just lazy.
Well, it's also your day job, isn't it? So,
oh yeah.
You know, it's not a hobby, is it? It's like
no.
How you pay for your mortgage and the rest of it.
Yeah,
so, that's why you invest in it.
More importantly, it's how I buy more gear.
Wow. Yeah. I still remember the first time I saw you when you dropped into the streaming.
I remember what you said. I hope this guy can write good fucking music.
You better be good because it looks amazing. It's hilarious. I thought that was, you know what I'm like. Well, you know what I'm like now. You didn't know what I was like back then. But I just say what I think, don't I? It's like, you better be good. The thing is, stupidly, you were. Who'd have knew?
Yeah, who'd have knew? You do get a lot of upset, to be honest. At my early stages, I was all the gear and no idea as well, so I can't really comment on anyone else, because there's a lot of people out there that have got studios full of kit and have no idea how to work any of it, you know. But
Yeah, I know.
they just like the look of it all.
Yeah, it's like a backdrop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. It's a thing to show when people come round.
Exactly.
Studio, by the way, it is. Oh yeah, what you doing? Anyway, it was it's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's your favourite drink? Change subject. There you go. But yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, Steve, don't worry about it. I didn't know we were back on YouTube either till we were actually in here. I was actually sitting waiting on Twitch.
Yeah, I went to Simpsons Realities page and I saw that they said, wait, they got like a thumbnail up with Twitch and YouTube on. So I thought, oh, I think you might be back then. So yeah, but that's good.
That wasn't too long, thankfully.
Yeah, it was just a weekend, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah.
It's just a honest error, you know. I think that's how they saw it. It's like, oh, you mucked up, but wasn't your intention. So you know, it's all cool. So yeah, mad. That's the world we live in. It's a
It
scary
certainly
world,
is,
isn't it?
yeah, it certainly is. That's Lamont saying he's still a bit away just now.
Oh, okay.
Obviously busier than he was thinking. No worries about. Don't worry. Just drive safe, Lamont. There's no rush. We're here anyway.
Yeah.
We'll just talk about you until you get back, dude. Oh, there's a question. Bicky was asking if you can respond back. Was it balanced or unbalanced cables they gave you?
Oh yeah. Depends what I've got in stock, doesn't it, as well as anything else.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they might only not have the right length of balanced ones. Therefore, depends what you need.
Yeah. We can use the balance. If they're unbalanced, we can use them for the shorter runs kind of thing, that they're not going to be lying about near too many power cables and things. We'll be all right.
I'll tell you what, you can buy unbalanced shit cables and unbalanced good cables. I've had like, I mean, just you get some cheap cables and you put them near another cable when something's plugged in. It's like putting a fucking metal detector near it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
What the fuck? I was like, no shit. Oh, that cable's crossing that other cable. So one of these cables is a shit cable. So you unplug it and go, yeah, won't be using that one again. Crazy stuff. Actually, the most cables I've got plugged in anywhere is my guitar foot pedals. Because it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5. Well, there will be 6. I've got another pedal here. I've got a pedal given to me a while ago. So I've got 6 guitar pedals that we all get plugged together. But they're just using them, you know, them little offset things. It's not even a lead, is it? It's just like it's a jack that goes in and then goes out again.
Yeah, they're just like a right angled.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little
Tiny
mini
little
sort of pedal jacks. Yeah, I've got a few of them knocking about. I did have one line. Yeah, there it is. Hang on.
Don't fall off.
I've got little bundles of these in a cupboard somewhere, and they're like that. Can you see that?
Oh yeah. Yeah. They're about 3 or 4 inches long, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just tiny little things.
Yeah.
And then you can just
loop
you can sit them sideways like that,
Yes,
so that they,
Yeah, that's what I do.
bad focus like, but
Yeah, got it.
yeah, and the ones I've got, these ones for the pedals are all unbalanced. They're because most where the guitars they're mostly unbalanced, which is odd because guitars are noisy buggers.
They're also dangerous because they're electric. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you literally plugged in. You could be very careful. But yeah, crazy world. Who we got in today? Oh, we've got Kent Spons in. He must have woke up this afternoon sometime. I spent most of my day trying to get my cat to come in. Sat out in the wet, wouldn't come in. Sat out in the fucking rain. Like, come in. No. Fair enough then. It stops raining, then she comes in. It's like, what? Stupid cat. Completely soaked cat. Like, yeah, come into the house and make everything wet. Perfect.
We've been dry here today, but it's much colder.
Yeah, it's
Far,
cold
far
here.
colder.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's fucking England, isn't it? I've had days where it's been boiling hot, and 10 minutes later it looks like it's going to snow. It's looking stupid. England is.
Yeah, the weather's odd just now. Very odd.
What did you do over the Easter weekend then? Anything Eastery other than eating chocolate eggs?
We just went for a meal yesterday. Me and Shona went away out to. It's near Dunkeld, a place called the McClure Arms, but the food is outstanding.
They were open when they on Easter.
Yeah, they were very busy actually. But we'd had it booked for a week. We booked sort of a week in advance because we kind of presumed where it was. It's quite a popular place. I thought that we might just need to get this. You don't normally have to book. You can, because it's quite a big place, but it was a busy place when we were in yesterday. So we done that and then got back, and the weather was really nice. So Shona just ended up. Well, we were in the hot tub for a little while, and then she went away and just sunbathed. And I fell asleep in the hot
Scotland
tub.
don't sound right, does it? What do you mean sunbathing? Yeah, it's 2 degrees. It's sunbathing weather. Oh, okay. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, I'll end up if it's nice tomorrow. Well, I'll have a look on the weather thing in a minute. It probably won't be. I might go out for a bike ride tomorrow. Not been on my bike this year so far. So if it's nice weather, I'll need to like pump the tyres up and go out for a bit.
Right. Okay.
Just get out of Melton. Not been out of Melton this year. Anyway.
So you're all right on a bike with your leg? It's just the walking that's an issue, or is it both an issue but it's easier on a bike?
It's sort of easier on a bike because.
Right. Okay. I suppose you can freewheel for certain lengths of it, can't you? So.
Well, it's not the what do you call it? The effort you got to put in. It's the balance again, isn't it? So if you're on balance, you just steer the fucking handlebars. So you're not too bad, really.
Yeah.
Unless you get dizzy. There's occasionally I'll get like a whoosh come over the back of your head where you go like everything in the new part of your brain that's doing balance goes like, yeah, I've just forgotten it all again. Sorry. So I don't go too fast unless I'm really unless I've been riding for a bit and it sounds weird. It all gets plugged in, if you know what I mean. It's a bit like having a patch spray. Every time you start off, everything's unpatched, and the more walking you do, more things get patched in, and the better off you are.
Right. Okay.
So if I do a long walk, by like 4 miles into the walk, don't need a walking stick.
Really, that's odd. Eh?
Yeah, I can fold the walking stick up and put it in the rucksack and carry on walking.
But that balance memory is only a short-term thing. So, like, if you didn't walk for a little while, like even say a week, you'd struggle when you're walking again.
No, it's not that. It could be minutes. So.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when I go down to McDonald's, like the first, I don't know, 100, 200 yards is Wobble City, as in definitely need my walking stick. And then you get okay, and then by the time I got down to McDonald's, which is about, I don't know, about 1.5 miles away, because it's downtown. By the time I get there, I'm sort of pretty good. I could sit down and have my meal, but if I stay there too long, as I'm eating my McMuffin in the morning and prattling around on my KO2, all my little balance plugs all slowly being unplugged, going like, we sat down, doesn't need to know how to do balancing anymore. So then you finish your meal, you wobble off to put your stuff in the bin, and you wobble out the road. It's the weirdest thing. I've not worked out why it happens. I can walk about, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 feet, and it's fine. And then it all goes, oh, I forgot how to do balancing again. It's like, well, you were all right a second ago.
So strange.
It is. It's weird. And you go all crap for like another 200 yards. And then
is it just imbalance, or is it like a dizziness as well you're getting? Is it both?
You're just not. Yeah, if I didn't have a walking stick, I'd probably fall over.
Right. Okay.
So you need a walking stick.
But it's not like spinning like vertigo, so a lot of guys get like spinning room and they'll have to shut their eyes and actually lie down.
I've done that. I've done that before now. Well,
Right,
walking, I
okay.
have to close my eyes because it's just like, this is mad. But yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah, I worked with a guy that was really bad with vertigo, and the doctors put it down to, he was an elderly guy. And
ear infection.
well, no, they'd put it down to, because he'd worked for years on farms, on like the old style tractors, not these fancy new things that are all full of suspension and everything now.
Oh,
But because he was twisting around all the time looking at the back of the trailer, like when they were doing potatoes or whatever it was they were doing, or picking up stones, he says that the majority of his younger career was sitting in a rock hard seat, bumping in fields, looking backwards like this over his shoulder, and they reckon it had done something to his spinal cord because of all the vibration, and that is what had given him vertigo. And he could be working in this. It was when I was spraying cars, and he stripped the cars down. That was what his job was in this body shop we were working in. He would strip them down and get all the plastics and things in the inner panels off doors. And you would just see Alan, all of a sudden you'd be standing there, and the amount of times it looked like he was just going to keel over, and he would just open the back door of the car and sprawl across the back seat and pull his jumper over his face, and he would lie there for a good hour, and then he'd be fine again. But he says it just comes from nowhere. He had his licence revoked and everything because of it, because poor guy, like, he's passed away now. He was an absolute saint of a bloke as well. But I said, Alan, I don't know how you can live like that. It must be so frustrating.
What can you do?
Yeah, and he says when it was worst for him, if he was taking off the inner roof lining of the car, because the roof was away to get sprayed or whatever, it was because of that compression in his spine when he's looking up on the inside trying to get these clips out.
Yeah.
That would be the worst one to set him off.
Yeah,
horrible,
I'm not very
horrible.
good at it. In the dentist, when the dentist chair goes back, it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
The whole wheel goes, because it's a position I'm usually not in, because I don't lie down with my head flat against like the bed or anything like that. I have to have I've got like 5 pillows in my bed. It's mad. So I sort of prop myself up at night. So when you're in a dentist chair and they want you to go back because they need to do their work, it's like it goes dizzy city, man. It's mad. It's really weird. I end up with like hanging onto the fucking sides of the chair. It feels like you're about to slide off the chair. It feels really weird.
I bet it does. So disconcerting.
Yeah, but the dentist knows it. He says, "Sorry, I'm gonna go back. Then if you're okay, I'll go back a bit more, and then we'll go back a bit more after that." So he doesn't like go straight the way to the stupid.
Yeah,
Lets
yeah.
my head get used to it, and then go a bit further. So good dentist, really good dentist. Yeah, mad. It's just mad, isn't it? But you know, whatever.
It's like you say, it could be a lot worse, I suppose. It's this the way it's the best way to look at it.
I'm okay walking once my head's together. I'm okay, so I'm not confined to a house. You know, I can go on a bicycle as long as I'm okay. I'll take it steady for the first couple of kilometres, and then I get a bit better.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if I go long enough, I end up being quite good.
Yeah.
Just need to go on back roads because I don't like going up. It's really weird. You can, even if you're sort of doing really well, if I've got an option to go on a back road that's further or a main road, I just want to go on the back road because there's less cars that put like what do you call it? Pressure on how good you are at riding, sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to start wobbling because I've got cars whooshing by me or fucking next to me and all that. So I work out all my routes to go back roads, just so it's like easier, less cars the better.
Well, it's safer as well for you, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose your balance in front of a car. That's not going to end well.
No. Not really. Not for anybody. Mainly
I'm just reading Uncle Chrome there saying he's seen The Wall at its world premiere in 1982. Fucking hell, that must have been good. The first time I seen The Wall, Paul, was I took my father down for his 60th birthday to London to see it in the O2. And it was when they redone it and Roger Waters was out doing the entire Wall tour.
Guess what I bought the other day?
The Wall?
The Wall.
Did you?
On CD.
Well,
£5.
Talk about getting lucky, because when I took my father, I had no idea about this. I couldn't have paid for it. But David Gilmour had announced, because him and Roger Waters hadn't played for, I think Live Aid or Live 8 was the last time they'd played together, which was like 20 years before.
Yeah.
And there'd been rumours from Dave Gilmour that he was thinking about possibly doing one night of this Wall tour for Roger Waters. And we assumed it would be a Saturday or whatever. Yeah, we'll do Doom, no worries. Yeah, and where was I? Yeah, so I took my father down to this, and it was on a Thursday night, and one of the guys from my work that I work for that stayed on the Isle of Wight went on the Wednesday night, and I met up with him down in London, or me and my dad did. And I says, did Roger Waters, David Gilmour turn up last night? And he says, no. Carol's like, no, he wasn't there. He says, Scott, you're there on a Thursday. He's here till Saturday. If he's going to show up, it'll be Saturday night. Well, did he not show up on that Thursday night that me and my dad were there? And he was stood on top of this 60-foot wall playing Shine On You, Comfortably Numb.
Right.
And fucking hell, the crowd, we were right at the very back up on one of the tiered bits in the O2. And it was the first time that I'd ever actually witnessed the speed of sound, because you could hear the roars from the front of the crowd, but it took that long for these roars to come back to us. It was amazing to see and hear. It was spot on. Yeah, pretty cool. We couldn't have paid for that. Could never have paid for that. My dad was made up because he's been like a Pink Floyd fan for years. So have I, to be fair. But yeah, it was awesome.
I have no idea what's on the wall. I just bought it because
it's a great album. Fantastic album.
And then you look on the inside and everything's handwritten, so I can't fucking read it. I can't read what the tracks are called because they're all handwritten, aren't they? They're all tiny. But I'll not listen to it yet. I want to sit down and listen to it because my mate who's into rock music, when I said, I went down to the little record shop and I found The Wall on CD for £5. Thought, fuck it. And they've got the CDs in them, so you can open it up and then go, yeah, there's no scratches. That looks cool. I'll have it.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And he says it's an experience rather than it's an album. It's not your typical album at all.
No, not at all.
I want to sit down and have a proper listen to it.
Yeah, it's have the lights out, put the headphones on, and enjoy it, because it's a journey from start to finish.
Yeah.
And the tour that they've done, it's actually very much worth watching it on YouTube, because there's some clips on YouTube of the 2011, and the way they've done the whole show. What they'd done was the stage was empty at the start of the show, and as the show goes on, these guys were walking out and building this brick wall on the stage.
Right, yeah.
So by the end of the halfway intermission, this full 60-foot tall by full stage wide white brick wall had been built, but as they were building it, they were projecting these 3D projections onto the bricks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it was the graphics on these things. It was honestly like things were there. You were actually having to look to think, is that somebody behind that brick, or is that actually a projection? It was so clear. Yeah, it was just the money he must have spent on that tour. He's probably made it back easily enough, but yeah, it was proper. Yeah, proper show. Yeah, very, very cool. Right, I'll get this link to Doom.
Seems like everybody in chat likes Pink Floyd.
Yeah, they're so good.
I can remember my mate having the double LP back in whenever it came out, like 1978, and he was going on and on about it, going, yeah, whatever. But I was into punk, so I wasn't interested. I was into, who was I into then? The Ruts. Remember the Ruts?
Yeah.
Babylon's Burning and all that. Yeah. And the Damned. Yeah, Damned were cool.
Yeah, here we go. I've got this here. I'll put this link up in the chat for people. Copy. This is the Dave Gilmour appearance on the 2011 one where you were at.
Oh, okay.
It's well worth the watch. If you get a chance to watch that later, Cressy, just fuck. The graphics on it are just stunning.
Up and pause it. computer's slow today. Mind you, my computer's slow every day. Stop. There we go. Game on. So look at
Yeah, Paul, when me and my father left the O2 Arena after watching the wall in 2011, there was this little guy standing at the top of the stairs in the tube station outside the O2 Arena. Very sensible he was too, because he started playing Wish You Were Here on his guitar as everyone was leaving the gig. And then he went on from playing Wish You Were Here to Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And I've never seen, it was like something that you see off one of these TV adverts when everyone's singing in a tube station, because there were thousands of Floyd supporters going down the escalators, filling this whole tube station, singing along with this little guy on his acoustic guitar.
He had a great night that night,
didn't he? The goosebumps on my arms were just stood on end. It was like, this is someone we'll never ever see again, you know? So cool. But he'll have made an absolute fortune, because people were just throwing money into his hat left, right and centre. But fair play to him. And there's a lot of Floyd supporters here, yeah.
Yeah, another one in they got like these, it's really annoying. If you're in a record shop looking for records, it's really easy. If you're looking for CDs, if they've all got them edge on, they're a pain in the arse to figure out, I swear.
Yeah.
So, because they've got like a wall of that, but they also got some big crates where you can flick through them like normal records.
Yeah.
So I looked through there, and there was another Pink Floyd.
They're just not quite as easy as albums to flick through like that, though, because they kind of jam together. Yeah.
But they had the one called Division Bell or something. But
Division Bell's an amazing album.
Is it? I might get that then. That was a £5 as well.
Yeah, grab that. That's a fucking brilliant album.
Oh, okay.
And if you see Pulse, if they've got Pulse live in there, that is another phenomenal album.
I did see another one. What's the one where there's a guy in a suit, he looks like he's wearing light bulbs or something? What's that?
Oh, that's...
Because he had that one as well. But I can't even remember what... I remember the Division Bell had like a metallic face on it, like a sculpture.
Yeah,
and there was one that had like a guy wearing his suit with light bulbs on. I thought, what the fuck's that about? But, yeah. Someone will know.
I can't remember off the top of my head now. I'm going to wait and have a look.
Because you can get some right bargains in little record shops. Because people just like go, yeah, don't do CDs no more. And they're like, there's so many CDs that I've seen that were £1 for a CD, and they look in pretty good condition, you know. If not, some of them look fucking new, to be honest.
Yeah, the one with the light bulbs is I'm pretty sure that's a later one, I think. Yeah, there it is. Delicate Sound of Thunder. That's what it is.
Right. Is that any good?
I'm not sure I've listened to that one, to be honest.
Okay. I'll get the other one with the sculpture on it, the Division Bell thing.
Division Bell's a fantastic album.
Yeah, that'll be.
When was that from? 1988. Yeah, so that was Roger Waters was still in them. Track listing: Shining On You Crazy Diamonds on that. Delicate Sound of Thunder. Learning to Fly. Yeah, so there's a lot of good ones on that. Time. That's another one. Wish You Were Here's on that.
Is that the one
Us
with
and
the
Them.
Suit and Light Bulbs, or the Division Bell one?
Yeah, that's the Suit and Light Bulbs one as well.
Right, okay. I might not get both then.
Why the hell have we got another brick in the wall, part 2 on there? That's odd.
I try and get the original CDs if I'm going to get a CD, rather than the remix. Because if you saw my post on Discord, Symptoms Reality Discord, some of the latest sort of remix versions of really well-known bands are fucking awful. I mean, really horrible. Like there was the Depeche Mode one, Crunched to Death. It looked like a big blue square. It was a waveform. Like, fuck that. I'm not having that. I sooner have the older one. You know, like some of the old...
just the originals.
Kate Bush and stuff. Yeah. Kate Bush would be mastered properly, not just mastered to be as loud as possible. Yeah, got to be careful what you're buying. because there was a 2018 remix of a Pink Floyd album. The one, Animals was the album, and they had a guy on YouTube comparing the original CD from 1986 to the remix 2018 one, and the 2018 was fucking awful. They literally, there's a beginning of a song with like a guitar on it, and then the vocal come in, and the original 1986-1987 one, the vocal had reverb on it. The remix didn't. It's like, where's the fucking reverb gone? The fuck? They've like de-reverbed the voice. What the fuck?
Strange.
I think one of the best they put it in a really smaller room.
Yeah.
Just like,
yeah.
It was blatantly, obviously
just
different.
Completely dry.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck? No, thank you.
I think the most influential album and it was my dad's album actually, but it was Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. And I remember taking a listen to that on vinyl in my room with the headphones on, and I was blown away by that entire album, because my dad said, when you listen to this, the guy, Mike Oldfield, played every instrument on this, and at that time there was no sequencers or anything like that. It was all live play. What a fucking album that is. There's Cheech saying he's got a few Mike Oldfields, yeah. Absolutely gifted, Cheech. He was hugely gifted.
Hey up, Kent. Kent's in the house.
Hello, Kent.
How's your day?
Thongster.
Could it be better? Dogs are a pain. You've eaten the wrong thing. He's got no chocolate left.
Is he not able to talk? Because he's in live now.
No, I'm just not letting him speak. I'm speaking over him. Oh, you're not
You've
working,
got no
mate.
microphone.
What the fuck? Yeah. 5 minutes, he's on the phone, be back in a bit, blah blah. Now he's doing hand signals. Have you not got a crayon and some paper to draw a picture?
He's nodding his head.
Play something about what you're trying to say. Play
There
some
we
notes.
go. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. I didn't know he'd added me,
Yeah.
because I've been here about 20 minutes and I'm going,
You didn't
oh,
write
hang on a
anything in
minute,
the
they've
private
added
chat,
me.
did you?
Okay, no.
I see. Meryl's working at the moment as well as trying to sort of keep an eye on the chat.
Oh, right.
She was in a meeting.
Oh, God, what a day.
Yeah, what was the script with the synth that you had a bit of a problem with today?
Oh. Jupiter 8. I took it out of its flight case, took it onto the stage, apparently. All was well, and somebody bumped into the stand, and the stand went over and the JP8 went down, and it landed on its face.
Oh, fuck.
There's broken keys, modulation stick
lever,
got
yeah.
smacked. Couple of sliders broken because the shafts have been pushed right through the slider, and possible other damage anyway. So it was an emergency job. They got the phone call about midday, and okay, and they described what had happened. I said, "Right, what's the key?" And they said, "Oh, Jupiter 8." I said, "Oh, when did you?" I said, "Yeah, all right. We'll have to source some parts and everything like that." I said, they go, "Oh, it's quite urgent." And I went, "Okay, so when do you need it back?" And they went, "Tonight." I went,
Oh, shit.
No pressure then, eh?
I went, "Oh, okay, all right. Well, all right, we'll drop it off because, I mean, you can't use it either way, so
Yeah.
drop it off, I'll see what I can do."
Yeah.
So I'm running around like a blue-ass fly, going around the garage looking for parts and stuff like that. And I managed to get this thing all back together. But it hit the ground so hard. This slider had gone through the bottom of the slider and then into the circuit board that holds all the sliders and snapped it.
Oh, fuck.
So all the tracks are broken on the slide, so the whole top half of the keyboard wouldn't work, of the sliders wouldn't work. So both envelope generators were like
Toast.
all toasted. So repaired all that, found some replacement keys, and a modulation wheel as well. Which I thought, bloody hell, okay. So got it all back together, tested it all out, all hunky-dory. So I gave them a call, I think it was about 5:10 tonight. I said, okay, it's all done, ready to go. I said, when you going on stage with this? And they go, 6 o'clock. Okay. I said, you better send a fast car then.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, no, we'll sort it, we'll sort it. I go, who tours with a Tubular 8?
I was going to say, if you can't say the band, is it like a band?
Oh, I
that you
can.
would know?
It's funny enough. It's a person who doesn't play keyboards. So it's her backing band. It's what's her name? Gabrielle.
Right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I go, well, what was she doing with a Tubular 8?
It's a thing that people want sometimes, isn't it? It's a thing.
I suppose, but they could have stuck anything there. I mean, the audience wouldn't know. They'd
Yeah,
see
that's-
Gabrielle, not whether she's got a Jupiter 8 on the stage or not.
Well,
To be honest, when you're going live, you could get away with a Jupiter X nowadays and just utilise that
Well,
for a
exactly. Or
stage.
you could even grab a bloody that new Phantom, that JP8
Yeah,
plug-in it's got
yeah,
is like
yeah.
pretty fucking good. I mean, it's from Roland. They should be getting it right, really, shouldn't they? But
Yeah. Well
But
done
I
for
don't know.
getting it sorted, mate. Bloody hell.
Yeah, fair
it was
play.
more luck than judgment. Put it that way.
Still. That's
Well,
good
if
for
I didn't
your
have
name,
if I
though,
didn't
Ken.
have those parts to hand, tough. It's going to take 3 weeks, before that's up and
See you,
kicking again.
Becky. See you, Becky, mate.
Oh yeah, got a few minutes to go yet. Yeah. Wow. That was that sorted your. Was that today or yesterday?
Yeah, it's today.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I know.
Mental. It's like,
quiet day, then.
it's everybody's stopped. You go anywhere and it's closed, but no. Kent's open and Kent will do it now.
Yeah, Bank Holiday Monday. It's like,
Yeah.
But it's quite funny because they gave me.
You are the go-to guy, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
If anything goes wrong, I bet your name is like floating around the world at the minute, going like, "This guy sorted it out in an afternoon."
Well, the funny thing was they said, do you want some tickets to the show? I said, no, it won't do me any good, mate. I said,
I
don't worry
can't go
about
out.
it. I said, all I'm worried about is you pay the bill, right?
Yeah. Brilliant.
So get that all sorted out.
Cool.
So yeah, it's only Monday. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
A fucking bank holiday Monday, and they land that on you. I mean, bloody hell, man. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Which shows how desperate they were because they were phoning around on a bank holiday Monday, assuming or hoping somebody would be open.
Yeah.
So, might be able to get a packet of 4 croissants from a Tesco's on a bank holiday Monday. Would be about it.
Well, I went round. Was it yesterday? I went round yesterday. Fucking Audi was closed on a Sunday. I thought I'll just nip down. I was like, oh, maybe not then. As I'm walking up to it, thinking, there's not many people in the car. Hang on, no, there's nobody in the car park. Fuck. There's no lights on. Fuck. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So no bread. I had to get some from the local shop, which is fair enough. But
Yeah.
So
But,
yeah, you're like that 80s show. You're open all hours, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, that's coming back some minute.
Yeah. Well done. I mean, you
Yeah, well, at
did
least
this,
got
didn't
it sorted anyway and out of the way. Something done.
you? Wow. That's
More
really
like it's-
it's crazy because some of the things you get dropped off, they come round for them in like 4 years' time to sort them
Well,
out.
this is it. It's either
done?
it's one extreme or the other.
Yeah, it's mad.
You know?
Isn't it?
So, I mean, there's at the moment, it's off the top of my head. Let me think, because I was out in the garage today. There's a what do you call it? So Rhodes Chroma.
All right.
That's been out there. Oh, shit, it's got to be 17 years now.
What?
It was restored. Bloke never came back for it.
He's probably fucking passed away.
Probably, but you know what? Still can't do anything with it.
Well, yeah, it's not yours, is it?
No, exactly. And Sod's law dictates that if I went, oh, do you know what? Fuck this, and bring it out, tidy it all up, get it all, make sure everything's working, blah, 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 put it up on eBay, flog it, and then there'd be this phone call Oh,
you got my
hello.
Rhodes
Do
Chroma?
you have my Rhodes Chroma, please? Serial number, blah, 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 blah.
You know, it's probably worth, Kent, you having in your contract of agreement, your service agreement, or whatever you have with these people, some sort of literature saying that once the repair's done, if whether the bill's been paid or not, if the gear's not picked up within the space of 12 months, you have the right to let it go. Because, you know what I mean? People...
Well, I had looked into this, and it doesn't matter if I put it on a contract. It's still illegal to do it.
Really?
Yeah. Look, no, I've looked into this bullshit
Because
before in the past.
you're then having to hoard other... It's not just the...
You're not being a warehouse.
Exactly.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You're a storage location. So
Well, I mean-
you should be able to charge for storage.
The saddest part, I think, is, for instance, like I had a Waldorf wave. Got her working, or up to a point it was working, but it wasn't fully working. And getting parts for Waldorf waves is, you know, forget it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I phoned up the guy and said, look, this is as far as we can take this. We can take it no further. And he went, okay. I said, so, you know, pick it up when you're ready. Years and years later, no, I'm running out of space. This thing ended up standing in the garden,
Jesus.
right? A Waldorf wave, standing in the garden for about 5 years. And over a period of time, just watched it rot. Because I had nowhere else to put it, because it's so fucking big.
Yeah.
And it was just, but I couldn't do anything with it either. And it gets very frustrating,
Yeah.
you know?
Could you not contact the person who owned it, or you've lost the details?
Yeah, I was in contact with the guy, and I said to him about it, and he said, yeah, come and collect it, and then didn't show. And then a few weeks later, I phoned him again. I said, well, look, it's still here, but you know, and he goes, yeah, I will be coming. And then I phoned, and I'm just getting, a disconnected
All right.
signal. So it's
Weird.
so it would be cheaper for him to walk away from it, because he can't do anything with it anyway, and not pay me for the work I had done, than to come and collect it and pay me, you know. So he just walked away from it, and I can't really do anything with it legally. So
Bonfire.
there it sat and just slowly rotted away. It was very, very sad. But the stupid thing is, I had thought about hanging on to it for, you know, spares and stuff like that. Never, ever, ever had another Waldorf wave ever come in. There isn't enough of them.
Right.
There's just not enough of them.
Yeah, they're like them. Remember them movement computers? I think they only made like 20 of them.
Yeah, exactly. And there's loads of things like that, you know. It's, you know, that's, you know, which sometimes things work out, but you know, when they're not working, that's the end of it, sort of thing. So I mean, because I had a lot of people that were like driving stuff over from, say, Switzerland, for instance, or Germany, and that's quite a costly trip, you know.
Yeah.
And so if it doesn't go well and you can't get it repaired or whatever properly, I go, I'm not going to drive all the way to the UK to pick up a non-working keyboard and bring it back again.
Yeah.
Fuck it, walk away. But don't say to me, you know, they could phone me up and say, well, look, do you want it for spares? And I go, yeah, okay, then we'll write that off then, and Bob's your auntie. I'll write off the bill because you're giving me the keyboard and I've got spares now.
Yeah.
And you're walking away without the bill. Do they? Do they fuck? They never do that.
People are inherently lazy. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's whatever the
mad.
easiest course of non-action to get a thing fixed, to get a situation sorted. Most people will do the non-action way of doing it.
Yeah.
As in, if I don't do it, it's done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I don't contact him,
Yeah.
he can't bill me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's
But
what they do.
then you get something like a Prophet T8. I've got a Prophet T8 out in the shed there. It's repaired. It's all working, ready to rock and roll. Absolutely, I've restored it to death. It looks like it's just been made by Sequential.
Let me run this by you. I mean,
Won't
you're
turn
not
up for it.
You're not. You're same age as me, so you're not.
Mm.
So, when you get to be an old doddery person, don't say you are yet because I don't believe you are. But when you get to be an old doddery person, you've got to live in accommodation, so you're not doing this anymore. What happens to all the stuff that no one's picked up? It'll have to go to a skip because you're no longer doing that as a job. You no longer have a house that you're living in.
Yeah.
You're in some community home thing.
Yeah.
Take it with you, are you? You're not going to put it in your room, are you?
Well, no, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that is a thing that is going to happen at some point.
Don't know. It's one of those things where you try not to think about it.
I know, but you know.
Yeah,
be
but you do.
alright.
In the
Yeah,
end, you do
but
think
yeah.
about what the hell am I going to do with all this shit.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you might be like my neighbour. She's 104 and still living at home and fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or not.
Well, he
don't know.
can't because he died 40 years ago.
Oh, that's true enough. But the paperwork hasn't come through, so I'll have to stay
This
here.
is Kent 2.0, isn't it? We're on Kent 2.0 at the minute.
Yeah, yeah. I am a replicant.
You've been resurrected. What a day for it.
Yeah.
Oh, just today, isn't it? Yeah.
Just the right. No, yeah. Well, I was always slightly late anyway.
He's a reprobate.
Reprobate.
Reprobate. Similar. Different.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could cover yourself, Kent, that if you put like a letter out to these people, if you've got details and contact details, that you put X amount of letters out, there's got to be some sort of legal binding thing with that you can say, listen, I put out letters to these people and I can't just keep this indefinitely for people.
Yeah.
There's got to be some
I mean,
sort of cover on that.
There
you know?
is we have something like that in place now, up to a point, but it's all the stuff that was years before that
Yeah.
I'm stuck with, and it was also the stuff was cheaper, so it wasn't as important to them.
Yeah.
You know, over the last few years, where the value of vintage has gone
Through the roof,
absolutely
yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't happen so much now, if at all.
Yeah.
You know, so you know when you got a mini Moog that's worth what, like I had an RA down there, end of last year, and he paid because I'd finished restoring it and it was sold through RL Music, and he paid 14.5K for it for a mini.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Do you have a mini Moog, Scott?
No, I've got the Model D from Behringer.
All right, that sounds quite good, isn't it?
And it does, it sounds great. I would love a Model D, but it's just the cost of
Well,
them
you see,
now.
the thing is, this is it. This is the thing about Behringer and stuff like that is, pound for pound, it's close enough.
Good enough.
Yeah.
You know?
I think the thing with the
But it's
Model
only
D
the
though, Kent, is-
connoisseurs. Only the
Yeah.
connoisseurs would know that what an RA sounds like, compared to a
Yeah.
Musonics, compared to, you know, what we call in the industry the Mark III, which is just the later ones between 74 and 79, or about 79 when they made the last ones,
And they're now onto the Mark
and then the
IV.
reissues
Yeah.
that come out afterwards. They all sound different, and they've all got their own characteristics. The earlier ones, the RAs, are the bee's knees, but he only built 50 of them,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, and they're the ones that are worth a lot of money. And yes, they sound incredible, but to the layperson, it would sound like a mini Moog.
Yeah, yeah. It
You
just
know?
becomes that. It's a generic. It's a mini Moog. It'll do.
Yeah, because there is an awful lot of elitism in vintage analog.
Oh yeah,
It's
absolutely.
an awful lot of
audio
snobbery.
files, isn't it?
There's a
Like
lot of
audio
snobbery.
files and hi-fis. People get really particular about tiny little details.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think most, most interests like that will have people who are like that, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
You know, classic car
Yeah.
groups are the same. You know.
Yeah, you'll get, like you said the other day, you know, you daren't put something like a CD player in your car because people go, what the fuck are you doing? Why has it not got an 8-track in it? Because that's what it should have, because it's that era of car. You know what I mean? So
You see, I can see where like when Synth Samurai thought me and Robbie was sort of like, you know, it's sort of like, you know, synth elitists type of thing, and it's not. Most of it I'm doing it's just tongue in cheek, because I'm not elitist about it. There was a point when I was kind of should we say, protective of it. But that was for different reasons altogether. I mean, I was really annoyed about the way people were poo-pooing the CS80. You know, and
Yeah.
you know, old Vangelis only used presets and stuff like that. Because I knew more about it, and I knew that Vangelis used the presets because they're fucking good.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of like a bit like that, and wanted to
Yeah.
fight back a bit. But
Because it's a passion of yours, Ken.
well,
That's
yeah,
totally understandable.
and
So you end up
because I
being
was lucky
defensive.
enough to get to know the guy as well, you know,
Yeah.
and I'd been a massive fan of his since year dot.
Yeah.
Since Aphrodite's Child and Christ knows what else before he even knew what an 80 was. And yeah, I suppose I can give that impression sometimes, but it's not so important now, because even I'm seeing the vintage market as being extremely elitist, with a lot of snobbery in it, and a lot of people with their fingers stuck up their arse. You know?
I just can't see, as much as I love the sound of the Model D, the Mini Moog,
Yeah.
I just can't see the 5k value in that synth at all, and that's the bit that I struggle with. I would love to have one.
Well, there is a 5k value in it, because of, well, least of all, the case, the wooden case.
Yeah.
But if they built the same machine but made it with cheaper components, because all the components that make up a Mini Moog are really bloody expensive.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
pots are expensive, trust me, right? And all that wood case, and replace it with more of a two-piece plastic case, you know, and just use, you know, off-the-shelf pots and controls and switches and stuff like that. Yeah, and you can have one for 300 quid.
Yeah.
But that's where the value is having it in that case with
Yeah.
those particular knobs, that particular size, and all that sort of thing, and having the brushed aluminium casing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where all the money is.
And I think the big part of that still sways me towards the Model D is the playing of it. A big part of the Model D is the actual synth itself. It's not just the sound. It's actually
yeah.
playing the synth itself,
Well, people
which you
buy...
don't get with the Behringer one because it's a
Well,
box.
True, but the thing is, people buy synths, but the same synth for different reasons, right? If you're after the sound, the Behringer one is going to keep you happy.
Yeah.
If you
I'm gonna
wanted the synth
pop off
that
to
looks
Half-Life
like a
then,
Mini
catch
and
you
has that, it's a piece of furniture that
Yeah,
also is a
yeah.
Minimo, then you get the $5,000 one.
Oh,
You know?
Chris is just dipped out.
Oh, he's not having problems with his computer
Oh,
again,
he's
is he?
maybe is it hardware jams tonight? Is it? He's maybe dipped out to hardware jams just now. He
Oh.
did say something there, but he's been very quiet. His voice sort of levels quite quiet.
Mm.
He's off to hardware jams. He's just said there. Yeah.
Good luck, brother.
Break a leg.
Yeah, so I mean, nobody has made successfully made a CS80 clone yet.
No.
But
I think the closest one was the Black Magic, wasn't it? The whatever it was, but they forgot to put the. I think was it the ring mod's
Deckard
not on
Stream.
it. The Deckard Stream, yeah.
The Deckard Stream.
But it's not
No,
got the ring mod on it, is it?
no, it hasn't. And I'll be honest with you, the rest of it doesn't sound like an 80 either.
Does it not?
No, it doesn't. But weirdly, the nearest say for instance Brass 1 and 2, the nearest I've ever got to it was a patch I did myself on what's the bloody software called now? Can with E, and it comes with the Roly.
Oh.
Equator. So I did this patch for Equator, right? And I had the benefit, shall we say, of creating this patch next to a CS80.
Yeah. So
Right.
you've got a reference
Plus I
straight away.
kind of knew what it's supposed to sound like anyway, and I recreated it in Equator. And because of the poly aftertouch and response of the Rolly, I was able to fine tune all the controls and everything so it responded exactly how the 80 responds, right? In terms of the amount of distance required for the amount of aftertouch effect that will happen, and all that sort of stuff, right? And I've used it on a few of my tracks in the past. And people go, oh yeah, I just love the sound of the CS80. And I go, yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
And it's
Like
not.
that, and go, actually, it's a piece of software, but
That just shows you how close it's getting now, though, which is good.
Absolutely, yeah.
To the general listener, nobody knows the difference.
But this was always the problem. Getting the sound is the easy part. That's the easy part. Any software synth should be able to create most of those patches, no problem.
Yeah.
It's the way it's played is the key.
Yeah.
How it responds to the keyboard
all
you're
the
playing.
aftertouch and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because the difference between the keyboard on that and say the Hydras or even the PBs, it's fucking countries apart.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a totally different kind of feel, and once you know that feel, it's that's where you get that expression from. So you have to relearn, like for instance, like on the Hydra, using the brass patches on that, you kind of get into this relearning how to do it. And
so is it a
it's the same again
harder
on
action?
that.
Is it a harder action on the CS80 or a softer action than what you get on other ones?
It's like a semi-weighted piano kind of action.
Right. Okay.
But there's a level of the way the pressure can be applied is so high res.
Right.
Because a lot of that's why it works on the rolling, because it's a continuous unbroken thing, and it's very similar to how the rise would work. So if you were able to take a normal keyboard and put a rise underneath it and use that rise to control the aftertouch effect, you'd pretty much get the 80 keyboard. That's what it would be like, But we're talking about a lot of money building a keyboard that can do that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and it'll probably come with a whole host of other issues, like like Robbie's found out with his PB12 where he chipped his key.
Yeah.
Replaced the key, got to recalibrate the whole keyboard. What? That's insane.
Yeah, they do need to get their tech in touch with you, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, those keys aren't exactly recessed from the front. They can get clobbered.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually the same on the Hydra. It's almost level with the bass. At one time, the keyboards used to be built where there was a big lip between your testicles and where the key started. Do you know what I mean?
I'll tell you, the worst one that I've got for that is the Super 6. The Udo Super 6 hangs over the steel frame. The keys are actually 10mm over the top of the. It's like shit.
Well, it's like the ARP Odyssey.
As soon as I seen it, I was just like, oh, that just looks scary.
Yeah, it's like the overhang on an ARP Odyssey is ridiculous. They used to get their keys broken simply by people walking by and their pocket catching it or something.
Catching on them, yeah.
And they just snap the key clean off. So, I don't know, mate.
Yeah, I think you should just send me that CS80 up, Ken. I think that's what you need to do, just so
I
can...
I would. Well, it's not mine anyway. So. But like I said, they're collecting that. I think it's September. They're coming to collect that. Yeah.
But did you not say you maybe had another one that you were going to get hold of after that?
Well, yeah. Hopefully this is all still in place. But I'm supposed to be getting Vangelis's original Nemo 80.
Perfect.
Which is quite heavily modded. So, and of course that's the one he did Blade Runner with as well, which is why I want to get my bloody hands on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to play Blade Runner on the 80 that played Blade Runner.
Blade Runner, yeah.
Yeah. So, mind you, it did Spiral as well. Not Chariots of Fire, weirdly enough. He got another 80 in. He had about 8 altogether. Some of them were on. He had one built into a yacht. that was moored in the Mediterranean, and they had to take all the cabin apart to get the 80 in, and then put all the cabin back on it. So in the end, when the yacht was sold, it was sold with a CS80 in it, because you can't get the fucker out.
Jesus.
Mad, isn't it? It's all right when you got money. Do all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I just hear about it.
Yeah, I only hear about it as well, mate. Don't worry. Okay, well. And it was years ago now, but it was a young lad, and he wanted to be. He was into electronics, and he wanted to, repair or develop or whatever. And he called him. He phoned me up, and he goes, oh, you repair synthesis. It's a wonderful job and everything. I'd love to do something like that. Blah blah blah. And he said, you must be so rich. And it took me 5 minutes to stop laughing. I said, mate, you have no idea. What you have is a lot of money for a second, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
Because you spend the money that you need to spend on living, and then the rest of the money suddenly disappears on buying all the spares for the next one that's coming in.
Yeah.
So you're always a job behind,
Yeah, that's Tracker saying he's going to. He's heading to Berlin.
Funny enough, Paul, I am restoring it. But I'm restoring it internally. I'm not touching a single hair on it on the outside of it. But the inside needs a little work. To say that she's been poorly stored would be an understatement. But she needs calibrating and all the rest of it. And I know the guy that modified it. A guy called Dusty. He used to work for Yamaha. And he told me everything that he had done to it. So I know how to, so we say, repair, service and restore any of the modifications that were in it.
Yeah.
Before I've even opened it up, thank God. Because there's no bloody schematics for it. So, should be a giggle. But it'll also be just nice to play one. Play the 80
absolutely.
that he played. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's just the nostalgia of it all.
Yeah.
I'd be happy enough just to have it in my house for a night.
It's like I played Larry Fast's Prophet 5 that he used on his Synergy albums. I've played Steve Piccaro's GS1 that he used on Africa.
Jesus.
Playing Africa on it. What else? There was another one. What? The Roland System 700 that Human League used to use.
Right. Okay.
And it's actually Daniel Miller's, but Human League used it, and Depeche Mode. And I had it up here in the bedroom, right? In the studio here, set up. And I thought, I'm going to write a track with it. So I wrote a track with it. I went, yeah, okay. I've now written a song, or a track, I should say, that used that modular that was used on all those records. Yes.
So cool.
It is. It's worth
Yeah,
the
very,
absolute
very cool.
shit you have to go through, though. It's an awful job until it's done, and you got to get all the glory at the end, kind of thing. But you got to actually survive the battle, kind of thing. But I don't know.
Keep you on your toes, Kent. That's one good thing, is it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah.
Especially days like today.
Well, I would have liked to have been laying down on the settee watching rugby, to be honest with you. Not down in the workshop with me head inside another JP8. I don't know. Still, there you go. Nature of the job, innit?
That is a synth I've never ever played, is the stupid 8. Never played one. Never even had my fingers on one. I
don't want to say it's not all that,
But it's not all that.
But it's not all that. It looks beautiful. It's a beautiful looking keyboard. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful design.
There's actually quite a lot of the Hydrasynth design, like the steel sides and stuff that they've
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
taken
yeah,
from the
exactly.
Jupiter F.
Yeah. I mean, the sounds have a nod towards the 80. The case has a nod towards the Jupiter 8, and all this sort of, and the whole thing is a nod.
Yeah.
You know,
to
a doffed
something,
cap
yeah.
to some particular machine from yesteryear. But you know, the Jupiter 8 sounds nice, but it's not like you can't recreate those sounds elsewhere. It's just that it's another one of those. It's nice to own. You know.
Yeah,
Well, I was explaining to somebody. There was a guy. I think he was in the chat in one of the pubs one time, and he says, "No, I don't understand why people want to buy, you know, a 30-year-old keyboard. You know, when you can get a modern version of it, you know, for less money.
Yeah.
You know, and has MIDI and blah 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 and all the rest of it." And I said, "Look, the best way of putting it is, which would you rather have? Would you rather have a what was it? The Ford? What was that latest Ford? Can't remember the bloody thing now.
Oof.
Oh yeah. Which would you rather have, a Ford car or a Mark One Escort Mexico? Because it's the same thing, except the Mexico is worth a fortune.
Yeah.
It's a sexy car and it really handles well, and it's one rallies hands down, left, right, and the other. And I said, and the other one is a Ford car. Yes, they can both take you to the shops. Yes, they both have 4 wheels. Yeah. But one of them is got something to say, and the other one hasn't got much to say yet. And that's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's how I try to simplify why people do want vintage synths. You know? Because again, you know, with the Jupiter 8, there's 100 keyboards you could go out and buy tomorrow, be able to do all the sounds that Jupiter 8 does. But if you've got a Jupiter 8 in your set up in your studio, people come in and go, "Oh, wow, you got a Jupiter 8. Oh, look at that, isn't it beautiful?" You know?
They do look stunning. They do look really nice.
Yeah. They were a very stunning looking keyboard. Really were. But then I was in love with things like when I used to see them on telly, like the Jupiter 4 or the Pro Mars. You know, some band banging out on a Pro Mars. You go, "Oh, what's that? Oh, you know, like pretty colours and this, you know." Go, ooh, not really taking much notice of what the sounds were, just like, "Oh, that looks pretty." Because nine times out of 10 they were bloody miming anyway, and what you were hearing wasn't what they were playing on the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like the new Capri, it is a track. I've seen it. I was like, God, they put the Capri name on that, mate. Even the 3-litre Mark III. Got like, hello. There's a pretty girl. Depends on the individual, you know.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think the big thing with the Jupiter 8 is the whole era that it's got behind it, between like Duran and all that sort of 1980 to 84, that whole period when it was used to death in so many huge tracks.
Yeah.
And that is, I think that a lot of the resurgence of analog's been down to that, to be honest with you, because it was the electronic era, really, wasn't it? That sort of.
Yeah, I remember Tiny telling me about where he lent out his Fairlight to That was Duran Duran. They might have been doing Rio or something like that. And this was, they'd hired her out to do Top of the Pops. Or rather, the BBC had hired it out for Duran Duran to do their song on Top of the Pops. And I think it was the director said that he wanted the monitor of the Fairlight to face the audience and have Page R on it. But I only had like this small loop, and apparently what happens is you play the sequence in Page R, and then it reverts to another screen. And Tiny was on the stage, so while they're performing this on TV, he's on his knees next to Nick Rose with the keyboard, resetting the screen, like, all the way through the bloody song. Like, fucking hell, just to keep that screen going, make it look like it's doing something interesting.
When I stayed in Kerrymuir, it's a village that's probably 22 miles north of here. When I think I was about 18, I'd just started getting into sort of the synth side of things, because I'd always liked playing about in pianos and keyboards and things, but never really got into it until I was probably 18 or 19 years old.
Yeah.
And I was down getting my hair cut when I had hair, and the local hairdresser in the village that I was staying in, or the town that I was staying in, said to me, "Oh, you need to speak to Paula. This is her daughter's husband."
Yeah.
And she says, "He just stays at the top of the road from you, up on Shield Hill Road." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's right into his synth. But this hairdresser that I used to go to, she was sound as a pound, lovely woman, but she was elderly. And I'm thinking, yeah, it's probably some little organ player or something. And I never ever followed it up for years. And it transpires it was Mark Tinley.
Really?
Yeah. Who's, well, you'll know, he's like his brother's Adamski and all this, like Adam Tinley. And Mark Tinley was Duran's keyboard. I think he still does do some keyboard programming for Duran.
Some going on,
still involved with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I had no idea who he was and completely poo-pooed it when I was in getting my hair cut. But then I got in tow with him years later.
Yeah.
And I told him this story. I said, Paula's mum, this was after him and Paula had separated. Paula's mum had said for me to get in touch with you, and I thought, it's probably some guy that's just playing organs up in his living room somewhere. But oh yeah, it's a small world, but a good guy, Mark. Very good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's back down. He's got a little music shop down round about London somewhere now. I think he's still.
I thought it was a bit more down south.
Oh, is he further south?
Over
now,
near the Foot, somewhere down
right,
there.
Okay.
Down,
maybe he is.
Devon
I'm not
way,
sure. Like I say, I've never spoken to him now for probably a good 20 years anyway. But yeah.
Don't worry about that. Just
my friend Mike still sort of on the odd occasion.
Oh, it's in Glastonbury, is it?
yeah, tear it
Ah.
Is it Glastonbury? Is it?
Yeah. See, Robbie will know.
Shops
Robbie
in
knows everything.
Glastonbury.
He is
Right,
but an
okay.
encyclopedia of knowledge.
Yeah, he was married on to Paula Middleton was her name.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a small world.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say.
I thought I turned them all down, but they're all down now. Kenton, their volume is down.
No, so the USB needs to come up.
See,
Track 1 and 2 needs to go down.
Yeah, Scott.
they've been down.
So
Yeah.
we just start talking very, very quietly, and you'll have to turn it right up.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, something's muted. Oh, they've muted themselves now.
Ah, right. Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Now they can't hear us.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, so, well, it is an island, Scotty. Well, that is true, Paul. That is true.
Well, yeah.
But it's 1,000 miles long, more or less. 900 miles, something like that.
It's a fair old whack, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think Mark's original sort of neck of the woods is way down south. Like, he's way, way down south. For him to end up in a place like Kerrymuir, tiny little town.
Yeah. Well, it was like we were saying last night, you know, Robbie's quite a hike from here. But you know, if you lived in Texas, it's like next door neighbour, mate. What are you on about?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's all relative.
Q. Go on. Ask the question, Apollo.
This needs a much more adventurous
Check. 1, 2,
screensaver
check.
thing.
1.
Can hear you. It needs a more adventurous what, Kent?
You know how the Hydra just puts on a light display,
Yeah.
you know, and all the PB12 does is just those 4 lights, just does that up and down. Where it's got all these other lights, but
Yeah.
they're not introduced.
There is no light show on it whatsoever.
No, even now, I still call them screensavers. Christ's sake.
Well, but they do save the LEDs though. They do help.
Apparently.
They definitely do, because I'll tell you what I've noticed, because I've now got 3 Apollos. Well, I've got 4 in here, but I've got the Apollo 8 which I bought first. I've got the Apollo 8P that I bought second, and I've now got a third Apollo 8P. And I've bought them all at different times, and because I very seldom, which was another thing that's probably bullshit that my college told me, but they say it's always better to leave gear switched on if you can, because it's better on the components. Is that true or false? You'll know that, Kent.
Oh, it depends
Because you're
on
not
the unit.
surging them every time you switch them on and off.
Yeah, it really depends on the units.
Does it?
Yeah, so different disciplines apply to different things.
Right, okay.
You know?
Because on these Apollo ones, the newest one, all the LEDs on it are so much brighter than what they are on the older one.
Yeah.
It's chalk and cheese when you see them. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
So these, although it looks fancy when the lights are flashing like that on the Hydrosynth, it actually does serve a purpose. And the sequential screens are the same. You've got to keep the screensaver on them, or it actually burns the numbers into the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why they had it for monitors and stuff like that, wasn't it?
So Robbie saying the PB2, he means the PB. Oh, he said PB12 there. Does not need a fancy light show. Yes, it does. Every synth needs a fancy light show.
Fight.
Oh, you would like the Moog ones. See when you switch that on, Kent?
Yeah.
It's very cool. It just, the whole thing goes into this whole sort of light show while it's basically while it's calibrating everything and everything's sort of warming up for the first. The fan goes absolutely mad. It's very loud when you first switch it on, but then it all calms down after the lights stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in your opinion, right, because you have one, but from where I was, you know, observing the Moog One, it struck me as being a very adventurous synthesizer, very good looking and very good sounding synthesizer.
Yep.
But was put into the shops at least 5 months too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The good thing is now we've had it from the horse's mouth that the CEO of InMusic that's now taken over, obviously Moog, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
We've had it from them that the budget has now been given for them to redevelop the firmware.
Mm-hmm.
So we're expecting new firmware to come out, because since I've owned this since 2018, I think, or 17. And we've only ever had, I think, 3 firmware updates for the thing, and a lot of the little glitches are still in there. And they're well aware of this, but I think they pumped so much money into developing the Moog. They're just the one that they had all these grand ideas for it, and it never ever followed through. It's not even MPE compatible. But they've told us now that it's right at the top of the priority list to get firmware sorted out and get all these little glitches and things sorted out with it. So I'm very hopeful that comes through. Very hopeful.
Within my industry, there is a saying that Moog never could make a good polysynth.
Yeah. Well, they've made a good one with this Moog One. It sounds fab. It really does sound good. Yeah, there's very little sort of tasks I've thrown at it that it's not followed through on.
Yeah.
And There was even a guy had said to me, "Can you make it sound like a real piano?" And instantly I thought, well, why would you want to make a Moog One sound like a
Yeah, you're
a
sort of
real
in the wrong
piano
shop
anyway?
there, mate.
But I kind
You
of
need the
thought,
piano
I'm
shop up
going
the
to take
road.
that as a challenge and just see how much of a piano sound I could get out
could
of
probably
it.
get
And it was
close.
pretty impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
You were limited with how far up the scale you would play with it, because you wouldn't get that clink that you would get off a piano anymore because it's analog.
Yeah.
But if you played it in the right area,
Yeah.
fuck me, it was close.
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
sounded very much like a really good electric piano.
See, that
if
takes me back to
nothing
the
else.
early 80s, like trying to get like a harmonica sound on a mono synth. You get about an octave and a half where it really was quite good.
Yeah,
but if you
yeah.
ventured anywhere the other side of that, it was like, oi. It's the same with guitar sounds,
Yeah, yeah,
because I had that with the samplers as well. With the old 8-bit samplers,
yeah,
where there'd be like a group of keys where it really sounded like an electric car,
yeah, yeah.
electric guitar, and then you went up and you went, oh, it's beginning to sound more like a Mickey Mouse horn. And it's like, no, here, just play your lead in this space here only, and you'll be fine. Yeah, multi-sampling was still a thing as well. That was yet to come yet. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just reading. Apollo Answers asked me a question here. Don't want it cheap when I want the one that makes Mike Dean has. He was saying. Yeah, Jaspers is the way to go, definitely, Apollo. I can send you in Discord the details for the ones that I've got, because the way that there's 4 tiers on these, and the bottom tier that on this side I've got the OBX8, on that one I've got the Moog One. They're like double barred, so the cross bar across them, there's actually 2 bars. There's one at the front and one at the back with an overstretched arm that the synths sit on, so you're actually held on 2 bars. The rest of them are all just single bar.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're solid as a rock. And I prefer the ones like mine's. You'll see, you get ones that are like an A-frame, and then you get ones that are vertical. And I go with the ones that are vertical because you can do things like that. If I switch my lights on,
Ruin the mystique.
you can see here, look, like I've got my OBX8 and it swivels.
Yeah.
So I can pull that out when I'm using both the OBX8 keyboard and the OBX8 desktop, and you can just swivel it back. It's the same with all my effects pedals. Like this pedal board over here is all swivelable, so I can push things out the way when I'm not using them. And my drum machines are on this side, or the opposite side of the studio. You can't do that with the A-framed ones, but the vertical ones, albeit that they're a little bit less aesthetically pleasing because they're straight up and down and look like scaffolding, they're so much more practical.
Yeah, I mean, I had the Jasper A-frame ones.
Yeah,
and
they're
there's so
great,
much
they're solid.
There's so much space within the room is lost.
Yes,
because it's an A-frame.
Exactly. The vertical ones can go right up against the wall, which is really beneficial as well. Yeah.
Whereas, you've got a gap, at the top, you've got a gap of like nearly 2.5 foot from the wall to the center pole.
Yeah.
Well,
That's all lost.
So what I did was,
the one I've got a sort of half A-frame. It's vertical at the back and sloped at the front. It's behind the door.
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah.
And even that still takes up more floor space than these just straight vertical ones. It's in the corner behind the camera. I can move this out of here without switching the camera off.
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to put together this table real quick underneath this desk, and then we can start the process.
I would suggest that mic isn't working.
Yeah, speak to that mic closely.
Check 1, check 2.
No, that's not
that
that's
one.
another mic that's picking you up.
Is it this one?
No,
Nope.
there's a hidden mic in the room.
Is
The
it
feds are onto you.
this one?
No.
You're sounding closer.
Oh, it's the laptop.
It's the lappy, is it? There you go.
Okay, yeah, she's going to come in here and figure it out. But I'm going to put this desk together, and she'll get in here sooner or later and figure this out.
Uh-huh.
But we can hear you guys.
Yeah, cool.
Would you say that it's going to take longer than you had anticipated?
Slightly.
To get the cabling done.
No, I
Or
mean the whole
entire
project.
thing.
The whole
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
It always is, though, isn't
It
it?
is. It always is.
I'll have this done by tomorrow night. You know, a week later. Jesus Christ, is it ever going to finish? No, my problems always seems to be that I have keyboards that are weird shapes, or they have very specific needs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got keyboards that go. I can't go there.
None of the
use
mics work.
Yeah, I saw that. I said I was coming in.
And one of them is the bloody really
I know what
seaboard.
you're
Shh.
What?
Do you not realise we're talking? Keep that drilling down. Can you turn the volume of that drill down a bit?
Yeah, we're trying to have a conversation over here, buddy.
Put some EQ and reverb on it.
Keep doing that. We'll write a tune to it.
Testing.
Testing.
It's tested.
Try it.
Check.
That's it.
Yeah.
Marlon's fixed it.
This one? Check.
Oh, there we go. So you've got the professional in there now.
Yeah. That and Fiona in the middle.
Fiona's there going, take me. Again.
Or he's bought another synth.
I tell you what, I must admit, this is where Fiona's very, very special, I must admit. There'll be the doorbell rings, and she goes to the door, and there'll be like a delivery guy with a huge box. She signs, hauls the box into the hall, comes down to the workshop, and she goes, did you buy another synthesizer? I went, yeah. And she goes, it's in the hall. I went, oh, thank you. She goes, what is it? And I went, wherever it was, sort of thing. They go, oh, it's I say it's the Hydra. I said, but it's the 73 notes. She goes, oh, okay, cool. And that's it. That's all that's ever said.
Yeah. Sean is very much like that.
And then she helps me carry it up the stairs as well.
Beautiful people out there.
I'll see if I can find you a link for that, Apollo. 2 seconds, let me have a look on, because it's foaming now.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the code for the more rectangular one.
Jaspers.
Damn it, I cannot remember.
Mine's is like 1500. I think they're all 1500 wide, as far as I remember. It's either 1600 or 15.
They're about 400 notes or something, weren't they?
Yeah, there or thereabouts, something like that. Yeah.
I think I gave my
1600 wide.
I gave my Jasper A-frames to Ian Cole.
Ah, okay.
Because I think you wanted to set up all that studio in that new place he'd moved into.
Yeah.
And I'd already put mine up in the attic. I'd already had enough of them. And then when the 80 was going to come up here as well, it's just like, nah, it's a waste of time. Because those Jaspers wouldn't hold an 80. In fact, the only stand that I trust to hold an 80 up is either the chrome stand it actually comes with, which I have to say looks pants. Is that Roland Z frame?
Right, okay. Yeah,
It's
see, that's
like-
what I used to have my Moog One on, was a
Yeah.
Rowan Z frame. They're solid. No, it wasn't Rowan. Mine was a quick lock one.
Oh,
Quick
okay.
lock.
Well, I got this Roland one, and I looked it up anyway, and I just went away. Oh, how much? Okay. And it's like it's the same when somebody buys a Prophet T8 from RL Music. I say to them when they come and collect it, and I go, right, do not put it on just a stand. Do not put it on any keyboard stand unless you put a piece of wood on it as well. You have to have a piece of wood on it. If you put it on if you put it on like a keyboard stand, like an X-frame, the next morning you go in, all the keys in the centre are touching each other.
Jesus.
The fucking thing just sags.
Fucking hell.
So I said, you've got to have it on a piece of wood, and then make sure that all the rubber feet are on that wood. Otherwise, when you go to push the key in the centre, it plays 11 keys.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how flexible those buggers were.
I'll tell you another really, I think the most flexible synth that I've owned is that Alpha Juno 2. They things can twist so easy. If you lean them against the wall and they're not like flat against the wall, when you pick them back up, they even rock on the stand. You've kind of got to twist it back so that it's flat again. It's weird.
Yeah, it's the same with the
plastic though, isn't it?
The Moog One Rolly Rise. If you lean that up against the wall, the that rubber
that actually bows,
comes away.
Does it? Wow.
Yeah, so when you go to play it and you touch it gently, nothing happens because you've still got half an inch to go before it's touching the bloody sensors. It's like, and then you leave it flat and it just very, very slowly goes back down again.
Yeah.
You know? So I learned that the hard way. But I've tried it with the Rise 2, just to test, because I did call them and complain. Well, not complain, but point out that there was a little bit of an issue if you stand it upright. And they go, really? Oh, we must try that, you know. And of course I go, oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So, and when I got the Rise 2, and I stood it up against the side of the wall and left it there overnight, go out next morning. Yeah, fine. Yeah, they sorted that. They glued it down a bit better.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is they do. I don't know. But of course the Moog Ones still do it, so. Weirdly, the Seaboard Rider doesn't do it.
Okay.
Is it a metal chassis that's on that, or
On
their Seaboard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very solid. But it is on even the little Rise, it's solid metal.
Right, okay.
Yeah, there isn't a piece of plastic on it, sort of thing, you know. But I'm just still trying to make up my mind about that new one. It's not the Luma key, it's the other one.
Yeah, the piano.
Yeah.
With the coloured keys on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't give them monkeys if it lit up or not. I'm not really bothered about that.
No.
But I was worried about. I was wondering about its after-touch responses
capabilities on it. Yeah, because it does. Well, they certainly sell it well. It looks impressive.
Yeah.
As in how it operates, not just the lights or anything on it.
Yeah.
I think the lights are really more for a tuition kind of thing.
It's got that kind of vibe to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't bother with the the wavy controller part.
No.
Because
no.
I'm not the sort of person that wants to take their hands off the keyboard.
No,
they're normally doing something, you know.
The only thing I tried with that is I got myself a Roland have now bought it over. It was like a ring that you could put on your hand, and you could.
Yeah, I've got one.
You could do these gestures, left, right, up, down, and move your hands and sort of control things. Nah, to me it was just a gimmick.
Yeah, it wasn't. It didn't quite work the way I wanted it to either. So it depends on how your relationship to the keyboard.
I think your power supply for your bass effects are on the couch right there, along with on the top of the couch.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And anything else that I saw in that corner kind of went there, but.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing, Scott.
We made that corner small
where you do this.
Yeah.
And it makes the pitch go down.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be on it, I tried it and, I'm playing the chord. And then I reach across to go and play the 80, and the chord goes, and I didn't want you to go down like that, you bastard. So I'm going, no.
Yeah, that's it, Prom. Yeah, a vibrating finger ring for Scotty.
Oh, the mind boggles. What was that other thing I got? Because I'm always trying out these different gimmicks, and They're nearly all shit in one way or another. But
Yeah, that Neovo ring wasn't cheap. That was quite
No, it bloody
expensive.
wasn't.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
about 400 or 500 quid.
What was it? I tried it. Oh yeah, it was this. It was like it's a glide strip, and so you'd be able to have that CS80 glide to kind of control on
Right, okay.
any keyboard that
Yeah.
had MIDI, USB, whatever. But it also it could play individual notes as well, so you could actually play it. I went, oh, okay, all right. And I tried it. It was, oh god, it was god awful. It was really hard to use. I thought, nah. And it was done in this clear perspex, so you could see all the gubbins, which just made it look, I don't know.
Cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know? And I thought, so that went in the cupboard out of the way. Yeah, it's makes you wonder some of the stuff you spend money on sometimes that you think is going to be a great, innovation, and you get it, and it's like, no, it's not.
And to give it its due, I think if you spent enough time with that ring, you would get. It's like people with a theremin. The theremin, it takes a lot of practice to get that muscle memory to play them properly. It's like learning a completely new instrument.
Yeah.
And I think if you spent enough time with the ring, which I didn't, I was expecting instant results, and it just never gave me them, and I gave up. But it just sits up on the top of one of my acoustic panels now on the wall. But yeah, Rowan bought them over.
It's the yellow one hanging at the very end of the table. That goes into the back of your GX.
I like this Morphe though.
Yeah, it's very good.
That's quite nice.
Yeah.
But I got the Touche as well.
At the end over there.
The one you can plug into any keyboard you want.
So what
Still haven't used it yet.
That's for the back of the GX 100. But what we can do is, because I just ran it just to see how long it would be. So look, it's impeding. So let me.
I must admit though, from here, Buddha looks more like Howard the Duck. Doesn't he?
He does.
That's quite a change.
They've got so much more space, Ken. It's so much better for them.
Yeah. I mean, this works. I mean, I must admit, the other way it was, it seemed quite cozy.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I don't think studios are supposed to be cozy, really, are they? If they're going to be practical.
Not if they're going to be functioning studios.
Yeah, you can't have both, can you?
Yeah.
Okay, Scotty, remind me again the 3 pedals that are going to be the return that has to be in stereo.
Let me get the drawing open. 2 seconds.
And then there's a monkey wrench in the program. Kent sent me a ambient 0. So while I was at Sweetwater, I picked up the appropriate stereo cable for it, and it looked like it was a 5mm or an 8mm to a 1/4 inch double stereo.
Okay.
You haven't got it yet.
Yeah, it's there.
No, they haven't sent it yet, but I bought the cable for it.
No, I mean the ambient 0.
No, I haven't gotten it yet. Did you check the tracking number, Kent?
I will check it. I would have thought you'd had that by now.
I mean, they tend to hold things. Yeah, left.
Oh, okay.
Like especially customs. Like
Customs in the UK are the same, Lamont. Yeah. Well, what I've done...
I did make sure there was no gang signs on the box. Because it never would have fucking got in.
So what is it you're looking... Are you looking for the sends at the moment?
I just need to know what 3 pedals to put closest to the mixer.
Well, the 3 that I had coming from the sends of your 24, but you can change that. You don't have to stick with the ones that I've got. You go with the ones that you prefer. But what I thought was your collider pedal, because you says that was the one that you used most.
The collider. Okay, hang on 1 second, because I got to go get that. And hang on 1 second.
There was the collider, the night sky, and the Volante was the 3 on the sends.
Because isn't the plan you've done for them sort of like more a suggestion than a
it's not
something that must be
rule, but then once they've got it set
followed.
up, Kent, if they want to swap out a pedal, that's an easy thing to do.
Yeah. Just getting those critical parts in place. And the rest of it is more you can wing the rest of it.
It was more just going through it to try and maximise the amount of stereo channels that they've got and get everything that needs to be in stereo. Because as it stands, even their effects returns were coming back in mono.
Oh.
So they will notice a huge difference once this is rigged up.
Okay, and that explains why this collider already had a 5-foot stereo in it.
What's over here?
Okay, so it was the collider, the night sky,
and the Volante.
Okay, we're going to cancel out the Volante, and we're going to put the microcosm in its place.
Okay. The thing is, once you've got this set up as well, Lamont, you can swap those effects out at any point you want. You can just, all you're doing is pulling one send cable out and the outputs from that one pedal and just swapping it out with it.
Yeah, that's what we were figuring. That
you can chop and change them whenever you want.
And then the other thing we were thinking too were the power cables. They're all 9 volts, so we don't have to switch out power cables every time either. So
no,
that's a good thing, because the microcosm also runs a 9 volt. So the only difference is I'm not using, and I'm sorry, Scotty, I don't have that paper in front of me, and she didn't get a chance to print it out. But
that's all right. It's all right.
The only thing different is the 24. As far as the 505, I'm going to. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to jump ahead. Right now, I'm focusing in on the effects pedal for the 16. So that's where we're going to start right now.
Oh, that's what I was going to look for.
Yeah, if you just get things positioned where you want them sitting, then we can just go through and I'll tell you where to plug them into. That'll be the quickest way to do it.
Okay. And I hope I have the right amount of cables too. When dealing with pedals, when we're dealing with the input, do they have to be balanced as well?
No.
Okay.
Don't have to be.
All of the outputs are balanced, though. I have those covered.
Okay. Is that your hard monitor, Kent?
No, it's my touchpad, but when did it start doing that? Okay, what we got here? Oh, bloody hell. Ah, that's an issue. Tell me about it. Error 3. Something went wrong. Oh, that was very specific. Let's fix it. Error 3. Something went wrong in Spitfire instruments. Error 3 occurs when the plugin is unable to load sample content. This issue can arise if the library content has been moved without relocating, or when a sample contained contents is not available. Oh, God's sake.
Okay. The collider, the two balanced, where are they going?
The collider. Right, hang on. Where the fuck's my drawing gone? Yes.
So where the hell is it then?
Huh?
It
Is it in Discord?
Right, so your collider from send 1 on your mixer model 24, which is, trying to read this here, I'll get it bigger.
Oh, Christ. It doesn't
Below
really-
your XLRs that are for your monitors, you've got monitor 1, monitor 2, and FX.
On the 16 or the 24?
On the 24. Just below the XLR connections for your monitors. Yep. You've got monitor 1, which is send 1, monitor 2, which is send 2, and FX, which is send 3. So send 1 goes to the input of your collider.
Okay, and you said that doesn't have to be a balanced cable, correct?
Nope.
Okay.
Just a standard cable's fine for that.
My God, I forgot.
Where did you send that picture, that diagram, Scotty, that you made?
Meryl's got it.
Oh, shit.
Didn't you put it somewhere else, though, in Discord, or? Okay.
I don't think I put it on Discord, no. I can do if you want it.
Never mind, he got it. I thought I looked at it, too. I just forgot how you sent it.
They were showing it on screen last night.
That's right. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
it's when we were live on Twitch last night.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Welcome back, by the way.
Hey, boys.
The bass player returns.
Return of the Mac. Remember that old 90s?
Return of the Mac.
Oh, well, I found me Scott McCauley Lustral
Oh, have you found
Ollie
it?
Brutes, as it's been listed here. There's Aperture, yeah, Solo, Symphonic, yeah. It's not there. So, where the hell is it?
Did you manage that one? Did you get that one connected up?
I'm gonna try to bring this camera closer because it's not doing any good just sitting there at our backs. Let me try to get an overhead view of what we're doing. Hang on 1 minute.
Nothing on it. Oh, for crying out loud! So where the hell's that gone? Oh dear. It says it's installed, but it isn't there. Cool. Oops. Please don't tell me I have to download this again.
All right, that should be like somewhat of a better shot than what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, we could just do this systematically if you want, which will probably speed things up a little bit, Lamont.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the right cables now to reach certain things. But I mean, how do you The one thing I don't have that's still coming, it's like 2 hours away. They haven't delivered it yet. Are the RC cables?
Okay.
Oh, brilliant. So now I've got the dubious job of trying to convince an app that a library that isn't on the computer isn't on the computer. Because it's saying, but it is on the computer. I'm going, no, it isn't. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, and labs has moved. Oh, what did it move labs for?
Okay, colliders in monitor 1.
Right. The first thing I would do, so that we can test these as we go, is run your cables to your Adams monitors and get your Adams monitors switched on so that we've got audio coming out of that mixer to those speakers so we can make sure that everything's set up right.
Okay.
So if you find your XLRs to XLRs that would go from that mixer to your Adams, we'll get them both hooked up.
Oh, come on, you're having a laugh.
You're having a laugh.
Right, let's see. 10, yeah, 11, 13, 14, 15.
So what's radio controlled? I'm not sure what you mean, Wookie.
19. Christ,
What's
it's
radio
downloaded
controlled?
2 gig in 19 seconds. I would have thought it was quite good.
That's very fast.
Right, I
Now-
remember
now you're the-
downloading porn JPEGs on an SX25.
Now you're the one that's showing off. That would take me about 3 days.
Really?
Nah, it wouldn't be too bad, but we only get 74 meg here. That's the max we can
Oh,
get.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, you're out in the,
Out in the middle of the
you're out in the
nowhere, yeah.
rocks, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the RC cables. Ah, okay, yeah, I get you now, Wookie.
All right, let's see what it says now. Right, so I have to get rid of that again. Be gone. Weird, it's taken an awful long time to get rid of something that isn't there. Right, create new track. Instrument.
The,
Oh,
the
it's
Deep
beeping
Mind
again.
is a fantastic synth, Tau. If you've got the 6, you'll already know that. I've got the 12 module. It's very good.
Well, this should be interesting.
No, Wookie, it's not your warped brain, it's my slow brain. For generative patches, the DeepMind 12 is brilliant. It's the only synth I know that you can actually trigger the envelopes with LFOs.
Oh.
And it's such a neat little trick.
Okay. Put that across to there. Yep. Cool. Oh, not that much. Back that off a bit. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
KTM, the only down thing that I've heard about the DeepMinds is the they're quite inherent to fan noise, and not the actual sound of the fan running, but the fan on too high a speed can cause noise through the synth itself, as in white noise, like low, bad noise floor hiss. But if you turn
onto
the
the audio
fans,
path?
yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Oh, God.
So the trick to get away with that is just reduce the fan speed, and that noise goes away. So if you ever invest in one and you hear a lot of noise coming from it, just go into your global settings and turn the fan speed down. And that quickly fixes it, because I thought mine was faulty, but no, it's the fan that causes problems.
Is it somewhere?
Watch for copyright strikes. Apollo says, I get to be a better player by the day just by watching Kent smoke.
Yeah, it's talent smoke, guys. Let's do that. Fair dues. I have no idea what that is playing though. Oh, he's playing the M8X. Oops. There you go, print. You broke a finger then. Oh dear. No, I was just looking through my libraries and I saw, I went, oh, hello, I forgot I bought and installed that. It's the Morricone Spaghetti Western Library.
Oh, nice.
It has everything from the
guns. Good old Western days.
Yeah, the guns and horses running and, you know.
Don't mention that word.
Yeah. Day off, innit? It's all right. The samples are unloaded and kept in a safe.
That's the TO5, Ken. It's a great sounding little synth.
thing that annoys me is I have a Pro 3.
Oh, you said that and it didn't come back
And it
on.
just, yeah, one morning it just went, fuck you.
Yeah,
I've looked at
Pro
it
3 a
twice,
long time.
and it's, yeah, I don't know whether I want to venture. I should do. I should venture in it, just because it's tiny components. That's all it is. It's just that the components are tiny, and it's convincing myself that that's all it is.
I know Sequential use, which you may have contacts in there. They use hang on, because they're down by you.
Okay.
Or your neck of the woods. All mailboxes.
Okay, the speakers are plugged in. They're good to go.
Good to go. So the first thing I would do is if we work from left to right, and I'll tell you where to plug your Hydrasynth in. So if you get a couple of cables from your output to the Hydrasynth.
Yeah.
Okay, those are all ready to go to.
Perfect.
Good. Because it's always good to test as you go along.
Yes, exactly.
There's nothing worse
Right,
than backtracking
so
fucking 9 hours.
Let me get this drawing up. Where does the Hydrasynth? The Hydrasynth goes into, on the 24, channels 7 and 8 on the 24. And the thing you'll need to remember once we've got this set up, but we can run you through all this anyway, but because you're using channels 7 and 8 and it'll be stereo, Lamont, you don't need to go to the mic, you can just hear what I'm saying. Channel 7 will be fully panned to the left and channel 8 will be fully panned to the right. And when you want to turn up or down the Hydrasynth volume on the mixer, you'll be turning up both faders for 7 and 8 because it's now stereo rather than mono. Your stereo channels are fine, the ones that are fixed stereo, because they'll just have one fader.
Okay, the Hydra's going in 7 and 8.
And is channel 7 panned to the left and channel 8 panned to the right, and both volumes at the same level? Same with your gain at the top of the channel as well. You know, you've got your preamp gain. They need to be identical volumes because that's now classed as these two channels are now being used as a stereo channel. I don't think you can link the faders on the mixer. I don't think you can you?
No.
Well, we can take a look at that later on, but I don't think so. I could be wrong. I could be proven wrong if someone in the chat knows.
What else we can add here? Ooh, yeah. Oh, this is a ridiculous.
It's the
situation.
Tascam Model 24, Wookie.
Okay, 7 is left. Just so you know, if you can help me keep notes, because I'm going to come back and dynamo this. 7 is left, 8 is right.
Yep, I've got all that on this drawing anyway, so you'll be able to look at that as a...
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's you've got that as a reference on the drawing anyway. Yeah, so basically the things to make sure of, because we're using it as stereo channels, that 7 and 8, your little red pot at the top, which is your master gain for that, the two channels, they need to be identical. So wherever they're positioned. So what I would do is
The two red are 12 o'clock.
Right. Well, what I would do is power up your Hydrasynth, because this will be good sort of learning curve for you as well, just to get your gain staging right.
that's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
That's contact.
It's got PC mode, Davey, but that's basically just, it's kind of different. It's, as far as I know, it's just put it into PC mode when they're wanting to send things back from the PC to the channel, if you like. That, as far as I know, I don't 100% know this mixer full stop, but the main thing is at the moment we're just needing to get them all connected up and get all their inputs sorted out so that everything's cabled in, and then we could always try these different modes later on, but at the moment it's just getting all the keyboards in without distorting and things.
Damn it.
Cheers, Jack. These are all ones from the bank that I've been working on for months. TO5, Prom. It's the Oberheim TO5.
It's nice.
Okay, Hydrosynth's powered on. The speakers
Cool.
are on.
So if you play, now what we need to do is we need to connect from the mixer to the Streamyard, the stream broadcaster, don't we? So we can hear what's going on at this end. So what you'll need is...
Should I turn the speakers off?
No, well, yeah, I've told you to connect those speakers, but you'll probably be wanting to hear it through headphones as well.
I could turn the master down. Does the control room have its own little...
It does. So where you're... let me zoom in on this and see where it is. The control room, there's 3 white knobs above your master faders. There's one for phones, one for control room.
Yes.
So that control room will now be the volume that we are sending to the roadcaster. So what we need is the jacks that you're going to use, 2 jack-to-jack cables to come out of the control room outputs into channels 3 and 4 on the roadcaster. Oh, Prom, that, oh, Jesus. Did you hear that? Did you see that, Lamont? Did you see that comment from Prom? I think he needs banned. He says there's only 2 white knobs in this stream.
Well, at least he know he can count.
Why does he even talk like that here? He knows we don't talk like that here.
No, I know. Twat. Yeah, it's a great little synth prom, this TO5. Great sound. Very warm.
It's bizarre.
Okay, if people are in the chat asking my brother and I questions, we have no idea where chat is or where our phones are.
Yeah, no, you're cool. Me and Kent have got, well, I certainly do, and I think Chrome's in there keeping an eye on it as well. So
Yeah.
as he always does, Paul the legend. And all the effects you hear on this TO5 are actually the effects that are built into it. It's not actually running through any external effects. The reverb is huge. If I crank that up.
Technically there are 4, or 3.5 anyway.
Yeah, the reverb's huge on it.
I can't see this, Scotty. Hang on.
What is it you're looking for? You just asked me a question. Because
Okay.
I've got it right in front of me here.
3 and 4. Okay, on here. 3.
You've got the Roadcaster, so you've got the inputs on the back of the Roadcaster.
Okay, I have 4 is left and 3 is right.
Yeah, the easy way to remember that is any even numbers. Generally, when I set things up, I keep even numbers as right channels and odd numbers as left. And then that's a good practice to get into so that you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it from behind the Roadcaster
Yeah.
versus in front of it. You're right.
Yeah.
I have it set right. But yes, I hear you. The numbers dictate the position.
Yeah, yeah. So you always try to keep your left channels in an odd number and right channels in an even number. And then it's easier to recognize when you're looking at something where it should be. It's just good practice.
Okay, the control knob is 12 o'clock.
Control knob is 12 o'clock, right? So whereabouts is your volume, your faders for channels 7 and 8 where your Hydra synth's plugged into? What to do is, even if you just put them all to the sort of 0 dB mark, all your faders on the 24, if you put them to the 0 dB mark. So just have from channels 1 all the way to the end, just turn them all.
They're all zeros. The Roadcaster, the Tascam, and...
No, your white faders should be sitting all in the same place.
Yeah, they're zeroed.
No, they're not, because I can see them from here. They're all down at the bottom.
Oh, no, I was just talking about the Hydra synth. You want them all zero?
Yeah, I would just do the whole lot, because that saves you going back and doing... Just line them all up so they're all straight, and then we can get the levels sitting perfect for you at 0 dB.
What the hell was I thinking? It's ridiculous.
And I would assume now, once you've done that...
I'm going to keep the master down so the speakers don't play back.
Yeah, perfect. And then if you just... I'll turn my headphones down, but just tap a key on your Hydra synth and see if we're getting any sound through. Now, if you check the Streamyard and make sure that you guys are streaming in stereo. So if you go into the settings on Streamyard, because that is in mono at the moment, it should be in stereo. When you go into settings, if you're unsure, if you go into settings, then go into audio.
It says stereo is clicked.
Stereo's is echo cancellation on?
Let me go back into it. Everything else is off.
Everything else is off. Okay, that's good. So from the back of your Hydrasynth, are you definitely coming out of outputs left and right on the Hydrasynth? Just double check that.
Yeah, main upper, left and right, yes.
Main upper left and right. And your channels are definitely panned. Seven and eight, seven should be panned to the left, 8 should be panned to the right. That's still mono. Why is that coming through mono? Try a different patch. Still mono. Yeah, it's still mono. Why the fuck is that then?
Would it have something to do with the Rodecaster? No, right? Like, we're out of 3 and 4. Both faders are up.
7 or 8 are panned, yeah?
7 or
Yep.
8 are panned.
What about the stream settings?
That's
itself?
we've checked that. We've just checked
You
that.
just
yeah.
checked that. Oh, okay.
Let me unclick it and click it again because it does weird shit like that.
It may. Yeah, it's still mono. And it shouldn't be. Oh, something that's left
Yeah. And that's very right.
and that's right.
That's both of them up.
What do you mean both of them up?
That's both of the faders up on the Hydrasynth. I mean,
On Streamyard, I
on
wonder
the
if
road
the
on the
wonder if
Rodecaster.
the Rodecaster's maybe not got the. I wonder if it's lost its panning settings.
Because if I turn one fader down on the Rodecaster, you just get. Let me what you get.
Yeah, so that's left.
And then I turn the other one down.
So that tells me that we're getting stereo. Well, we're getting stereo from the Rodecaster, but are we getting stereo from the mixer? No, it shouldn't have, Marlon. No, you're right, but it sounds like that's.
Well, what's the VU meters on the mixer saying?
The mixer, the 24.
Hmm.
So when you play the Hydrasynth, you've got your meters, that your lights that flicker up and down, so that you can see how much output's coming out of your 24.
Yep, I see the meters on the 24.
And
Green.
what kind of cable have you used? 2 separate jack cables coming from the Hydrasynth to go into channels 7 and 8. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it.
Right, I'll tell you what to try. Okay, here's a test to see if it's the mixer. If you pan channel 7 to the right, what we should hear is everything in the right. Nope, still stereo. That's still
Yeah.
mono, sorry. That tells me it's got to. You know what? If you can plug your headphones, are you able to do that? Plug your headphones into the mixer itself and see if that's mega wide in stereo. Is there a mono button on the mixer? There shouldn't be.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of having two channels and then panning one left and one hard right, isn't it? Can't see what. So as far as the mixer is concerned, each channel is mono anyway.
No. Is that sounding wide to you or narrow? Is that sounding wide to you or narrow?
Still center, because I tried to pan them different.
Right. What the only thing you can check with that then is make sure that on the back of the Hydrasynth you're not coming out of a headphone jack and the right channel, because it's very easy to do that on a synth because the headphone jack is right beside it. Make sure you're definitely coming out of left and right.
Is there even a headphone jack on the deluxe, Kent? Because I don't see one.
Oh, they're on the front.
No, it's on the front.
It's on the front.
With its own
so
volume.
It can't be that.
Yeah.
Let me just double check my Hydrasynth and see where we're coming out. That's when you said upper, but give me 2 seconds. I'm just waiting to take my headphones off.
Because the deluxe, I have an upper and a lower.
Yeah, I think I've got the same on mine. 2 seconds.
Yeah, you should have left, right, and master, and left, right, sub, or whatever they go for. Something like that. Just separate outs for each engine.
So 4 is your right? What are you looking at? Hang on. Yeah, 4 is on your right. 3 is on your left. So it should be 8. 8 is right. 7 is left. Yeah. Well, it's how so if you're looking at it, it's right.
No, see, mine doesn't have upper and lower. It's just got left mono and right beside that. It should be left mono and the one that says right beside it. Have you got that on yours?
Still center to you?
Yeah, it's still center.
Okay, she switched them.
The thing is, if you were hearing it dead center in your headphones as well, it's oh, that's left. That's right, sorry.
That's right. Okay. That's left.
That's just faders up and down.
That's how
though,
it
is
should be, right? That's just faders, though.
Yeah, see, that's not stereo. It's just turning one off.
Can you pan this one to the appropriate side and pan the other one to its? Because I think they're both in stereo, which is you just got to reverse it. Okay. Okay. How about now?
Still mono.
Still. But make sure that's right, though. Turn one fader down a bit. That's left. That's center. Why is that center? It should be right. Oh, shouldn't this be? test that again. Let's just hear right. That's right.
Yeah, that's Synth Samurai saying the Hydra Deluxe lower is default left and right anyway.
So I should be in the lower.
Yeah, try lower.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
have
in the
mine in
upper?
lower.
It's going to be, you need to tell me because you're facing it. That's how it needs to be. Okay. 4.
Is the upper default mono then, Synth Samurai?
Yeah. As
Or
you
should
look-
I say
as you're
word
looking at it,
curtain?
yes. As you're looking at it, it's reversed for me. I don't hear anything either. Hang on. I hear nothing. And I'm plugged into the lower now. I'm gonna select the lower, see what happens. Nothing.
What's your balance on your Hydra? Where's that set? The one next to the volume.
It's not even lighting up to tell me where it's at in Kent. If I
Yeah, but that balance will just be between the upper and the lower. Is it not just a volume between each layer?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so
But it depends what patch he's using.
Well, he's tried a few here and they were all mono. See, that's mono still.
and I just hit the multi, and that's what got the balance to light up. And the balance is now center.
Yeah.
And if I hit lower, still mono.
Yep, still mono.
But not a setting in Streamyard has gone back or turned off the stereo stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the upper. Turn the stereo audio off on the stream. Who said that?
Me.
Try it. But hang on, I'm gonna go back to the nothing. I'm gonna go back to the upper then. Turn that down.
Let's talk about falling at the first hurdle. This should have just been straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, could be finding something that's a fundamental flaw within it.
There's not a setting in the globals that you can switch the hydrogen from stereo to mono, Kent, is there?
I don't think so, no.
Yep, that's still mono.
Wow.
So the only thing, if we know that everything from the Hydra synth is right, and you're telling me that channel 7 is definitely panned to the left and channel 8 is definitely panned to the right.
Yep.
With the white pan knobs, yeah?
Yep.
Do you know what I'd be tempted to do? When I've had something similar to this.
And
to take all the cables out again.
Hang on. I want to
Is that
check my speakers. Hang on. I'm going to check my speakers. Turn our mics down.
Can we make sure that all the channels are switched to live mode as well?
Yeah, they are, Scotty.
They are, okay.
No idea what that's playing.
Still
try. Turn our mics down.
So if you can hear me, Lamont, the way you'll be able to tell through your monitors if your mixer is outputting to the monitors in stereo is if you pan number 7 to the right, everything should go to the right. The only other thing I can think of, Kent, is if there's a setting in the mix that you need to tell the control room output to be in stereo, but why would it not be?
I don't know. I suppose there is a possibility that there is such a
mono output from the
switch.
control room or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, on the speakers, they're panned perfectly. Left is left, right is right.
So it's the control room, between the control room out and... I wonder if there's a setting in the mixer. Let me just go and double check the mixer and see if there's a setting inside the mixer that we need to tell that control room out to be stereo, which is odd, but it could be possible.
Or a quick way would be to swap the mains with the control room outs.
Well, they're XLRs, so it's... The ones that are going to be speakers are XLRs, whereas these ones are jacks.
Oh.
Model 24 control room out.
So they worked when it was the XLRs, right? We had panning, right?
Yes,
When it was
yeah.
XLRs.
Yeah.
No difference. Okay, the cabling is, there's no difference.
So
the cabling.
so what changed
Well, I'm
besides
going to
just the cables?
Yeah,
So,
well, what I'm going to wait to do is check the Tascam, because if there's a setting inside that Tascam that's telling the control room just to stay mono, there's probably a setting that we can go in the menu, because the control room should be stereo as well. It's
Right.
That's an odd setting if it's in there.
But what I'm gonna answer her question real quick, Scotty. Nothing's changed. The Hydrosynth has always been in mono, so nothing's changed, and we're starting to uncover the problem of why the Hydrosynth is still in mono.
In mono. So
mono.
okay,
yes.
got it.
Because how we set it up now, it should not be in mono. So we're trying to put it in stereo. But it works for our speakers. So if it works for the speakers, he's going to try to figure out if the control room settings is the issue.
See, it says here on the Model 24, I'm on a forum here, and it says by default they're supposed to be stereo. The monitor outputs are...
Which makes sense, because it has a left and a right.
They're balanced left and right and stereo. So I can't understand why... You know what to do? If you take the... Is your wave state plugged in?
No, we haven't got that far yet, but I can plug it in.
If you can plug that in, and we'll take the jacks out of the Hydrosynth just now and see if it's a problem with the Hydrosynth, and we'll go into the outputs of the wave state and see if we're getting stereo there. I'm going to look in this Hydrosynth menu in case something's set to mono. Right, let me have a look here. Where are we? System setup. System setup.
Okay, the Streamyard setting, just so you know, Scotty, we left it off. You want us to click it back on?
It should be on stereo. Stereo on.
Click it back on.
The wave state, if you're plugging that in, all you're needing to do is take the 2 jacks out of the Hydrosynth. So out of the outputs of the Hydrosynth, not on the Model 24, just on the back of the Hydrosynth itself, and plug them into the outputs of the... Because what we'll do is we'll just test that wave state in that Hydrosynth input and see if it's the Hydrosynth that's the problem. Oh, I see. You've left the cables in the synths, have you?
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Double what? Power supply now.
You know what? Since I heard that on Friday, I haven't been able to stop playing the bloody thing.
Those are all pedals. Those are all pedals.
Are the control room pans panned left and right?
There is no control room pans, I'm afraid.
I would have thought, as a rule, it would.
The control room is just a single pot with a volume, and it should default to. It says here it should default to stereo.
Yes, but it wouldn't go wide pan though, would it?
Oh yeah, it would. Yeah, it would just be fully left and fully right. The control room would just be the same as the outputs that go to the speakers. Because basically what the control room generally is you would usually have your master monitors in the studio, your big beefy ones, and your control room monitors would be your like near fields, your NS10s or whatever. And that is what they are for, is so you can have 2 sets of speakers. It's weird. It's...
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm not totally convinced. Because if it's wide pan in separates, you know, where you're using 2 channels.
Yeah.
But if you plug that into normal stereo, it makes it go central. Because it isn't the control room just for the, you know, mic communication anyway.
No. Control room is your control room speakers. That's what the control room is for. Your mic is your talkback. That's a different thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's your talkback that you're thinking, Ken.
Mixers are not that high up on my knowledge list. Trust me. They still confuse the shit out of me sometimes.
No, the control room should just be exact the same. It should just be stereo output, the same as the main output. It just allows you to have near fields and big beefy speakers in your studio.
Right. Weird.
It's very weird.
I must admit, on my X32 to get the wide field, I come out of the outs into the um, interface.
Yeah.
Don't use the control room at all. And then I use the outputs that are on the Focusrite to run
Yeah.
monitors. Is it really? Good grief.
We can't use the sub out and right, left and right Wookie, because he uses that to send to the RC505 Mark II. But to be honest, the control room out should be working. It should. There's no reason why that should not be sending the same signal.
Weird.
Yeah, it's very strange. Tascam. Model 24. Manual. Let me see what it says. Control F.
While we look for this power supply for the wave state, can someone do us a huge favor and figure out what the East Beast voltage is for the power supply? Because we're missing I don't know how this even happened. I put everything in a box. But we're missing a power supply, and I believe the wave state takes 12 volts.
Right, be careful before you plug anything in. Let me just double check this. So Korg wave state power supply
Should be 12 volt.
Yeah, plus and minus 12 volt rails. Okay.
Yeah, 12 volt for the wave state. And the other one was the East Beast, yeah?
Yeah, the East Beast is 12 volt.
Oh, East Beast's 12 volt as well. But then what you need to be careful with is some of them will be tip and ring and some of them will be ring and tip.
Oh, it won't hurt it. It'll just not power on.
Ah, is that right?
Yeah. The only time they get hurt is when they're like 5 volt ins and you plug a 24, AC into it. Paul is saying that the East Beast is an AC, but not a DC supply.
Yeah. What? So that 12 volt for the needs to be AC and not DC, Lamont.
Didn't somebody in the chat say before this was all taken apart?
To label them.
Do they have a label gun?
Yeah.
because I must admit, all of my wall warts are labelled
Same with mine, yeah.
because my eyesight is so shit. I can't see the tiny little labels on them anymore. In a way, it's good that it's 12 volt AC because very few units do use AC. And they only use AC supplies because they're too cheap to go and get the bloody DC ones. Because the DC ones have the bridge rectifiers built into them.
Right, okay.
So they put the bridge rectifier in the unit instead. Because no synth works on AC.
Okay. I don't even know how the fuck this happened, but apparently I've never powered the wave state. It was just on by magic.
I don't know whether it would be USB powered. Not if it's wanting 12 volt AC.
No.
Found it. He thought it was a pedal, but it just says cork. He was just looking for something that said wave state.
Oh. Wouldn't it be nice if they did actually put the names of what they're supposed to plug into on them?
I know, yeah, exactly.
That'd be pretty sweet.
ASM are pretty good because they've got ASM on their power supply.
Yeah.
There's a few that do it, but very few.
Yeah, that's true enough. It's one of the reasons why I bought a box of, multi voltage ones.
Yeah.
Just cut out the middleman. You know, the
I'm
ones
just
where
gonna
you can
stick to
change all the
fucking-
ends as well.
I'm just gonna stick to base power supplies. I don't know what a fucking Korg, who makes wave state, who makes fucking nerds, man.
Hey, Lamar, it's not your job.
It really isn't, Kent.
No, it's not your job, mate.
Your job's the groove, dude.
You should be
What a
sitting in the
fucking
corner
analog
drinking
guy in
tea.
charge of power supply, so all these damn synth. However, I did do some mad organizing. You
That's
can actually,
good.
You can actually see where all the shit goes now. I got to do a Kent class 101 on what power supply, what.
Just creating more work for yourself, mate.
I know, what the hell am I talking about? Stay in my fucking lane and be good with it.
Oh, man.
You should have seen how he looked at me. He was like, it's the cork. I was like, oh, okay, cork.
Sandy, what's that one? Oh, incoming.
Mono. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Why is that mono?
Well, I'm pointing fingers at the control room, but I don't know what I'm talking about. But my spider senses are saying
I've read
it's
the
because of the
manual
control room.
it says on the Model 24 that the control room is stereo. And it is left and right. It says on the mixer. It's actually got control room left, control room right. It's 100% that control room is stereo. So it's definitely that
Yeah, I'm
unless the
I'm
mixer
hearing
is
you. I'm hearing you.
unless the mixer is faulty, but
Are there alternative outputs on it?
there is, but that means they're going to lose their speakers.
Well, at least it would answer the question.
Can you put the camera on the mixer? See that camera that's in the corner there, Lamont, and just let me have a look at the settings on the mixer in case there's something there that's gone astray. Is that possible?
That one over there is locked in.
Oh. We've blacked out. Maybe the cable's fallen out. Isa.
Boom, 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 boom. Can you put that pic up? That picture up, Scott?
What the... I can't share it, no,
You
because
can't share that?
Meryl's got to be able to share that.
Oh, okay. We'll get her to put it up.
Yeah, you've got main outputs, and then underneath, which is left and right, which is what we've now got their speakers going into. But before, what they were using was the main outputs. So those blue cables that you're seeing there are the control room left and right out, and that's what's going to... Now, can you show me the channel where we're plugged in with the synth?
There's two there.
So
yeah.
what numbers are we in? We're in 7 and 8.
Yeah.
And all the way down, 7 and 8 is panned left
And
and
they're
right.
panned left and right, yeah. What bus are they going to?
So if you pull 7 down, just the volume, and play the synth. And turn that back up again, and pull 8 down and play the synth. So we've got audio coming from them both.
I thought it was the Hydra was on 7 and 8.
Hydra is on 7 and 8, but we're just testing this one here to see if...
Oh, he's
in
got
case
7 and
it was
8 plugged into the...
In case it was a problem with the Hydra, we thought we'll test the wave state in
Oh.
the same 2 channels.
I
don't understand
see.
why this... And if you turn... Something's not right here. There's something not right.
Yeah, Hug Monster's got a right idea. No, mate.
Right, out of curiosity then, have you got another couple of XLR cables, like XLR to XLR? If you don't, what we're going to have to do is just pull them out of the back of your speakers just now and plug them into the Rodecaster left and right, and let's see if that's stereo. Because if it's not, then it's definitely something at the Rodecaster end. It's got to be.
We do. Hang on. I'm going to go get them right now.
There's another thing you could try, I suppose, is to plug headphones directly into the mixer.
He's
See-
tried that and
see
said
this-
it was right down the middle. Which is strange.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Has he,
a lot
has
of
he
the
got,
Aston
has
do
he got
that.
the
See the
left right
headphones that are
bus?
sitting on the...
Yeah.
He tried them.
Is the left right bus buttons selected on the channel?
Shouldn't need to be, should they?
Well, I think they're supposed to be, aren't they?
Left, right, bus. I don't think there is. Is there a left, right bus? No.
It's not a left right bus.
Ah, hang on a minute, Lamont. Can you hear me? There's a PFL button at the bottom of each channel.
Uh-huh.
So you don't want me to go... No, wait. Okay.
Lamont,
Yep.
are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah. On 7 and 8,
Yes.
they're both panned left and right. See below them, there's buttons that say main, sub, or PFL.
Yes.
Engage the PFL buttons. Are they pressed in?
Yes.
Both of them are.
Yes.
Disengage them and try and play the synth. Still mono. Yeah, just re-engage them again. Why the fuck?
Oh, hello, darling.
What's the MT? See your modes, you've got live, you've got PC, and then you've got, what is that? Is that meter?
Yeah, that's like like multi-track record. That's
Try s-
multi-track record.
Right, okay, so that's nothing to do with this then.
He has done that already, Paul. That is one thing that is set up on it. Is there a panned left and right? You give the white panned. Baby girl. Here's my beautiful girl. Hey? Hello, darling. What have you been up to? Hey?
What's that damn biscuit? He can help us figure this out.
No, it's nothing to do with Bicky. This should be working.
Oh, thank you, Siri.
There's something astray here that's not right, whether it's a segment
Scotty,
inside this mixer or what. But
like we should have been done wiring at this point. This is some bullshit.
yeah, but the thing is that no matter how much wiring we would have got to this point and not had the stereo anyway. So it's better getting it nailed now because the wiring won't take long once we get going. But if we can just come out of the main outputs from this mixer, so just disconnect your speakers and straight from the main outputs to the inputs on the
Roadcaster.
The Roadcaster. We'll try and see if that's stereo, and if it is, we're just going to have to make do with that just now and try and suss out why the monitor outputs are mono.
Okay, but why would the control room just be left and right? Like that makes no sense.
Well,
if it's not going to be stereo.
Exactly. And the fact that you're plugging the headphones into the mixer and saying that it's right down the middle is the bit that's worrying me, because that shouldn't be like that. If you've got the headphones in, that is going to tell me that coming straight out of that the main outputs is going to be mono as well. If you're saying playing the synth through the headphones that are plugged into the mixer,
halfway up the stairs.
That should sound in stereo through your headphones straight from the mixer. Try flicking through a few different sounds just in case you're playing a pretty mono sound on that Hydrosynth, the wave state, sorry. Nah, it's still mono. Oh, hang on. That sounded a little bit more stereo. Did it?
No.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not. That was wishful thinking.
Well, the truth of it is sounding stereo. It's just not sounding wide pan stereo.
Well, it's not stereo at all. It's just right down the middle, yeah.
Yeah, but it does do a left and right when he does the left right on it, doesn't it?
That's still like a mono signal coming through both.
Yeah, but if it was mono, it would still come out of both sides when you do one side or the other. But it is actually doing a left and doing a right. So it is doing a stereo signal, it's just not doing a wide pan one. Which is just a massive pain in the arse.
I don't understand why.
No, I don't get it. That's the sort of output I get when stereo is not ticked in Streamyard.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's
you know what I mean. So you get you get your left, you get your right, but you will not get it wide pan.
Can I set Tascam model 24 control room to be mono?
That was better.
That's stereo. So that's coming from the XLRs.
From the main. Via
Right,
XLRs,
so-
yes.
Told you,
read-
that bloody control room.
Yeah, but it's saying here, silence at XLR.
I think I know why. I think that is a stage mixer, not a studio mixer.
But it's still mono left and right. It's still...
Oh, there's stage monitors.
Yeah, but there would still be left and right.
Right.
Yeah, but they won't be wide pan. What it will do is it take the full left from one channel, the full right from the other, and put it into a stereo mix, not a wide pan stereo mix.
Nah, well, it doesn't say that here.
Well, it probably don't.
Because it would just be a mono output. That's all they would give you. It would just give you... It says it's a full stereo output, just the same as the headphones are. Right, let me see. Model 24 stereo out. Chapter 14 in
Is
the
there
manual.
any way we could use the 16?
No.
Shitter.
Just let me have a look here. Chapter 14. Let me have a look. Page 63. Control. It's connector 6.
Give me the next longest one. We'll take this one, this short yellow one, and give me another one that's not 10 foot. That's longer. I got a funny feeling we're going to have to stick with this setup for a while, but I don't want to I want to keep the speakers there in case I need to have the speakers on when we're not live.
Are the speakers in Lamar's way a bit?
No. I'm not going to unplug the speakers. I'm just going to let them be.
Yeah, because
and
we will,
we're gonna get
we
set
will
up
suss
for
this
you.
up. Yeah, we'll get set up now just using the main outputs, and we'll suss out exactly why those monitor outputs aren't putting out in stereo, because they should be. I know what you're saying, Kent, but this all the literature here is saying that they're stereo outputs.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm hearing is just that.
Yeah,
If you understand what I mean.
It's mono that's coming out of it at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's in two speakers. But
I'm just wondering, is there like some sort of software setting in there?
that's what I'm wondering.
Because to me, that's acting like a stage mixer.
Because it wouldn't be control room if it was a stage mixer. They wouldn't call it control room. They would call it monitor mix or...
True enough. But it almost feels like what it's doing is it taking in a signal,
It's summing both the
regardless of how
signals
left and how right it is, and converting itself into its own stereo field. Which is simply splitting it and passing one to the left, one to the right. And ignoring any additional panning that may have been in the original single. And don't try to say the word signal while eating a bit of chicken, because it comes out as something else altogether.
Yeah, so it's saying here, monitoring with this mixer. Monitoring is important when recording and mastering with this unit. Monitoring is possible using external monitoring system with either built-in power or out, like external amps, blah, 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 or using stereo headphones. Use the control room and phones knobs to adjust the level of the monitoring system. So theoretically, the control room is the outputs that you're supposed to use, and the XLR outputs are secondary. Because the XLR outputs are classed as main outs, not control room, whereas the manual's telling you for in the control room and monitoring, you should be using the control room. Which makes no difference because it's the same signal.
Yeah.
Or it should be the same signal, but why the monitoring is Why is it fucking
Yeah, it's
mono?
almost like it's processing the signal differently to how the main outs are.
Control it.
Don't you dare tell your mum I just gave you a bit of chicken. And don't tell the other dogs either.
See, it's
Bloody
saying here,
right.
depending on the PFL switch and the AFL switch settings, signals from the main mix left-right bus and PFL/AFL left-right bus can be monitored. You know what I think it is, Lamont?
Yes, sir.
Reading it in the manual here, it says connecting monitor speakers. So what you can always do is at a later stage, at the moment we'll just get the wiring done, but there's something to do with that. You know that AFL button that I told you to press?
Right.
Well, that button dictates what you're actually monitoring through the stereo monitors, whether it be, it says, see, I don't understand what these abbreviations are. It says, depending on the PFL switch and the AFL switch, if you're using the control room jacks like we were, it says, depending on the PFL switch and the AFL switch settings, which was that little button you pressed at the bottom of the channel,
Yeah.
signals from the main mix left-right bus and the PFL/AFL left-right bus can be monitored. So you can actually switch between various different things that we're listening to. So I wonder if everything else was off, like your sub and everything else was switched off on that channel and you only had main mix going to the monitors. Are all your buttons pressed in? The whole lot of them on the entire desk?
The subs are not pressed in.
But the PFL or AFL is?
Yes.
Right, so let me go and find out what PFL and AFL is then. So if I go control find...
Because one, you can monitor through headphones and the other not, right? Or something like that.
Right, let's see what it says here. Is your, on the monitor 1 and 2 faders, on that 24 that you're looking at just now, so your orange faders, I think they are the AFL switches pushed in?
All but one.
Because it says here, PFL/AFL indicator. If this indicate lights when either at least one of the channel PFL switches on or pushed in, or when the monitor 1 and 2 fader AFL is switched on. What does AFL stand for? There's nothing in here that tells us what AFL is. Command F. AFL. Never heard of that. Control lines and levels can be adjusted PFL. Which channel? There's nothing that explains what AFL is. Right, Google. Fuck me.
Google that shit.
What is AFL on Tascam Model 24? After fade listen. A feature that allows you to hear the signal of a specific channel after it has passed through the channel fader. This means you're hearing the channel's contribution, fucking hell, you read it properly, Scotty, to the overall mix rather than its raw signal. AFL is similar to PFL, pre-fade listen. So AFL, so it's after fader and post fader. Listen, the signal is taken from the point after the fader, whereas PFL takes it before the fader. So does that mean if it's before the fader, does it not take the panning into consideration? So did you say your PFL buttons on the bottom of each channel are all engaged because they should be disengaged, which is AFL?
He said, yeah.
So they need to all be off because at the moment, pre-fade listen is on. You want it to be after fade. Let's see what else this is saying here. Where's the manual gone? Owner's manual, here we go.
You know what? When I think about it, to Kent's point, when we had the QSC studio monitors out of the control room, they were stereo, but they weren't wide stereo.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be. It's a different thing. Like because they're calling it. It would say something in the manual that it was a narrower stereo field. That is not a narrower stereo field. It's completely down the middle. Which I get that because you'll get that on like a live mixer. Generally it would be on the live amp, to be fair, not so much the mixer, but the amp itself would do all the summing of left and right and put it down the middle, or mostly down the middle.
Somebody said, did you see Wookie's comment?
Oh, sorry, I'm not even looking at the chat just now. Yeah, it's just the same as what I've just read from the manual there. Yeah, cool. He's obviously said it before I said it. He's just saying PFL is pre-fader listen, AFL is after fader listen. I'm just wondering if pre-fader listen is engaged. That means it probably won't take into account the panning.
Well, it sounds wide pan.
That sounds stereo.
Okay, so I think we'll have to resort to what my brother and I did last time, and maybe that's the reason why we've done it like that, because I remember Unit E was telling us we would have to just plug the monitors in, leave those cables right by the mixer. When you're ready to use your monitors, just disconnect from the Rodecaster. That way they're all right there. Because I think he was saying the same thing we're trying to figure out. I just didn't understand at the time what he was talking about. But it's also the case that you might be right too, and it's worth the study of trying to figure out if these things can truly go wide or not.
Yeah, the fact that they've called them left and right, they wouldn't call them left right. They would just call them outputs because it doesn't matter.
But the fact that they don't have a pan too, Scotty, you would think it would be a pan on there.
No, there's not, because there's not a pan on your main mix. Your pan comes from each channel.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So, yeah. But we'll go with this. We'll get everything set up now that we've got stereo, because that's your Hydra synths now in stereo as well. So where have you got your wave state plugged into just now? Or have you not got that plugged into the mixer yet?
It's in 1718.
Oh, perfect. Yep, so that's stereo. And so is your Hydra synth. Yep, that's it. We've got a bit of a crackle coming from somewhere, or is that me? Does anyone hear crackling coming through?
Yeah, I hear it in the left.
Yeah, it's my left as well.
Yeah. Might have to twiddle a couple of knobs on it.
It's maybe when you're moving around, is there... Mind you, it shouldn't be, because it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's sounding good. But we'll get everything hooked up just now, and then...
Yeah, I was hearing something in my left left ear as well.
You got some dust. You got some loose dust in a pot. Did you use 7 and 8 before for the Hydra?
No, it was used for something else.
It
was
mono.
used for... The Hydra was just into one channel.
So basically what it means is you've got the pot is in a position that it's not actually ever been in before. So give it a few turns backwards and forwards and just clear the track. Just wiggle it around.
Wiggle what around?
Just your faders and your pans, your faders, your gain knobs at the top. Just give all the knobs a good wiggle back and forward, and it just loosens any dust out of them. That's the one. Whatever one you're on there.
It's probably 7.
It is definitely 7, yeah. And then just make sure your gains and stuff for that channel are all sitting at the same for the 7 and 8. 7 and 8 always need to be identical now.
Mm.
That's the thing you need to remember when once you've got this labelled up, it'll be easy to remember. But each channel, make sure all your EQs are set to 0 as well, so that it's just so you've got full.
It's still there, isn't it?
Well, everything's set at 12 o'clock or whatever it needs to be.
That's what I love about this X32.
Yeah,
You just set up a channel and then just press link, and it makes the next channel next door exactly the same.
Yeah.
Love it.
In fact, the crackling's coming from me. I think, is it? Let me mute the computer. No, it's the computer. Yeah, it's the computer. It's coming from you guys or somebody.
Let me
mute yourself as well, Ken. I'll mute myself and
me. It's a disturbed pot.
Kent,
no, Kent. Go and mute yourself again, Kent.
Yeah, it's Kent.
It's gone. Yeah, it's Kent. It's you.
Is it really? I wonder who that is.
I like when Kent goes, is it really? Somebody sample that. Send it to me, please.
How about, not the fuck again? It's me? Okay, which one of you wants a fucking slap? Well, do something. So I can find out where you are.
Yeah, if all your EQs are set at 12 o'clock on your channels, Lamont, we can just start firing in cables here now.
Yeah, I'm going to set my studio monitors.
He's going to set his studio monitors
to a
side.
All right. What machine do you want to work on now? What power supply do I need now?
Right, so you will need, well, we've got the Hydra synth, we've got the wave state, and so let's do your RC505, because that'll be 4 cables we need for that.
So that'd be it'd say boss. It'd say boss on it, or it'd be a sticker on there that says 505. Okay, on the 505, the mains, I'm out left and right. And
Yep. So you come out of the 505 mains left and right, and then you go into channels. Where's my drawing going again? Too many screens open here trying to watch chat and do this at the same time, right? So the 505 will go into 9 and 10. So from the outputs of the 505, so output left on the 505 will go into odd number 9. And then your right channel from the 505 will go into even number 10. Outputs from the 505.
there's 2 more cables before I get this set on the table.
Yes, so there should be inputs that go into the 505. So there'll be 2 cables that go into the inputs, and they go from, so the left channel of the 505 input goes to...
Okay, let me read to you what it says back here. I have main, left and right.
Yep, that's your outputs.
Which is going to 9 and 10.
Yes. And then you should have inputs 1 and 2 or something like that.
So I have sub 1, sub 2, and they are both left and right.
Yep, just that should be the ones, and that'll be where your submix goes into.
Okay, so I'm going to choose sub 1 then. Sub 1 has a left and right.
Look at that bloody cobweb up there.
Yeah, just go to sub 1.
Okay, I need 2, they're in the bag, 2 5-foot cables.
Excusez-moi.
Did you suss out what the crackle was coming from, Ken? It seems
Nope.
to have gone now.
Yeah, no idea. It's been and gone.
I still hear slight floor noise, but it's not bad. And that could be us.
Excuse-moi. Yeah, that's true enough. No, I don't mind him being there. It's just that it looks dusty, which means it's abandoned, because they normally try to keep the webs as clean as possible, don't they?
Yeah, I don't hear the floor noise anymore. But now I do.
I think it's the same guy that used to be over here. Hello, young lady.
The sub right is going to...
So the sub right from your mixer is going to the sub right 1 on your RC505. And the sub left from your mixer goes into the sub left 1 on your 505. And that's you basically sending in stereo to the 505 and receiving back in stereo from the 505.
Oh, it's a her, is it? Okay, cool. I don't mind that. That's cool. I've got no problem with our little octo-legged friends, as long as they don't drop on me head or leap out from behind a door at me. I'm fine. I'm fine with them.
Yeah, they keep all the nasties away.
Exactly, yeah. Used to have a big house spider that used to live in the kitchen, but I think they buggered off now. Gone out in the garden, I think. There'll be more fare out there for them anyway.
I'm not hearing you there, Lamont.
What he's trying to say is after this stressful event that he's experiencing, we're going to go play some EA Golf Masters on the PlayStation, and where we will continue to see each other on the greens, my good sir. I went to bed at 2 a.m. last night and woke up at 5 and
Fuck.
got on the road.
I do that most nights.
I know it, but it's taxing my ass right now.
Yeah, it does. It catches up with you in the end. Hell is that?
Okay, the 505 is powering up.
Nice
Ooh.
one. And when you play that now, it should play back in
No smoke
stereo,
or anything?
We
which
get
you've
everything in
probably
stereo.
never
Everything was
fucking...
mono for like a lot of things were mono except for
Yeah.
the 707 and the 8F. Now we're gonna hear everything bigger.
Breaking
like-
again, Ken.
Is it you?
Is it this? It is. That's exactly what it is.
Are you
It's the same reverb.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I put it on.
Ocha. Hang on, I'll pick the ears up off the deck.
For fuck's sake, Kent.
What's the matter? Grow up. Be a man.
That's the thing already, man. I'm already losing here. You're progressing the matter.
Hey, I'm all right. My ear's already buggered.
Oh, shit.
Still hasn't got any bleeding better.
Give me a few years, would you?
Yeah, you'll be all right.
Already got fucking hair coming out of them.
Yeah, so your left and right channels from the 505. Yeah, the 9 and 10 needs to be panned left, 9 left, 10 right, and they need to be identical settings on both of them as well. That's your 505 return, which is the audio input from it. Your sub-outs are fine because that's just whenever you want to send to them, you would just use your normal subway that you normal... Subway?
The night.
Here we go, we're now in the right,
hello.
in that right-hand speaker.
To summer, autumn and leaves. The night will fall to summer, autumn and leaves. Nothing's coming out of 9.
So that's maybe something in your settings in the 505 then, is it? Try panning left and right in your 505, one of the tracks if you can.
The night will fall
That's it. That's now in the middle. So
to summer, autumn and leaves.
you'll now be able to pan individual tracks on your 505.
The night
And when you record in stereo, it'll come back in stereo. At the moment, everything you've recorded is in mono.
So I have to go back and record a lot of things over again.
Well, no,
basically.
you don't. You don't, because you've put up with them in mono for long enough. But when we put stems back in, they all come out in stereo through your.
Will fall to summer.
So you're definitely getting your 505 in stereo now, which is great.
The night will fall to summer. Do you hear it just in your left now? Autumn and leaves.
No, I hear it in both now.
Okay, so I could go full to the right and get full right, but I can't get full left. Is that because how I recorded it in there?
I'm
Quite
not
possible.
sure. It could be.
Autumn and leaves.
See, that's now coming out the right.
Will fall.
So if you pan the guitar part that you've just brought in over to the left, see if that goes to the left. It should do.
The night will fall.
Yeah, that's over at the left. There you go.
Autumn and leaves. The night will fall to summer, autumn and leaves.
So we're good to go. We've got that in stereo.
Okay.
So the next one after that is your Solar 42.
42 power.
So you want to come from the output to the Solar 42 to inputs. Inputs 11 and 12.
Much better. I just didn't want to deal with that. I'm good. I'm good, man. About was here, man. Would have had it done, man.
Normally when we do this, I always have shit twined and wound up and like all spread out.
Yeah.
I know when I'm missing because this dude just throws shit into a rat's nest and then I have to come and like organize everything instead of just pulling it out, winding it up like when you're doing it. But it takes two to tango, man. That's why.
It definitely does. Yeah.
That's why I was quiet over here. Now he can find everything, and he's got his big ass smile on his face like a big ass kid.
I do, man. I got a big one, man. Hey.
That's why I love you, brother.
That's why I love you, man. God damn, man.
Where's the solar
Thanks,
going?
Lamar. You ain't just a bass player, I promise.
Yeah, you ain't that dumb after all. Oh, he said, where's the solar going?
The solar is going into 11 and 12. And again, 11 needs to be panned to the left, 12
Good
needs to be
Lord.
panned to the right.
Oh, it's doing it again.
As I go, it's fast.
There we go.
All All right.
So when you play something, so your channels are panned left, right, and they're equal sort of settings on both, on 11 and 12.
Did you say you wanted him to be an equal sex on
Yeah,
11-year-olds and 12-year-olds?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
That'll do.
Okay. We'll look into that.
Reminds me the Pope died today, didn't he?
Pope died. Well, if they pick him a little fucking younger, they won't have that problem.
I can hear that stereo already.
Indeed.
I think every pope looks creepier and creepier every time I look at him.
It's one of the criteria, I think.
I know, they all have this like sinister look on them.
That's you again, Ken.
Knock it off, Kent.
I've turned it off.
So you must be panned to the right there, or are you using the right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Oh, listen to that.
There you go.
Scotty, again, you can't see it, but the smile on this dude. I thought I saw drool coming out of his mouth. Landed all over the key lab.
Yeah, we'll get the gain staging sorted out, Wookie. We'll sort that out once we've got everything in and hooked up. We can go through and just set everything so that it's...
I almost got lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
It was loud as shit, and I was like, normally taking my headset off, but I was watching a string of drool.
So the next one will be your MC 707, I believe. And that is going into 13 and 14, which is a stereo channel anyway. So you just leave the pan for that right at 12 o'clock. So all the stereo channels always just stay panned at 12 o'clock. So basically any stereo, it's just for your own info and future reference. If you're using two mono channels to be stereo, the odd number, well, the left channel needs to be panned to the left, right channel needs to be panned to the right. If it's mono channels like microphones and shit like that, your pan is always at 12 o'clock. And likewise on your fixed stereo channels, the pan needs to be at 12 o'clock as well.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Understood, Scotty.
When this is all set up, Lamont's going to be in there creaming himself every day. Yeah, you will.
I asked Kent. I asked Kent that. I said,
He'll be
Kent,
like,
is it possible for...
can you bring me some tissues?
See, and Kent told me it's impossible for a man to cream himself. I don't think it's genetically...
Okay.
Why would I say that?
17 and which one, Scotty?
17, this is the MC 707, yeah?
Yeah.
That's going in 13 and 14, which is one of the stereo channels.
Yeah, we had that
So
conversation.
just make sure that your left is in the 13 and the right is in 14. So odd number for left, even number for right.
So just so you know, 13 and 14 are stacked. They're one fader.
Yes, that's a stereo channel. Yeah. So you don't need to pan that one, you just leave the pan at 12 o'clock.
I wonder where that one was. That's, it's a pain in the ass. Well, I never get right.
Hello.
Yeah, bloody chords.
I got minutes coming all out of my ass.
You what, missus? Rub it off again. For yourself. Clearly I don't have any food.
There we go. And that's in stereo.
Bit of floor noise with that one, isn't there?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Where's, see on your MC707 itself, is the volume on that up full and your gain on your channel all the way down? You turn your MC707 fully up.
Okay, turn the 707 fully up.
Yep, and the gain on the channel that it's going into, the red button on the top or pink button on the top, should be down, because that might, if it's your gain buttons on your mixer should never be too high, because you might be getting a lot of noise from your channels.
Is it me? Is it mostly on the right?
Yeah, it is.
Solar
Oh, hello.
It's the solar that's quite noisy,
It's
is
the
it?
solar.
That was the solar, but it's analog. Shouldn't it be noisy?
Well, yeah, they can be. Yeah, they can
but
be.
There are, you can treat them so they don't sound it.
Yeah.
Should I had turned the gain down on the solar?
You want...
We'll not worry about that yet.
Yeah,
Let's
we
just-
can sort that out later. We'll get everything else connected up, because
Yeah, everything's
there's
sorted,
probably things online that you can research about where the volume, the master output of the solar is at its best for minimum noise. Yeah, turn your gain on your channel up for that one now as well, because that's very quiet. Oh, that's a bit better now. That's stereo though. Aha!
Isn't it just?
Yeah, that sounds lovely.
Spacious.
Is he smiling again, Lamar?
I don't even think he's fucking here right now, Scotty. Let's try it. Call back later. Let's.
Welcome to the Dream Hotel.
Okay, what's next, you twat?
He's so encouraging,
you
isn't he?
fucked up there, Lamont, because you still turned around with a bit of a smile on your face.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Yeah, he gave it away. Gave it away, bitch.
Right, the next one is the TRAS, and that's going into 15 and 16. So basically,
That's it. Put me in a bad mood.
your next stereo channel on the right of the one that you've just been into.
Just call it a TR8, please.
Because you don't have the S.
It come out the week
that's
after I
right.
bought
Oh,
the
that's
TR8.
right. You
That's
said that. I
right.
forgot about that. Ken.
Motherfucking. Oh yes, now with sampling capability. Fuck you. Ah well. Swings and roundabouts. Anyway, I got Hydra. I'm happy.
Somebody's making very strange noises.
I think the puppies have got in. Very sweet. Pan of wideness.
Go for it, Kent. Play some chords.
Oh, hang on then.
Oh, it sounds like a stereo. Hang on, that's a stereo drum machine.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
It can't be, surely. Is it me, but it's still leaning to the right?
Yeah, but I think that's the way they've just had it panned that way because they've always been
I
in mono,
see.
so it's just going to take a bit of setting up when
Gotcha.
Yep, we've got that in stereo as well now.
Somebody messed with the other one, didn't they?
Okay, next.
Next is the
Next.
That should be the same one.
wave
surely.
state we've got in. 1920 should be empty for the Ableton return, so we've got that. The sub outs. So channel 1 will be your acoustic guitar. So just plug just a not unbalanced cable for that one.
unbalanced cable.
Or your acoustic.
My guitar is not in here, so
That's all right, but you just know that the cable's for that. Just hook
Okay.
it somewhere so you know that's the one for you.
Yep, that's open. Lamar's bass is in number 2.
Yep, we can plug that in and give that a test.
Give that a test. Lamar, a wee bit of the strings.
But it should be an octave above.
So yeah, even 2 jack cables, 2 jack to jacks, one long enough to get to Lamar, and one long enough that you'll be able to play your guitar with it.
Better. That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is.
Lamar
supposed to
said, could you
be-
give him the keys to that chord progression you just played, Kent?
What chord progression, darling? That was Scott.
That.
That was Scotty, darling. That was Scotty.
Oh, that was Scotty. Lamar wants that.
It starts on
Ah, here we go. MIDI inserts.
F sharp,
MIDI modifiers.
D sharp, B, back to F sharp again for the bass. F sharp, D sharp, B, F sharp again.
Oh, I see.
Alternate bass notes, Kent. Bit of a Zimmer trick, that one, isn't it?
Oh, tell me about it, laddie.
Aye. I'll tell you. Back in my day.
I was trying to do. I was trying to do that bloody Inception one again. It's that way round, I think. It's not that though. It's not that. It's not a straight chord.
Hey, we have bass.
Okay, where should the settings be for maximum output volume for the bass, or optimal?
Right, so what you're wanting to look at is when you're inputting any channel, which is the same process for every single channel that you're going to do, is on your mixer you've got those the meters, your left and right meter, which are to the right hand side of your screen. They're like, you'll see when audio is coming in because they flicker up. So what you want to do is set each channel, so we'll do the same with all your synths eventually as well, is basically have them sitting so that I would say the bottom yellow one's flickering. You don't want any higher than that. So you bring up Lamar's gain. If he's set his gain on his guitar to where he's happy with it,
He said it's you can move from the corner. You don't have to stay in the corner. Oh, okay.
he's used to standing in the corner.
Yeah, he is. The output level is 12, he says. When you mean 12, you mean 12 o'clock? And his amp is at 50% out of 100.
Right, so what you can do is on his, if his fader on the mixer is at 0 dB, which it is, what you do is you bring up the gain of that channel, which is the pink knob at the top of his channel, until when he's playing in the output meter, you want that bottom yellow when it goes from green to yellow to red, you never ever want them going into the red. You just want them sitting at the bottom of that yellow. Sounds good to me.
You want his fader to be 0, correct?
The fader should, but that's the best way to gain stages. Have all your faders set at 0 dB, which you've got them at, and then each synth will bring up in volume so that you're not clipping each channel. Once they're set to just so that the first yellow light is flickering on your, you don't do it as all the instruments are playing at once. You'll do them individually one by one. And then after that, you can start pulling the faders back and getting a mix together. But once we've got them all gain stage, it should be fine. You then use the faders for volume later on. But what you don't want is things flying in, like your pink knobs on each channel, your master input gains, if you like, on each channel. You want all them as low as we possibly can, and then we'll get a mix that way. Or a mix, but a gain stage that way, so you've not got much noise floor.
Okay, right now he's at 2 o'clock on the gain on the mixer. So you want to take it back to 0?
If you take that back to 0 and then get Lamar to turn his bass up and see how that sounds.
Yeah. Definitely getting more string strike.
And then you turn your bass up till you're happy with the sound of your bass. Obviously, you'll not want it distorted.
You say that's good to him.
And how's that looking on the output stage of the mixer? Is that
it's not going above -20.
Yeah, so the yellow are the yellow light. So what you want to do is bring his gain up so that you see the yellow light flickering. Because what you'll notice when you turn that master gain of that channel up, that it'll go from green to, you've got, I think, 3 yellow light LEDs and then 1 red. So that's going into the red now, is it?
No.
So I wonder if that's distorting at Streamyard end then. So maybe we need to bring the volume that we're sending to Streamyard down, which would be, where's your fader, your main fader, where's that sitting?
Red one. That was right now it's at -10.
-10, okay. Yeah, so it was clipping in Streamyard. That wasn't. So what we can do later on is we can set that at 0 dB, your main one, and we'll set the volume on Streamyard to suit that, so that you're not clipping on Streamyard. But
the fader on the Rodecaster is at 0, just so you know.
So you can't turn it down anymore?
No, the faders are at 0. That's like mid.
Ah, right,
Yeah.
okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, so we can pull them back a bit if we need to as well, so that's good. So the main thing is what you want to do is try and get as hot a signal into the channel as we can, like volume-wise, without Lamar sounding distorted, and then we bring the volume up so that your outputs, or your inputs, sorry, where your meter on your mixer, excuse me, is sitting round about that first yellow dot, which you should be now.
Just so you know, we don't get a lot of room noise when the master is at -20.
Right, okay.
When we take the master to 0, don't play anything. I'm going to 0. That's what we get when we take the master on a Tascam to 0.
Yeah, that's because your Rodecaster mics are going in there.
Yeah.
So if you had it at 0, but if you reduced the volume of your Rodecaster mics, that would fix that.
So, but why?
But don't worry about that just now. You could always pull that back to wherever you had it, -20 on the master. And then you for now know that a good volume for you to have your mixer at is set at -20. And your mixer, you should never ever see those output, the 2 meters on your mixer. If they're going higher than the first yellow going forward from now, you know something's too hot.
And that's the thing, Scotty. They've never reached that high ever. They've never gotten out of the green. I've never seen the EQ get into the yellow or the red on the task cam.
Wow. Well,
and why? I mean, our microphones are in the Rodecaster. They're not in the mixer at all.
Yeah.
So why are we getting such outrageous floor noise just by going to 0? The mics are in the Rodecaster. They're not in the task cam.
Yeah. So it must be from one of your synths. You would have to mute your synths one, but is there mutes on this mixer?
Yeah.
Let me see what's.
Okay. I just muted every track right now, and we'll just unmute as we go. All the tracks are muted, and it is everything sounding peachy.
Right. So for the ones that we've got connected in, switch one on.
Okay, I'm gonna work backwards. I'm gonna go from. I'm gonna start with 17 and 18 first.
Okay. So that's clean. That's your wave state.
15 and 16.
Okay. That's clean. That's your TR8S. I'm guessing it'll be your solar.
13, 14.
That's clean. That's your 707.
It's going to be anything analog.
12 and 11.
Yeah, there's a bit of hiss coming from that.
Not a great deal.
No, there's not a massive amount, but there is a bit. That's your solar.
10 and 9.
Well, there's probably more coming from the 505, actually. Yeah, it's quite a noisy output on your 505.
8 and 7.
Oh, your Hydra synth is, your Hydra's very noisy. So try turning your Hydra volume itself. Never ever have that up full. Have that maybe at like 1 or 2 o'clock, because it can be quite noisy.
I just turned it completely down and it's still there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not machine noise.
So is it maybe your cabling then?
What's the gain like on those 2 channels?
Well, they're
yeah, where's the gain on the Hydrasynth channels?
And just so you know, most of these are, all the cables are new.
Right, okay. I thought the ones in the Hydrasynth were in the Hydrasynth when you brought it back.
The gain is at 0 on 7 and 8.
Yeah, the actual master gain, the pink pot at the top, is that turned up?
They're at 0.
They're at 0. Like turned all the way down 0. Yeah.
No, like 0, like there's turned all the way off, and then there's 0, which is the 11 o'clock position.
Right, well turn them down to 0, like all the way off, sorry. And turn your Hydrasynth up. So all the way left, and then turn your Hydrasynth full up. That's still hissing though.
Yeah, but the other channel's active still.
Yeah, mute all the rest of the channels and just have the Hydrasynth on its own. Is that all you've got unmuted just now, is the Hydrasynth? Yeah, see, it's from the other channels, yeah.
It's the cumulative.
Yeah, it's just all the rest of your stuff.
You want to wind the gains back on the other channels.
So turn them all down?
I would start with them all, apart from Lamar's bass at the moment, because we've got that set. I would turn them all to all the way down. This is where the more expensive your mixers get, the less noisy the preamps are. And the little pink gain pots that you see on the top of that mixer are your preamps.
Okay, they're all turned down.
And where's your master fader? Is that now down at -20 or is that at 0 dB just now?
It's at 0.
Yeah. So I would pull that back anyway to maybe like -10 or so. There. Now your hiss is gone. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Nice and
It's
clean.
it's always good practice, Lamont, to mute the channels you're not using anyway. Don't always have every channel unmuted. If you know you're only using the Hydrosynth and the wave state, only have them unmuted. I have to do that with my system as well, because you just end up with so much noise coming from every synth that it might only be a little bit from each synth, but then when you put all these synths together, it's a lot of noise. And that's just something that comes with having synths, I'm afraid. It's just part and parcel of it.
Okay, everything is unmuted now.
And it's still low noise.
Okay, let me turn the solar on.
Yeah, that's good. That's okay.
Yeah, that's nice.
So when your drum machine's on, where is that on your...
That masters all the way up on the drum machine and the 707.
Right, so when you're playing that 707, look at your monitor outputs on your mixer and where are they sitting, where are they bouncing when you're actually playing that drum riff? Are they bouncing off like the first yellow?
They're in the green, -20. They're barely coming out of the green. Just sitting way at the bottom.
Are they? And that's your 707 turned fully up?
The 8S turned fully up.
Yeah, sorry, the 8S.
All the faders are up too.
And Lamar, if you play your bass, is Lamar's bass channel unmuted?
Okay, now it's unmuted.
Is Lamar there to play his bass?
Doesn't sound too bad.
No, it's
You probably do a couple of dB.
Can you turn up a little bit more? Or is that where you're comfortable at?
yeah, you'd maybe have to turn the gain up on his channel.
Yeah, I might have to do it on the mixer
top
as
gain.
well.
Yeah. So when people say turn the gain up, that is that pink knob at the top. When people say turn the level up, that is your fader.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. And play your Hydrosynth along with this now and just see how that comes in volume. Yeah, that's mega loud. And is the gain all the way down on that channel of the Hydrosynth?
Yeah, but the Hydrosynth volume is 12 o'clock.
Right, okay.
So you want me to bring that volume down?
Yeah, you might just have to bring that volume down if that's the case. Fuck, it sounds so wide now. Try a Scotty pad.
That's the Scotty pad.
There's one in there called Cello something. I think if you scroll through them, there's one called Cello. That was my favourite I put on that. It's quite in the low numbers, I think. Let's see where it is in mine.
What's this starting noise?
Yeah, it's the second one of mine. Second one, Distant Cello it's called. SM Distant Cello. So much better in stereo. Right, let's carry on with this wiring so we get this finished for you. So the next one. Sounding good though. So we've got the guitar, we've got the bass. The next one is the sub 37 into channel 3.
Channel 3. That's a balance cable?
You could use balanced, you can use unbalanced. It's entirely up to you.
What do you prefer I use?
For volume, well, I'm not sure whether the sub 37 is balanced. I use balanced. Go with balanced. It's really.
Okay. Why is that?
Or if you've got a shorter non-balanced cable, just use that.
Come off of that.
I have I see 2 balance cables over there. And I bought some too, so we might as well use the cables I bought.
Yep, by all means. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just away to grab myself another
Brisket.
just another wee beer, yeah. Might as well. Getting crackling again.
Yeah, trying to trace it.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, hang on.
Have you got this sound effect in your CS80?
Well, with the noises it is kicking out, I'm not far off. Bloody thing. I used to be able to do, it's really hard to do because you have to, it's a lot of fingers, but to get it to do ocean.
Oh, right, okay.
You know,
The sub 37 is going in what number?
It's going into channel 3.
Shit, I forgot. The Mood Mark II is tied to the sub 37.
Okay. Let me think about this now.
So I have a
there it is.
I have a 2-footer that I could come out of the sub 37 into the Mark II, which is down below, and then out of the Mark II into number 3.
Right, here's a question for you, because I think it's probably worth, well, how important is it that you have these VT4 microphones?
It's pretty important.
And in the main mixer, though, is it really important that it's in the main mixer? Or can we run them in the, because we've got 3, what I'm thinking is, because
It don't matter as long as we have them, Scotty.
Yeah, but do you record them into your looper when you're needing to record to your looper?
I do.
You do. Because what we need to remember is, and this is, it's going to have to be sacrifices so that you have stereo anyway.
No, hang on. I can run both of the VT4s directly into the looper itself.
If you need to use it.
We could just hook it up that way now. Seriously, like.
So then you would free up 2 channels, because see, your sub 37 going into your mood, right? Ideally what you want is your sub 37 in mono going into the mono channel on your mood, Chase Bliss mood, but you want your mood coming out in stereo to a channel. Now, what we always want to do is we want to be able to record your sub 37, because we do that in Ableton. Because anything that we put into, well, I'm saying we can't record it. We can record it in Ableton, but it's, well, yeah, we can, because the way I've got this set up. I think the best way to do it would be your VT4s, if you put them directly into your 505.
It could take up to 4 instruments in there.
So, and then what you would do is, rather than plug your sub 37 into channel 3, plug your sub 37 output to the input of your mood, and then because you'll have a stereo output coming out of the mood, or you should do, and put them in where we were going to have the VT4, which was channels 5 and 6. And then what you'll have is you'll have your Moog in mono if you want it. If that effects pedal is switched off, you can record it dry in mono, straight down the middle. But when you turn that effects pedal on, all of a sudden your Moog sub 37 is going to be a stereo synth, and it'll sound way better.
Let me show you this so you can see what this looks like on the Mood.
Right. Yeah, so you've got in stereo, expression CV. What's the other side got on it? So yeah, so what you need from that is a stereo jack out to. You'll probably not have that at the moment.
Does it have to be like a? I have in the garage. I have a 1/4 inch left and right that goes down to a single.
A stereo 1/4 inch.
Yes.
That's exactly what you need from that pedal into channels 5 and 6.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but not that particular cable he's talking about.
What key is that? Whoever's playing.
Oh Christ, keys. I'm going from
Just what's your root?
F sharp,
Okay.
C sharp, D sharp, B.
And you're going back to F sharp. So F.
Yeah, so it's
okay.
going. So F sharp, C sharp, D sharp, B. Here's a question for you, Lamar. The output on your GX, whatever it is you've got,
Aye.
GX 100, isn't it?
Aye.
Is that stereo?
I know my out's coming out of the left mono to the mixer, and I'm just in my input. So,
So
that's, Does that make it stereo or?
So
Yeah,
if you
I checked the back of his. He can come out stereo as well.
because you know what we've just done there? We've actually freed up channel 3 now because the sub 37 is going to be coming in 5 and 6 after the pedal. Haha, that's the one. Lamont, you're a ledge.
Allegedly what?
Allegedly a pain in the ass, but apart from that... No, because we could then probably get Lamar's bass pedal in stereo here as well, you know.
Okay, so we would need a long enough. Okay.
Another cable, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
But hey, we can look at that later. We can do that
Yeah.
later once we've got everything else hooked up.
I
but
think
it
we
looks
could
like
do
it's
it
possible.
too. We could do it, Lamar.
Mm.
Your microphone,
Yes.
because Scotty said that, you would have to put it dead center here. You see where these tables are separated? You'd have to put your microphone there. That will get you closer to the mixer, so we don't have to run that 20-footer all the way over there. Then we'll use the 20-footer, so you could take that 20-footer right now and run it into track 3 and put that other end into your
Right hand, yeah.
and you will be stereo in like 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Now, on this occasion, because of the way we've done the numbering, unless we swapped Lamar into 3 and 4 and put the harmonica mic into 2, it just means your numbers, when you're panning, it's going to be number 3 will be panned left. No, number 2 will be panned left, and so we could actually shift them. If we shift them to 3 and 4, and then we'll put the harmonica mic into 2.
Oh, wait.
No,
The
don't.
sub 37 is in 3 right now.
Well, that won't be in a minute though, because you're going to plug that into the sub 37. Will go into your pedal. Remember.
Right, but then I got to come out stereo, correct?
Yep, and that's going to go into 5 and 6.
5.
We can play about with the bass later on, but that'll make a massive difference for Lamar as well. Then he'll get, when he's doing all these like fancy effects on his bass, it'll sound so much better because it'll be in stereo.
Okay, out of the Tascam and go into stereo.
Right, hang on. So it should be the output of the stereo. So it should be out of the pedal and into the desk.
Out of the pedal into the desk.
If you let me see the pedal, I can tell you which ones it is. But
Okay, this is the way it faces.
right, and yeah, so it says out there on that side that you're showing me. It says out stereo. So you come out of that
Into the mixer.
into the desk, and then the Moog sub 37 that's currently plugged into channel 3, plug that into the input of that pedal. So you would take it out. No, you would take it out of the mixer. Take the Moog sub 37 cable out of the mixer on channel 3 and put that to the input of the pedal. And then on channels 5 and 6, you want channel 5 pan to the left and channel 6 pan to the right. And make sure they've both got equal settings.
Yeah, there we go. I think I found the crackle.
What was it?
I think it was a jack socket on the back of the 80, being a bit of a tart.
Being a bit of a tart.
Oh, yeah, a bit of a tart, because they can, you know. It was all jammy and what have you.
How old's the cable? As old as me.
Brand new, but the jack...
Is it?
Yeah, the jack sockets are brand spankers, because I replace all them when I restore them anyway.
Oh, I meant the cable itself. The
cable's all new. I think they're all under a year old now.
Floyd, wanker.
You're a fucking wanker.
Trouble is, I've messed up all the mixer trying to locate what was causing the problem.
Oh, shit.
So I don't know how well things sound now. Excusez-moi. Here's a bass sound.
Ooh, ah, nice. Recon. Wow, I can actually nearly see Kilted Gorilla's face.
Steady.
You don't want to see that.
Yeah. What are you on about? You're a good-looking lad. I've seen you on Facebook.
You tell good lies, sir. You tell very good lies.
Shut up. Yeah, that sounds alright. What's that? How's that classic bit?
Sorry, Lamar, what was that?
Okay, that's another track we can put on the album. That'll do. Print. Try this girl up. You're costing me 176 quid a month. It should be fucking using you.
Power plug. Heavy duty power plug.
Oh, that's a point. Dickhead never plugged the expression pedals in.
I want to know how much Kent pays that cameraman to follow him around the room all the time. What a boring job that must be, yeah?
What? Oi, Scotty, you're a twat. You're too big for your own twat.
You're too big for your own twat.
We're just shooting shit over here. Now, whatever you did over there, it made the bass come in mono. So I don't know what that's about. Oh, yo, get to me later then. It's like I'm the one that's too big for his own twit. Doom says it's techno time.
What's happened?
Yo, Recon.
Is that the Moog now, Lamont, yeah?
Yes.
So channels 5, channel 5 needs fully panned to the left and channel 6 needs panned to the right. So something's not right here. Why is that? Is it only stereo in and stereo out? Surely not. So what is that? Is that channel 6 pan to the left? So I wonder if because we're only going in mono, it's only coming out in mono. Let me just read your pedal and see what... Because it did say stereo in. I just thought it would default to mono in, stereo out. If, what is it? Chase Bliss Mood, yeah?
Yeah. Mark II.
Dankeschön.
Just Bliss Mood. Here we go. Mood Mark II.
Doing that shit. Tell you that.
Be pointing at Hydra. Hydra only.
So, on the Mood, which pedal have you got pressed in? Which button have you got pressed in? The left or the right? The one on the left is the one that's pressed in, and that's the one that's got the light on, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Right. Quickest way. Can chase plus good have mono in stereo out. Right, there should be a MISO switch on it. Which is I'm trying to see where it is. Is there something on the side that says that it says
Yeah, that's a dip switch.
there's a dip switch on it that says MISO, so you need to switch it to mono in, stereo out.
So it either says on or off.
Right, so play your Moog just now and make sure that the channel that the Chase Bliss is going back into is definitely panned left and right. Right, flick that dip switch.
Okay, now both channels are highlighted instead of one.
It's still in mono though.
Maybe we've got some more mono nonsense going on, have we?
As it says, the Chase Bliss Moog 2 Mark II pedal can convert a mono input signal to a stereo output signal. This is achieved by utilizing the MISO mono in, stereo out dip switch. When this switch is activated and a TS mono cable is used for the input. Ah,
There you go.
have you
Gone
used a balanced cable to go from the Moog? Did you use a balanced cable to go from the Moog to that pedal?
Yes.
Don't just use a tip sleeve.
Ah, yes. Thinking twatty. Okay, let me see if I have one.
Hey, hey.
Our man does it again.
Oi, Scotty twatty, I've returned.
You've returned.
Oi. Oi, oi. Hey.
Aye,
Aye.
aye,
Aye, aye, aye, aye. Scotty, you ever get so pissy drunk that your conversation just consisted of aye, aye, aye.
Quite often.
See, I'm
And then
not
it's
too
like
far
it's
off.
like it's like there's a well-known song in Scotland called Shady Ho, and that's when you get drunk and you're basically trying to sing any song that you want to sing, but all that comes out is Shady Ho,
Shitty
Ho, and you just sound like an old man. Yeah. That's an old Billy Connolly one, that
Yeah.
Kent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Master on.
Yeah.
Why does everybody sound like freaking Dizzy Gillespie? Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those eyes? Oh my God.
That crackles back.
Yeah, it is. Snap, crackle, and pop.
Mother.
So I was listening to Woody's on the last popcorn night. He
Yeah.
had a pretty
He had
solid
a
jam.
solid jam.
And this
yeah.
and this Alan character, this new guy that popped in. I was listening to Doom. Doom was killing it. Spawn Gellis was killing it. I mean, everybody was doing a decent job.
What, I was there as well?
Come on, Spawn Gillis. You're always there.
Hey, does it sound wider, Scotty?
Right, 2 seconds. If you play. Nope. Is the dip switch on the right setting?
The dip switch says it's in the on position.
Right. I think I can see what the problem is here now then, because it says that jack that you used coming out of that was, it says when this, a TS mono cable needs to be used for the input while a TRS stereo cable is used for the output. So on the cable that's going to the mixer, but on the pedal end, if you pull that out, is that a tip ring sleeve that's on that end, or is it just a tip and ring?
It's a double ring.
Right, so that's a TRS cable. So why is it not putting it out in stereo then? And the channel is definitely panned left and right. 5 and 6. Oh, that's gone left. Oh, that's now right. So yeah, so we're getting the channels and they're, each of those channels are panned left and right, yeah?
Si, senor.
Wow, why is that then? Because that sounds like we've got this connected up right. And it was just a single ring cable that you took from the Moog to the pedal.
Si,
Si,
Scotty.
senor. Play about with the pedal. Maybe it's the setting you've got on the pedal that's just sounding a bit mono. I don't know. That's definitely mono. If you switch... Yeah, that's still mono. Why is that? So on your left channel of the Mood, is that set to reverb just now, or delay, or slap, or whatever that is, or slip?
Reverb.
Reverb. Why the hell is that coming out in mono?
I can hear it kind of bouncing back and forth. Can you?
Is that drone note that we're hearing coming from that pedal?
Yes.
Well, that's definitely going left and right. Hang on, so on your pedal itself, turn the time down and turn the mix up full. So is that the mix up full?
That is right there.
So something's going left and right. Is it the tape that's going left and right? Is everything else muted? Or that stereo's not coming from another channel, is it?
No.
Track you out, won't fucking track you back in though, will it?
See, that's stereo. Yeah, that's definitely panning left and right, the effect. It's like your reverb isn't for whatever reason. Try and modify your reverb and see if that makes that stereo. No, that's still mono. Because you've basically got two sides to this pedal. So, is it the right-hand side that's panning? Like the stretch and the tape, or what?
Okay, I turned the right side off. It's just the left side on. So I'm going to turn the right side on, turn the left side off.
So that's the left side, yeah? Just give us a thumbs up. Yeah, that's the left. So the dip switch in the middle that says in, if you flick that to the left, it could just be the way we're using this pedal. Right, that's now flicked everything to the left. And if you go to the right,
Say no.
is it? That's in the middle. So is there 3 settings on that dip switch in the center there? Can it? So it's right, middle, or left?
It's right or left. There's no middle, really.
Oh, right, okay. So why is the stereo not coming out? What's that dip switch in between your pots for? Sorry, not in between your pots, in between your selector switches.
They say in.
Yeah, see the dip switch at the very bottom of the pedal where you actually press it with your foot, but there's a dip switch in between them. What does that button do?
It goes from left to right, and I'll show you.
That's stereo. 100% that's stereo. But the reverb, for some reason, is still only in one side.
Yeah, it's only in the left ear.
So we've got everything set up right. It's just the pedal itself. You maybe just have to do a bit of research on the pedal and see what it is, because it's definitely working. We're definitely getting left and right signal from it.
You think it's supposed to be a splitter cable?
It is a splitter cable.
It is a splitter cable.
Yeah, we've got it. It was basically a TR cable.
Right.
Going from the Moog to the pedal, which is what the manual says, and then coming out of that, it's a splitter cable that's a stereo output coming from the pedal itself, which is a tip ring sleeve, into a splitter of 2 left and right, basically. Which we've got all that set up right. But when he uses the right, basically this Moog pedal, it's a bit odd because you've got 2 options with it. You've got the left channel, or the left effect, or the right effect, which at the moment, if he uses the right effect, it goes in stereo. Try and select both buttons at the same time. Press them both in. So that the lights are on above both buttons. So now we're getting nothing, no effect.
Yeah, it's like they don't want to work together.
Ah, right, okay, so you can only select one or the other. So try selecting the right-hand one.
Nothing at all with just the right. Unless I turn the switch in the center of both of them.
Yeah, try that. No.
Still strong left.
So the reverb, I wonder if that's what it is then. I wonder if that's the way this pedal works, is if you put the dip switch that's under the modifier of the reverb to the left, and the dip switch to the stretch / tape / envelope to the right, is that in stereo? Right, so your middle dip switch that's got in and that circle thing beside it, where is that positioned at the moment, on the right or the left?
It's center.
So does it have a right, a centre and a left? Is that what it's got, that switch?
Right.
Right,
Yes.
so if you switch that one over to the right, and then where's your mix knob at?
All the way up.
Ah, right, okay, put that in the centre, because I think that's a mix knob for each effect. So put it at 12 o'clock.
Yep, that's 12.
And your right pedal button is engaged. The light is on above the right switch.
Yep, green light.
Does the colour of the light change when you press it again, or is it just on and off?
Well, first off, 5 and 6 on the Tascam now light up. It's not just 5.
Yeah, but we've lost... You had stereo a minute ago and it's gone.
That's when I hit the left side of the and go to like a reverb or something.
Let me see, I'm going to watch a video here because I have no idea what this... Right, that's now left. So you're oh, shit. So chase this. That's now right, whatever you've done there.
That's moving.
Yeah, I think we've definitely got it set up right. It might just be that you're going to have to do a bit of reading up on how to get the most stereo out of that.
Right.
But it's definitely working, so we're good to go. And the thing is, you can always try a different effect as well. You can always go and plug in other effects. Because I think what you'll find is the other effects pedals that you've got will sound great through the Moog as well. Same, that's John saying it sounds the same cable you use on the microcosm for stereo, not just a split cable, one labeled split and ring. Yeah, that's exactly what this one is, John. It's like a tip ring sleeve on the mono end, or sorry, on the stereo end. It's because it's just a single stereo output jack from the pedal that then gives you two mono left and right to go into the mixer.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. This is like a freeze mode where it just takes it and it can just sequence it.
And it's going left and right. It's definitely moving around.
Yeah.
It's just, I would assume that the reverb should have been stereo. Because that would sound so much better if that was going into the reverb and the reverb was stereo. It just sounds like a panning mono sound.
Yeah, I'll deep dive in it. Let's not rack our brains too hard on it.
Sorry, Lamont, what was that?
I'll deep dive in here and not rack our brains too hard.
So when you press the pedal buttons, what color are the lights?
The left is red, the right is green.
Right, okay.
They're both active right now.
That was probably the most repetitive version of Three Blind Mice I've ever heard.
I was just gonna say that. Three blind mice. Three blind
Blind
mice.
mice.
Three
Three
blind
blind
mice.
mice. Three
In
blind mice.
In an SOS pattern.
Yeah.
Three blind
Blind
mice.
mice.
Three blind mice.
Three blind mice.
Three blind mice.
Three blind mice. Three blind mice.
I'm glad I wasn't alone there. That shit was kind of tranquil.
That was very stereo.
Figaro, Figaro, Figaro.
No one would have believed in the early part of the 19th century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless walls of space. More Richard Burton stuff voiceovers, yeah.
Can we replace the F with the N?
I'll tell you what. See on your.
Nigaro. Nigaro, Nigaro, I don't know why I had to say that. That's just fucking.
I'm
so
glad it was
wrong,
you
but
that thought of that,
right.
not me.
Yeah.
Lamont,
Yes, got that.
your
Hey.
clock knob
Yes.
in the middle of your pedal that's got
Your-
clock on it. Where's that set?
12 o'clock.
Right, turn it up to 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, something like that. 48 kilohertz, something like that. And then turn your reverb on the left, and let's see if that's stereo.
No.
So that's a much nicer reverb, but why is that not stereo?
Yeah.
Still center.
Because I'm watching a video here and that should be stereo, so why is it not? It's like mega stereo. It's like Strymon Big Sky stereo. It
Yeah, it
sounds
is.
lovely. On this video that I'm watching, it sounds superb. But that is definitely a mono reverb. And this guy's just playing a guitar into it, so it shouldn't be any different.
Is his switches located in any direction?
Right, let me have a look at his switches. Right, so what he's got is... Right, so the 3 dip switches underneath the pots. The one to the left is all the way to the left. The one in the middle is all the way to the right. The one to the right is all the way to the left. The one between the knobs looks like it's to the left, I think. So that's... Can that go to the right? Or is it only left and right? Because everything's now on the left-hand speaker. Why is that? Have you got both buttons engaged? Because he's got both buttons engaged here.
I will now. Hey, both are engaged.
And that center dip switch, whereabouts is that positioned just now?
To the far right.
Try it to the far left or in the middle. See, your reverb's still coming out in mono. Why is that? Which input are you going into? You've got I think we've got it right, but on the pedal itself, he's got the guitar going into the bottom jack on the right hand side of the pedal, and the output coming from the bottom jack on the left hand side of the pedal. Is that the same way as you've got it?
Yeah, bottom right
And bottom left.
is the Moog. Bottom left is the mixer.
Yeah, so we've got that right. Why the fuck is that not coming out in stereo? Because when it's looping, it's panning round and round in stereo, so why is the reverb not? I wonder if you can turn the reverb to mono. Chase Bliss Mood Mark 2 Mono Reverb. There's no switch on it or anything for putting it into like amp mode or...
No, there isn't.
Now it says here it's got 6 stereo settings, so it's... Yeah, I've got no idea. We should maybe look at that later because we're not really making much progress here with playing about with a pedal. We can take a look at that later on because I think we've definitely got it set up right because we were hearing it panning left and right. So we're definitely getting stereo coming out of the pedal. It's just for some reason your reverb's mono. It may well be that there's like a double click on a pedal or something that we need to do to get that to change it. But I'll do a bit of reading, see what we can find out. So where are we at now? We've got the Moog's now in 5 and 6. We could get Lamar into if we change him to 3 and 4. So take his and then just duplicate the settings on 3 and 4 that we've done on 2. And then what we'll do is we'll put your harmonica mic into 2. And then that gives Lamar a stereo channel for his pedals.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So what do I have to do with the GX? Pull out the left mono.
No, you leave that one in.
Put this in the right.
Okay.
You just put one cable into the right and then we'll put that in the mixer.
Still here.
Right, Scotty. While he's doing that,
Aye.
what else is on the list?
Right, your harmonica mic will go into channel 2. So at the moment his bass is in channel 2, you want to just move that over to channel 3. And then when his right is ready, we'll put that in channel 4.
ahead and play the bass. Play your bass and let us hear if the effects are in stereo.
Yeah, so what we need to do with channels before he plays his bass, but if he's at now, is he now in 3 and 4?
Yeah, and it's pan hard left and right for the respective channel.
And did you turn the gain and everything up to match what we had set up in 2?
Aye.
Aye, so everything's good to go. Go for it.
The Energizer's bypassed like a Christmas tree, so don't you give me too many bumps now. I believe it's the classic line.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Now, go ahead. Ooh, sounds so much wider and brighter.
Oh, hello.
Nigaro, Nigaro, Nigaro.
That's sounding a bit better, Lamar, eh?
That sounds alright, doesn't it? Oh, God, man.
Okay.
So your harmonica mic will now go into number 2 where the bass was.
Oh, shit. The bass is in number 2 and 3.
No, it should be in 3 and 4.
3, 4, I'm a twat.
Yeah, I know. I'll let you off.
Yeah, it's bank holiday Monday after all.
I heard that go down your gullet there.
Yeah, it went down hard.
I heard
That's
that.
a
I heard-
hard-ass
yeah,
swallow.
I heard that shit in your fucking. I heard it in your large intestines.
Yeah, thirsty work, my friends. Thirsty work.
See you later, prom.
Later, prom. Oi, Robbie's in the house.
He is indeed.
Okay. Harmonica mic goes into 2.
Yeah. And I think once that's in there, that is the 24 done, and then it's just a case of plugging in effects and things into and sends. We'll have to get sends done.
So what are you thinking? You want to do that? You want to attack that tomorrow and get some rest today?
No, fuck that. Get it done.
Scotty says we're going hard. We're going wet.
I'm taking a
No
leaf out.
faux
I'm-
long.
I'm
How many
ta-
glasses you had, Rob?
I'm taking a leaf out of Mad's book. If I can crack the whip and let's get this done.
Okay, what's next?
So have you got the acoustics in 1, the mics in 2, now Lamar's bass is in 3 and 4,
Aye.
and 3 is panned left, 4 is panned right.
Aye.
Oh, you fucking got this nailed. So we're now finished in 24. We can move to the Model 16.
Aye.
And in channel 1 of the Model 16 is your hand drum.
Okay.
Okay.
Hand drum.
That's my Scottish accent, kid.
Yeah, he spells in a Scottish accent. It's
He
pretty good,
does,
isn't it?
aye.
Ooh, tension.
Catch you later, Chris.
See you later, Chris, mate.
See you, Crest. I didn't even know Crest was here. I thought he was
say.
at Hardware Jams.
Yeah, I didn't know he was. Maybe he's just bouncing back and forth.
Marilyn, if you can hear me, did the RCA cables come from Amazon? I know you're monitoring. You just lurk. You're lurking, gherkin. Okay, that mic is in for the drums. What's next?
Right. The Lyra 8 goes into channel 2.
Is that a balanced?
You can do, yeah. Keeps the noise down. Gives you a bit more volume if it is balanced as well, so.
I guess I need to find the habit first because it needs to go through the habit first.
What does the Lyra?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Don't worry about it.
It's the main squeeze of the Lyra.
Don't worry about it. We've got options here, so don't worry about it. Just put the Lyra straight into channel 2.
Okay.
Because what we can do is we can put a send from the Model 16 to that effect. Because we've got some empty channels that we can return it as well. Do, 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 do.
So we're not going to be able to hear anything out of the 16 because we're not connected, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So we can just get everything cabled in just now and we'll...
Okay, what's next?
Next one. So hand drum, then Lyra 8. The next one's the East Beast. Just put that in mono as well because we could send that anywhere via a send if we need to. Catch you later, Robbie.
See you, Robbie. That makes putting cables in fun, Kent. I thought I was.
I'm just
I
doing
thought
what
I
he was doing.
I thought I was stuck in a movie here about wire management and putting power to things.
Good learning. It's very good learning.
Okay, what else are we on to?
You ready for the next? The next one will be empty, empty, empty for 4, 5, and 6. 7, 8 will be the Strymon Volante outputs.
Okay, the Volante will be sidelined, and I'm going to do the night sky.
The night skies. All right, okay, that's in 9 and 10 then. Oh yeah, because you were going to do the microcosm instead of the Volante, weren't you?
Right.
To 1, is it too late for one more beer?
Nah. Kidding, aren't you? It's got to be 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, that's true.
Okay, left and right.
Left and right outputs from your night sky to 9 and 10 on the Model 16. And then 9 and 10 need pan left and right on the Model 16 as well.
Power supply for the Strymon night sky.
Getting
You're right.
crowded in there again now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't take long, does it?
No.
I'll be back in a sec.
Right, bud.
That kind of reminds me of that Han score for the Da Vinci Code.
It's the hand score from Dunkirk.
Yeah, I'm
Or
just
one
saying,
of them.
It
One of
reminds
them.
me of the Da Vinci Code. You
Yeah.
know the one I'm talking about? It has the little hook to it, the little melody.
I'm trying to place it.
I play it all the time. I'll send it to you.
Because another thing he did that was clever was, I think he's clever. Where he goes, if I can remember. That.
Yeah, great chord change, that, isn't it?
Yeah. So everything says screams out that it should go when it goes from there.
It should go to a minor, but it jumps up to a major.
Yeah. If anything, it's still the same note. It should stay the same note, but by doing that, it's the perfect lead into the F.
Yeah.
It's little things like that. Always put an alternate bass note in wherever you possibly can, so you've got plenty of variation. Mentioned that the other day, didn't we?
Yep, I'm
When
taking
that come
notes.
up. Yeah, good man, good man. But his Inception chords, where he just plays a bass note that shouldn't work. It shouldn't work because it's literally the bass note is at that, and then the root note within the chord is that.
It's bizarre, eh?
Right, and yet when you do it,
It just sounds eerie.
it comes up on the fourth chord here. It shouldn't work. Look. But it.
But it does.
So he's got this. So, I don't get it. I don't get it. Clever bugger.
Yeah, very, very. That's why he is where he is now.
Well, yeah. Absolutely. So I'm always pinching any of his little tricks that I notice. I'm trying to think. What's that lead he did? Oh God, I'm trying to remember it now.
Where the hell was that coming
Oh yeah.
from?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, it's a very similar style thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Da Vinci one, isn't it? But that theme he had in Kung Fu Panda was pretty sweet.
Where's this music coming from?
Lamar, probably.
Watch you don't get a copy strike.
That's why I hurry up and took it off.
I always found they're not particularly hot on that.
Oh, was that the one from
Da Vinci Code.
Da
That's
Vinci
Da
Code
Vinci
that you were
Code, yeah.
speaking about? Yeah.
I played a beautiful rendition of Blade Runner on a live stream. Nothing. And I mean, honestly, you couldn't. Well, you could tell the difference, but it was so close. It was scary.
Yeah.
Because I used a VP330 and a CS80, So there's no problems with getting the sounds right there, you know. And then had all these other bits to do all the whooshy bits and clinking and clankings and stuff like that in the background. And it wasn't bad rendition. But do you know what the hardest cover I've ever done in my life is?
What's that?
The theme to the Pink Panther.
Really?
Honest to God, it is so complex.
Tell me about it.
And
Mancini is a motherfucker.
I do the trumpet part. I don't play the bass, particularly the bass part. I do what everybody knows, da-da, da-da, on the bass.
Yeah,
But that's not the actual bass section. That's the trumpet section.
Yeah, I mean, the upright bass line is...
Yeah, the bass line is...
Yeah, it gets really... But what is really complex on it, of all things, when it goes into the bit where the sax goes into its sort of like its jazz lead, it's what the strings are doing behind it. Is nuts, absolutely nuts.
It starts off chromatically, I believe. I think it's starts off in C sharp. I have to check.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, something like that. No. So I did a cover of it, stuck it on my SoundCloud, and people go, "Yeah, that's all right." And it was like it took me hours.
Yeah.
And the amount of retakes where I got one note in the bass line wrong, went, "Oh, fucking hell," you know. Yeah, that's the bit. Is it?
I don't know. It's been so long. I'm trying to figure it out. What was it? I don't remember that.
I must admit, Paul, I would have liked access to the sheet music of it, but then again, it wouldn't have made any difference because I can't read music. But at least I could try and, if there was a note that was bugging me, I could have a look and see whatever that note is, and look up in the book what that note is and go, oh, it's an F sharp, you know, or something like that. Yeah, well, I mean, Henry Mancini did some stunning themes in his time, as did Morricone, and Hans, and David Arnold. Who was the chappie who died quite young? Did Star Trek 2?
I'm not sure.
Oh, God. Because Star Trek, the score to Star Trek 2 is very good. Really good. One of the better ones, actually. James Horner.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I think he died quite young. Or, you know, before his time, anyway. there it is, look. It's got the link to the sheet music. I'll be honest with you, Paul. I'm not quite sure I'd ever want to try and take it on again. To be honest. Although I should, because I've got much better sample libraries now. But then, is there any point in recreating it and making it sound exactly like the original?
Yeah.
Because then you go, well, you got the original. Why did you do this? Well, it's good exercise, I must admit. And you remember things, and you go, oh, that's nice. I might use that kind of technique in this or on that track or something like that. He died in 2015, yeah, that's right. But I don't think he was old, was he? Well, you know, he wasn't 80 or he might have been about 45 or 50 or something like that. So quite young. Well, compared to me, quite young, anyway. Oh, I'll get Clever Cloaks over there. Playing the bass guitar polyphonically. Smiles. He was never 62, was he? I was born 53. Oh God. Oh great. Yeah, that's why I'm saying he was young then, the same age as me.
Okay.
Ah.
The collider, the night sky, and the microcosm are all connected the way I saw the diagram. Lyra 8 is connected. East Beast is connected. The color palette is not.
Right, hang on. Let me see where we're at. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Not there. Too many windows on my screen at the moment. Fuck me.
Get a 48-inch monitor, mate.
Where's that gone? I've got a 48-inch monitor and there's still not enough space.
No, it's true. Especially if I got my Cubase fired up. It's like, it's just bloody windows everywhere. Effects racks and God, mate.
But I do got to say, this is fun hanging out with you guys in chat and just doing this. You know, I couldn't think of a better time to spend my time. A better way to spend my time.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? It just goes to show how sad we all are, because we're sitting here for 6 hours watching you fuck around in a shed with a load of cables.
But I would be doing the same if it was someone else.
listening to Scott going, right, try that. Yeah. Well, that should be stereo.
Yeah.
Why isn't that stereo?
For those that are for those of you that are here, I'm sorry I'm not looking at chat, but I would like to believe I would be sitting here doing the exact same thing. Because you never know where you find something you can learn.
Yeah, you're the guy doing stuff, so yeah.
So just to double check with you, so in 7 and 8, you don't have the Volante, you've got the microcosm, is that right? Because we need to remember this so that when you're labeling your mixer in this 16, because I'll update the paperwork here so that we know how to label everything.
Now, would you believe I did a couple of keyboards for James Horner, but they had gone back before he passed.
Because the Chase Bliss mood that I had in 13/14, we're now using on the 24, because you've got your Moog going into that, and we've got that in 5 and 6 on the 24.
If you look at the Collider and the Strymon Night Sky.
Yeah, the Collider should be 11 and 12. The Strymon Night Sky should be 9 and 10.
See, look, your man's getting shit done. while listening to the
And
stream.
where the Volante would have been,
Getting
the
on with life.
Collider is now in its place.
Oh, right, okay.
And now I'm working on getting the color palette a slot, which will be where.
Well, what was the one that your Lyra 8 needs to go into?
You had me put the Lyra 8 in number 2 on the 16th.
Aha, but you said there was an effect that goes with.
The Chase Bliss Habit.
Right, so we need to get the Chase Bliss habit in there first so that you've got so we need to put a send from this mixer. So you, at the moment, we've got the Collider in 7 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
What's in 11 and 12? Nothing.
11 and 12 would be the microcosm.
Is that connected up now, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Oh
Let me
God,
just
yeah, all the time, mate.
let me just go and change
All the
this here
time.
in the drawing, because I'm going to lose track where everything is if things are going in different places here. 2 seconds. So right, microcosm left and microcosm right. It's an 11 and 12. Strymon Night Sky is in 9 and 10, and your Collider you said was in 7 and 8, yeah?
Correct.
Collider right and Collider left.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? When you put in new tactiles.
Right, so what you can do then is your outputs from your whatever the pedal was you wanted to use for your Lyra 8. Because I'm assuming that's a stereo pedal, is it?
The Lyra 8
Yeah, your Lyra 8, you said there was an effect that needs to go
to
with
the
that.
Chase Bliss Habit, which
Right.
yeah.
So that could go into, so the outputs from the Chase Bliss habit could go into channels 5 and 6 on
So
the
I don't-
Model 16.
I don't have another one of those RCA double. Or
Is that a stereo thing that comes out of that Chase Bliss again?
I have no idea, but it was sounding good the way it was set up. But you're gonna tell me, I guess. The Chase Bliss stereo. Hang on.
Yeah.
It is a stereo pedal. Or
Right, and
it can
is-
be.
Is it only a stereo in and like a single jack stereo in and single jack stereo out again? The same as the other pedal.
I'm thinking it's gonna be the same as the other pedal. I'm gonna go get it. Be right back.
Okay.
That's right.
Excuse me.
Okay, so it says it has a in and out only, and the rest is a tap, MIDI, and expression CV.
So what pedal is that, did you say?
The Habit.
It's
But-
Chase Bliss again, yeah?
Yeah, but look what I found.
Another cable, stereo to mono.
Yeah.
Stereo to 2 mono.
Yes,
So Chase
because that's what I was using for the Solar 42. I forgot.
Habit. Stereo. Input. Output.
God damn, Kent, that's beautiful.
Chase Bliss pedals. Brothers, clean, onward. Mood. Habit. Here we go. It's a yellow thing, is it? Yeah.
Okay, Lamar's going to bounce out of here. He's tired.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he's been up after clock as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
No, even I can't remember the end of my own fucking song.
Right, here's a question for you while I'm just on the Chase Bliss website here. On the back of your other Chase Bliss pedal that we were trying to get stereo, is there dip switches on that like there is on the back of this one as well?
Yes,
Is the spread switched on? Or is it off?
it's on.
What about your other pedal that we were trying to get stereo on? Is that got the same dip switches on the back? Was the spread on that? Or was it off?
Was there spread on that? Let me see.
Because I didn't realise there was dip switches on the back of this.
Yeah, that's
Did
why I
you
was telling you there are dip switches. That's where the Mizo was.
Oh, was it? Right, okay.
Nighty night, boys. I'm out of here. I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
Nah, night, Lamar.
You take care, mate.
Yep, I'm gonna go shut my face off. Turn that motherfucker right off.
Yeah. Mush, disengage.
Disengage. Chaser.
I'll tell you what I've noticed. The channels that the 80 are on are still crackling, even though the bugger's turned off.
So it's maybe the cable.
It might be elsewhere, yes. Back off the mixer.
Yeah, the spread is on the Mood Mark II as well.
Why the fuck is that not stereo? That's doing my head in. Right, anyway, so this one, is it stereo? Let me see the... Decline cookies. Right, right, okay, so this pedal that you use for the Lyra is only mono in and mono out anyway.
Okay.
So you could basically just put that, so where your Lyra 8 is going into the mixing desk at the moment, So you would pull the cable out of channel 2 on the 16 and put that to the input of this pedal. Or you can pull it out the Lyra 8 and put it to the output of that pedal, whatever way you want to go. So wherever your Lyra 8 is at the moment, coming from the Lyra 8 and going into channel 2 of 16, yeah?
Right.
Right, so if you pull, this will be the quickest way. If you go to channel 2 and just pull the jack out of there, or have you routed the cable? Yeah. Is it easier to take the cable from the Lyra 8 and put it into the output of this pedal?
Yes.
Do that then. Just do that. And then what you'll need to do is go from the Lyra 8 to the input of this pedal once you've put this in the output. I just assumed the effect would be stereo.
Where's it the ones underneath?
This is the time I wish I had another 2-foot stereo. Wait, I do.
You don't need a stereo cable here. You just need two monos.
But would it matter if I did?
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
Yeah, all you want is a mono cable. They don't have to be balanced, but if they're balanced, it's fine.
Okay, because I have some balanced ones that are really short that would work great right
Go
now.
for that then. Just take a balanced one so it goes from your Lyra 8 to the input of this pedal, and then that cable that you've got that's coming from channel 2, just put that in the output of your pedal. Yeah, that's that crackling definitely, Kent, coming from there. Maybe the cable itself, is it?
Well, that's not a good sign. All I did was move the cable.
Yeah, so it must be the cable.
Yeah, there's something else going on there. Well, I'm glad it isn't the 80, because sometimes it takes weeks to find the crackle.
I know a good keyboard tech that could fix a cable for you.
Oh, you got his number?
Yeah, I'll give you it on Facebook.
Oh,
sure his second name's Spong.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's a coincidence.
He's so fucking straight faced with that shit. Oh my god.
That's a coincidence. Twat.
Well, it happens.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Not with a spong.
No, I think the only place you find spongs is Norway, I think.
Is that where it originates? Is it a
Apparently,
Norwegian
yeah.
name? Yeah.
Apparently it means small mud bridge.
Does it?
Yeah, apparently. Amongst other things. It also means, I think in Gaelic, it means chief or something.
It used to be a bit of a derogatory term in Scotland.
Yeah.
Like if you were a bit of an idiot at school, people would say, "Oh, he's a bit of a spong."
Oh yeah, didn't I find out?
Oh, did you? Was it the same down in England?
Oh, yeah. Being at school, being called. Well, first of all, being called Kent. So I'm named after a county. In there, no, it's Kent means chief in Gaelic. Do beg your pardon. But as far as the kids around South London are concerned, I'm named after a county, and it's literally the smell of shit. You know,
for fuck's sake.
So
sounds great.
Yeah. I think that's why I adopted comedy, because I wasn't very good at fighting.
Yeah, comedy's always a good way to get out.
So I'd always find something
yeah.
to take the piss out of their name, shut them up, sort of thing.
What are you looking for, Lamont?
I'm looking for another power supply for my Pacer Nectar. Okay, that's for MIDI stuff anyways. I could do that by myself.
Famous last words.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, the color palette. Should I just put that into...
Right, so the colour palette. What we're going to have to watch for here, because you've obviously got this thing coming from Kent as well. that we're going to
Yeah.
need to squeeze in there somewhere.
I
Oh,
could
she's
take
not
the,
very big.
I could put the color palette into the 505 along with the VT4s and still have enough room for one more instrument.
What is the color palette? What's that? Is it a synth? Is it an effect?
Oh, I say. Oh, there's like a plingy plink plinky plink thing.
So
Oh,
what
nice.
is that? Is that it's an actual instrument?
Yeah.
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 And is that mono? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So what's the two jacks coming out of the back of that for? Let me have a look at that.
One is mono and one is the power supply.
Ah. Right. Well, you can put your color palette, because I didn't have that written down. I didn't. You'd maybe forgotten about that when you were giving me the list, but we could
No,
put that.
you wrote it down. You even
No,
said it
I
wrong.
didn't have-
You said Lani Kunto.
Lani Kinto, is that what that was?
Yeah.
See, I maybe thought that was an effect. I think I've maybe had that written down in effects. And I was searching for it and couldn't find it at all online, and that'll be why. Yeah, Laney Kinto or something. Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. So you can put that into channel 4 on the 16 then.
You sure? Because the zeros come in, and I could easily put this in the 505 and loop it out of there if I needed to.
Yeah, do that. If you want to do that, go for that. Do 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 do. Let me just check off this list here. It's pretty good that we've managed to do this and still have spare channels, to be honest. Hydra's done, Sub 37's done, Wave State's done, 707's done, TR8S is done, Solar's done, the Lyra's done, East Beast's done, GX100's in stereo. Change that. Collider is done. Volante we can get done still. Columbus is done. Chase Bliss Mood is done, I think.
That's the Lani cat, though.
I thought I used a lot of reverb.
Where's the reverb coming from for that?
It's built in.
Oh, it's
Bloody
built
hell.
in.
That's a nice reverb then.
Is that channel that you're going into on the... Well, you got that going into the 505?
Yeah, one of the instruments. I could throw in 4 instruments, so that's
might-
where...
It's panned a bit to the right at the moment. You might want to just center that channel that you've got it going into on the 505.
So that's where I'm going to have to do some diving.
Or you don't know how to pan these yet.
No, because it's an instrument, and let me see.
What is it, a menu dive thing, is it?
It'll be in there'll be some sort of setting in the 505 where you can
Yeah.
change the... Yeah, it's definitely heavy on
That's
the right.
funny. All of the faders are down. So how am I still hearing this thing?
If it's sending to an effect, it's maybe not going via the fader, it's maybe a send to an effect inside the 505 or something, is it? Or is the effect, you said the effect's from the machine itself?
Yeah, it's from the machine itself, but how am I hearing it with all of the faders down?
Isn't assigned to a fader?
I don't think so. I just plugged it into the
Yeah, because if it isn't assigned to a fader, then turn the faders won't make any difference. Just go straight in, straight out.
Okay, well then, how do I go
In software, you can probably assign that audio into a fader channel.
So would it be a global setting then?
No, I think it'd be more of a particular channel setup for it. Hard to say. I'm guessing. I wouldn't know, to be honest. Just basing it on other stuff of it to mess around with.
So in 5 and 6 we have. Fuck off. What pedal did you have on the Moog Sub 37?
The Mood Mark II Chase Bliss.
Mark II. I'll be right back. I need to go and visit the ladies' room.
Point Percy at the porcelain.
Yeah, see, I have pan options on the track, but this sound is not tied to the track, to any tracks.
Hmm.
It might just be a bit of reading you need to do on the 505 later on.
I think I'm gonna hit up Recon. He's like the 505 loop guy.
Hmm.
It's the GX100 that Mars got, isn't it?
Yeah.
GX100. So we got other things that we're still needing to hook in just now.
Yeah, I know the missus is going to want to eat dinner here soon too. I think that's probably it for all the audio. I think the rest must be MIDI. Oh, that cable came for
Connecting the mixers.
mixer. Let me go run and get that so we can get that talking.
Well, you should have two of them, shouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So because we can use that. You've got one that will go from the 16 into the
24.
The 24, and then the other one, you could use on the 16 Bluetooth channel, and you could get your Volante into there. So whenever you're not using Bluetooth, you've got the use of your Volante in stereo as well.
Yeah, but if I ever need the Volante, Scotty, to be honest, I would just pull one of these guys that are already hooked up.
Okay, it will just be an empty
Because
channel you've got.
It's such a specific sound to want to use the Volante and the tape delay. I would have to know, oh, this is a track where I absolutely need this.
Yeah. Yeah, if that's the way you want it, it's your setup. It's cool.
Yeah, and it's very easy. It's like it's right here. All it is pull 3 cables.
Yeah.
Put it into the Volante. They both share the same power source. Easy swap.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like buying Strymon stuff, because you can just plug one power source up and they're going to feed it just fine. All right, let me run and get these cables so we can hook the 16 up and see if everything is talking. And then tomorrow I'm going to hook up all of the MIDI.
Yep.
Which I got all of that labeled and tagged. So that's going to be quick. And then we can see how everything flows from there.
That should be fine.
Mm.
The thing we need to remember is when we're going back into Ableton to record.
Oh, the aggregate stuff is going to be
No,
different.
no, we shouldn't be. This shouldn't mess with your aggregate stuff at all.
Okay.
Because what we've done is we've left that Ableton return channel just the same, but we will have to rename what your outputs and stuff are, so we know where things are when you're sending to or you're receiving from.
Yeah.
But when you're recording anything from like if you want to record, say, the hand drum in Ableton or something like that, everything that's connected to the 16 will come through channels 21 and 22 on your 24. So in Ableton, what you would do to record anything from the 16 is just activate 21 and 22, and then you just mono, like you just mute everything else and basically solo whatever instrument it is in the 16 you want to record and play it, and it'll go through that. It'll basically come out of the 16 into channel 2, out of into channel 21 and 22, and then it will be recorded via channel 21 and 22 on your model 24, if that makes sense. So if you want to, for argument's sake, if you wanted to record the hand drum, you would just mute every other channel and just have the hand drum channel on the 16 unmuted, which is channel 1, and then record through tracks or channel 21 and 22 on the 24.
So what I would suggest is when we get into Ableton, we just practice doing that.
Yeah.
You know, I'll pick it up pretty quick.
You will do, yeah.
Yeah.
And once you've got, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to commit some of your effects down to audio in Ableton as well, because you've got a fantastic selection of effects there, eh?
Yeah.
That's how I thought. Well, if you've got spare channels there, just whatever ones that you've got left, just get them in, get them into the empty channels, because you've got them available then.
Right.
But it's entirely your call, because at the moment, if you don't put the Volante into 13 and 14, you've got one stereo channel, which is the Bluetooth one, left in the 16, and you've got 3 mono left in the 16.
Mm-hmm.
So it's entirely up to you. You can leave them empty, and they're just spare channels for you to use for something else when you buy yourself a Poly Boot 12 or something.
Fuck yeah, that'd be the only thing. But to be honest, I don't need any more synths. Like, these things can do everything I want them to do.
Exactly.
And I'm still learning, so
yeah,
it'd be foolish to buy something
Oh
else
yeah,
right
I
now.
was only joking with that one.
But I do want that cream dream. Don't get me wrong, Scotty. I just right now too. I'm like, where would I even put the motherfucker?
Yeah, it's a big beast as well, eh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you got the cream dream, you just find a way. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab those RC cables and turn the 16 on.
Cool. Christ, I forgot about chat. How's everybody in the chat? Where's everyone? Where's my chat gone? $15 left. Wow. You're still here. I hope people have found this relatively interesting anyway, as long as it's not been too boring. Two seconds, Paul, just check.
We're just about done. Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Did I what? Did I unplug lights?
Come on in. I'm going to say that.
Out of the 16 with the RCA, and then where? Into
Yeah, so your 16 comes, no, it doesn't come out of this, the RCA on the 16. What it does is it comes out of, let me get this drawn open again. It comes, oh, see, this is maybe where this is going to fuck this up again. Well, we'll soon find out. Because I'd said 2 jack to RCA cables because we were coming out the control room from the, which should be normal. Well, what we can do is we can put all the channels into sub out. Yeah. Okay, so what to do is if you come out of the sub out on the 16
okay.
with the jacks,
Okay.
so it's sub left and right, and what we'll need to do is we'll need to change all the channels to sub.
change all of the 16 to sub, or
Yeah, yeah, we're going to have to change them all because, it might actually be worth trying it with that control room in this mixer and see if we get the same thing if it's in mono. And if it is in mono, so if we come out of the control room just now in the 16, so you've got your control room left, control room right. If we come out of that, and if it doesn't work, then we'll use the sub outputs.
You could go.
And then your RCAs go into channels 21 and 22 on your, so it's basically your Bluetooth channel on the 24.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yep, there was audio came through there.
Yep, I had a little.
I could hear a click.
Yep.
Now, what you want to do is just play either the Lyra 8 or the East Beast, whatever one you want. Well, there was audio from that when you switched that on as well. I could hear that.
Oh, I hear it.
Yep. Is that sounding right?
It's the Lyra 8. It always sounds right.
Is it always a bit
Sure
weird,
enough.
is it? It's a bit of a weird
It,
instrument.
They
it,
are
ne- it
very-
never sounds wrong or right.
Is there a bit of machine noise in that coming from
It
that
sounds like it's
mixer?
breaking up or something. It's
Yeah, it is. I think he's doing something over there though.
Does that sound normal to you, Lamont? Yeah.
I suspect not. No, because it's breaking up a little bit.
Now, have you got the blue? Have you got just question? Have you got the Bluetooth switched off on your 24?
Did you hear him?
Have you got the Bluetooth switched off on your 24 so that it's just
On the 24, not the 16. It's muted.
everything was sounding right, but now I just need to add my collider effects to it.
It was cutting out a little bit. Did you not?
No, that's what the habit does. It
Oh, that was the.
makes it.
Okay.
I got certain settings on there that just completely cuts it, and it just does weird shit. But I'm missing my reverb.
yeah. Well, this is where it's going to start falling on its arse. Then what can we? Well. Because your collider reverb is going to be on a send now, because yeah, that's going to be on send 1 from your. I'll tell you, have you set up the send cables from the one sends 1, 2, and 3 on the 24? Did you put them into the collider, the night sky, and the? So basically, above your control room that we had a nightmare trying to get the stereo out of on the 24, there's 3 jack sockets. One is monitor 1, one's monitor 2, and the other one's effects.
Right.
Is there jacks in them yet?
Yeah, collider, night sky, and
Right. So what you would need to do then, if you want collider on. See, that's not. Is it going to work? No, that's not going to work. See, if there's specific things that you need to have the collider on, we're going to have to sacrifice it. If you want something to go, anything to go through the collider, it's going to have to be. We could put that through the collider, but the collider's on the 16 as well. So what we'd end up doing is putting the collider back through on itself if we turn up the. Because we've got the 16 coming in on 21 and 22 on your model 24, we could send to that collider with a synth, but because the collider is on that same mixing desk, it's going to start sending back to itself as well.
Yeah.
Because you're sending everything that's coming from the 16 into there. I wasn't aware that your Lyra 8 had to go through the collider. So if the only other thing you could do...
that was because the way I was set up before, the collider was my master effect. So I had my Lyra 8 in there, and I could just turn up on Mon 1 or Monitor 2, and that would send in my effects.
But as it was before, everything was in mono.
Yes.
So to get it working in stereo, it's things like, to me, if it was me that was saying it, I would be saying, well, acoustic guitar, how often do you play that live? Does it need to be in the 24/7? Harmonica mic, yes, because you use that a lot. But your acoustic guitar, you could just plug into a socket whenever you need to record the acoustic guitar. Or you could plug that into the 16, the acoustic guitar, and use that through the 16. Right. And have your Lyra 8 plugged into channel 1 on your 24. If that makes sense. Because to have everything connected into your mixers 24/7, you're kind of, it's going to end up tying you in knots that you've just not got enough channels to do it, basically. Or if you want to, everything's in mono, which you really don't want.
You got 2 Tascams and you don't have enough channels. That's insane.
No, he's got enough channels with the 2 Tascams, but what the problem is to send to effects. All the sends will be from the 24. You can't send from the 16 as well as the 16.4. The 24, sorry.
Oh.
What's what happened there? What was that?
That was intense. That
I
sounded
don't know
like
why
a
it's
battle.
doing that, to be honest.
Are you putting the send up on the 24 channels? Channels 21, 22?
Channels 21 and 22.
Right, so what did you do there to send that effect to that?
I just turned up the knob for the collider, which would be
George
Monitor
G's.
1.
George G's, what was that? It sounds sick.
Monitor 1 is for the collider. So I just turned it up.
Monitor 1 is for
Actually,
the
I didn't
collider.
even turn it up. I
It's
just
one of the
turned
reasons why I stopped
I turned the
servicing
collider
so
on.
much stuff. Because you can never tell if it's bloody fixed or not.
Monitor 1
Seriously.
is the collider.
Yeah, what?
Right, hang on. So we've got on your 24. Where is your orange? You've got aux sends, monitor 1 and monitor 2.
Right.
You've just turned monitor 1 up on that.
Yep.
Right, that's not where I'm on about on channels 21 and 22.
Oh, channels 21 and 22.
Where are they buttons? Because at the moment all your aux buttons on every channel need to be down on the 24. Because that sounds like there's a loop going on there somewhere.
Uncle Crumman saying no mixer jam. Okay, all the auxes are down. All the monitors 1 and 2 are down.
So is there a feedback button on your whatever pedal that is that we're going through? I lose track with it all because it's not my kit.
Yeah.
The collider pedal. If there's a feedback knob on that, turn the feedback knob all the way down. There you go. That's gone. Yeah, so if your feedback's up full, what will happen is it just keeps looping forever.
But now, is the solar working?
I forgot when I pulled all this stuff out of the box, just all the knobs got tweaked.
They'll all be moved, yeah.
Yeah.
Discombobulated.
Yeah, that's the word.
That's the word of the day. Discombobulated.
Hello, Mads, by the way.
Hi, I'm back.
I would like to say this has been easy, but it hasn't.
Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock here. He's been at it for quite some time, so I knew it wasn't easy.
Mm.
Yeah, that sounds like the feedback's up on your pedal.
And it's not. It's like literally barely up.
If you want, turn up your master and I'll work the faders on this end. That did it.
I have no idea. I just turned the pedal off. That's why.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh.
Right, so let me double check with you here. So all your auxes on all the channels on the 24, including the one that's above the sub, are all turned down. All the orange knobs are all completely turned to the left.
Yes,
Every
Jesus.
single one of them.
Confirmed.
So why the frick is that doing that then?
Mm.
And the gain is all the way down on number 1.
And the gain is all the way down on 1. Well, you said you just turned off the pedal. Maybe.
You can still hear it regardless. The gain has just always been down all the way.
So, okay, so if you turn down... Now,
But take in mind, that pedal is not on right now.
yeah, so... After fader...
Do you want me to turn the auxiliaries down on the 16 as well?
Turn all the auxes on both mixers down, yeah. Just turn them all down to... One and two, EQ and bypass.
Why did I hear you do that?
Do what?
On the headsets, why did I hear you turn that stuff down? Like if there was like some mic or something over there connected. Yeah, I can literally hear you do that.
Yeah, same here.
That shouldn't be the case, right?
I would have thought so.
Yeah, I can literally hear you doing that.
It's maybe wobbling against.
headset.
Is the mixer wobbling against the wall a little bit?
But no.
When I do it, the EQ jumps too.
Yeah, see, like if there's an internal mic or something. And I have my, but I have.
I see. It was my drum, my magnet drum mic.
Oh,
Ah.
see. No. I knew I was like, I should
Solving
not
one
be
problem
hearing
at
that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's funny how
why?
you get used to your own noises in your own
Yeah,
rooms.
I'm
I
like,
would never even have picked up on that one.
I was like, that's not normal.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Well, it was weird because Kent heard it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that?
You know his deaf ass can't hear shit.
Well, he hears just in mono.
Right, I'll tell you what we can try. If we
Particularly
try,
this
and
week.
if you turn the send on,
Babe. Can you hand me something real quick? Yeah, take your time.
Tell him the collider is on 11 and 12.
Collider's on 11 and 12.
Collider's on 11 and 12.
Someone's asking about it, so I want to.
11 and 12 of which mixer?
16.
16.
So it's no.
Jack was asking if it was working.
Right. So what I would be trying just now is, where have you got your lyra plugged into?
The lyra is now plugged
To
into
the 24.
24, number 1.
Channel 1 on the 24.
You had us move it from the 16.
Yeah, so you have got the aux send on channel 1 on the Model 24 turned up, yeah?
No, I turned everything down.
Right, so if you switch that pedal on,
Okay?
your collider pedal,
Back. We're on.
It's on.
And the feedback
And-
is like barely up.
and it's feeding back on itself.
Feedback.
So why is that doing that? Why is it feeding back on itself?
It's actually feeding back machine noise on itself.
Right? Because it's possessed.
Where the fuck is that coming from?
That's what machines do when they're possessed.
And it's not a setting on the box.
He's checking right now.
Right, I'll tell you what to do is forget the collider just now and try and turn send 2 up on channel 1. Turn send 1 down and send 2 up. And we'll try to send to the night sky and see if it's doing the same thing.
Okay.
Is night sky switched on? Because I'm not hearing anything from the night sky. Is the mix turned up full on the night sky? Is it definitely connected into channels? You haven't muted the channels that it's going into, which is 9 and 10 on the 16.
No, they're not muted.
So why are we not hearing the night sky?
It sounds like the Lyra's having an argument with herself.
Yeah, I think what we need to do. This is fucking weird.
Yeah, doesn't it sound like she's having a fucking conversation with herself?
What's that that's coming through? Well, that's Kent playing.
No, yes.
Uncle Chrome can do something with this noise that's happening right now.
Yeah, sounds like the clangers on acid.
Yeah.
I'm lost here. What the fuck is going on?
No.
Sounds like they're saying we don't know either.
Ah, right, okay. So, oh no, so that's...
Sounds like two old ladies in the supermarket arguing over a ham. No, it's my ham. I saw it first. Lady, it's my ham.
Charlie Brown is
Yes.
Oh, must be hot in here. My coffee's evaporated.
Uh-oh. I mean,
Why are we not hearing?
if there's anything good that came out of this, is it's making pretty cool noise.
Mm. Mind you, you could drop it on the floor and it make a cool
Sounds
noise,
like I've got
yeah.
mosquitoes flying around my head.
Right?
The argument's getting heated now.
Yeah, it is. Someone's pissed. Oh, I know. It's because Scotty called them mosquitoes.
Is that the effect coming through now, Lamont, or are you just...
No, I'm just playing with the light.
Ah, right, okay.
He's having fun.
I don't understand why this is doing that. Right, if we can... I think we're needing to double check the cable in here. Yeah, I think if we can check the cable that's coming out of monitor 2 on the 24 and make sure it's going to the left input of the Strymon Night Sky. Because we should be getting that Strymon Night Sky, and then what we need to check is make sure that the Strymon Night Sky is definitely coming into the 16, because we should be getting that coming through there. It's all connected, right?
Would you like it on line or instrument?
Line or instrument?
Line.
Line.
And then the outputs from the Night Strymon Big Sky, left out and right out, are definitely going into the 16. On channels 9 and 10, I've got it here.
9 and 10.
And 9 and 10 is not muted.
No.
And 9 and 10, the gain is at 0, 11 o'clock.
Right,
Nine.
we're coming out of this control room left and right again on the 16, aren't we?
Yeah.
Let's try coming out of that sub output. So left control room to left sub, right control room to right sub. And then we'll switch all the subs on the channels.
The subs are already on. Oh, I heard that. Oh, now stuff's getting louder. Oh, something got super loud real quick. Oh, okay.
What would you like me to do, Scotty?
So now if you play your lyra,
And then put one
And
hand on your
sense-
head and do 5 jumping jacks.
and try and do the send from the lyra to the Strymon, so it would be number 2 send. Still not hearing any effect. Right, try send 1. Turn send 2 down and send 1 up. But watch, because it might feed back again, and if it feeds back, just turn that send all the way down again. Yeah, it's feeding back. Why the fuck is it doing that?
Should the Mon 2 be up on the 16 or no?
Mon 2, what's Mon 2?
Monitor 2, or should any of the yellow knobs be up on?
Oh yeah, yeah, on the 16.
Yeah.
Right, monitor 1 and monitor 2 on the 24 should be sitting at 0 dB. And on the 16, I don't think it matters, to be honest.
Okay, so none of the yellow knobs matter on the 16.
But they do on the 24, so they need to be at 0.
They're all at 0.
And is the AFL buttons pressed in on monitors 1 and 2 or not?
Yes, they are.
Switch them off and see if that makes any difference. Now we're...
No.
What's that that's coming through? Is that the reverb?
It was feeding back again.
Why the fuck's it feeding back? So it's not even looping back on itself.
Well, we have all of the subs pushed in, right? So is it anything to do with
I'm wondering whether it's these
channels 21 and 22?
I'm wondering if it's these monitor 1 and monitor 2 outs. I wonder if you can't, even though they're called aux sends on the channels, whether you can't actually use them as aux sends.
Well, I used to use the collider for my effects on monitor 2.
Did you?
Yep.
So why the fuck's that not working then?
What's the top one? Is the top one effects?
The top one's monitor 1, the second one's monitor 2, and the bottom one's effects. But that's the built-in Tascam effects, I believe, on the bottom. But if you plug something into the effects output,
which is the microcosm.
Yeah, that should supersede the internal effects in the mixer. And we're now connected to the sub outputs on the 16, yeah?
Yes. And out of that, we're into 21 and 22. Those yellow knobs are all down.
Why? Fuck, I wish I was there. I wish I could just get in and take a look at the bloody thing.
It's called the airplane ticket.
Yeah.
Let's try this. For shits and giggles, let's try coming out of the sub from the 16, not using the RCA, but using
a jack into a normal channel.
Yeah, into 19 and
19 and 20 just to test it.
Yes.
And see if it's that's causing the problem.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it possibly is that. It's maybe 21 and 22 isn't actually a usable channel, but it does say live mode. You've got all the same function as every other channel. Let me see what these monitor outs are on this Model 24 monitor.
Sound like Scotty got to catch a red eye.
Sure does.
Tascam. Model 24 manual. Here we go. Right. That mosquito is still buzzing around, isn't it?
That wasn't me. God damn it. This babe. Nasty fucker. Maybe that's what got us banned on YouTube. It was literally right after, and even Scotty said, "Oh shit." And then that's it. We were done. We were gone.
Have you sussed it? No?
Mm-mm. No.
Oh. Right, on your so the AFL switches at the moment on the 24 on monitors 1, where the faders on monitors 1 and monitor 2 are. Are they in or out?
Out.
Out. When these switches are on, pushed in, the aux output, monitor 1 and 2 jack output signals are sent to the PFL, AFL left right bus.
I just like to say to everybody who's still here in the comment section, you guys are fucking nerds and warriors.
Mm-hmm. Me, not so much. I'm tired.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to give this up tonight because
Yeah.
it's now 10 past 2 in the morning here, and I am
Yeah.
fucking lost with this. I can't understand why that's doing what it's doing.
Yeah. You need rest.
Yeah. It's
Kent's
such
already
a
resting.
hard
Looks
thing
like
to
he's
do
sleeping.
from like working from another country, trying to look over and see what's going on.
Well, we've given you the solution to that, so you just
Yeah.
don't want to do it.
It's
What about it?
it's so fucking frustrating. Because daisy chaining mixers is a normal thing. That is pretty standard, really. You just basically you sacrifice a stereo channel to allow another. What I'm wondering is reading what it says on the switches push the stereo master file output on aux. When this switch SD main mix return switch, do you know where that is?
SD main mix return switch.
Oh no, hang on, what's that? SD main mix return switch. When this switch is on / pushed in, playback of the stereo master files recorded on the SD card is output from the main output and aux output monitor 1 and 2 jacks.
What time is it now?
He
2
doesn't.
o'clock.
He doesn't hear anything.
I wonder how Gabrielle's concert went tonight then.
Who?
See, that sounds great, that Lamont. That so much better in stereo, that one. I just want to know why the fick this is looping.
It would be nice to have, but so essentially, Scotty, I should be able to use these effects on any synthesizer, correct?
Well, what we're trying to achieve here is using these sends to send to those 3 synthesizers, those 3 effects box, so that you can use them on anything that's on the 24.
Right. That's what I figured we were doing.
Yeah, that was the whole point, is setting it up like this. But I just don't know why we're getting this loop, because when you get that feedback like that that's coming back, like as soon as your pedal's on and it just starts screaming back at itself, it's because the audio is coming out of that pedal and coming back to itself. And I'm trying to work out how that could even be happening. I just can't see.
Well, look, we got our channel back today. There's a thing called tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Because you guys are
And-
going to have to eat and I need to sleep.
I just think you need to rest. Like I do my best thinking when I'm in the bed, you know? So like just relax and think my way through things. But everything looks right, Scott.
I just don't understand why that's, because if that's feeding back, it probably means everything else. And the fact that we're not even getting any audio from your Strymon is odd. But you weren't even getting any, mind you, your knobs on your Strymon might all be down if you've moved that around, or if the button wasn't pressed in, or I don't know whether it was activated or not. But the fact that we're not
it's
even getting
on. Like
it's
I
on.
literally turned it on and off.
I don't understand why we're not getting any signal into that Strymon. Frustrating.
I can see the information on 9 and 10 moving. So it's definitely going through.
Right, so if you turn the master volume down on the 16, nothing changes there
It's all the way
sound-wise.
down. Yeah.
Because if we were getting a loop and we were sending to that, so you're seeing the signal on that, on the 16 when we sent it, when we sent to that effect, is that what you're saying?
He said, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have my.
Stupid question. We got the send and return right way round.
You got the send and return the right
Yeah,
way.
yeah, we've checked all that one, Ken.
Yeah. Then I have no straws left to clutch at. Because I must admit, the effects
Now they're not wet.
sounded like it was just feeding back on machine noise rather than any particular signal.
I think that's because of the sound that he's got going through it, though, this buzzy noise that this machine is making.
Yeah. Well, the last time you had it, when it was doing that feedback,
Yeah.
the sound it was making had nothing to do with the sound that had been going into it previously. That was the thing. It's weird. Weird.
Right, so what is that now you're playing?
That's the East Beats.
Right, and why is that only coming out the left speaker? Has that been panned left? Is channel 3 panned left on the 16 mixer?
He says it's centered.
So why is that only coming out on the left then?
Gold.
Like, play that East Beast again. I'm not even hearing that now.
Yeah, I can barely hear it, but it's still in the left. Yeah, it's only left.
That's very quiet.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm wondering if you're going to have to wire the 16 again. And then test each thing as you do it.
Does the task cam on the aux send have an automatic return loop on it?
It shouldn't on the Model 24.
Because that's where it's connected through, right?
Yeah.
24. I'm just reading stuff on Google, and it says that the night sky, if you're sending the night sky through an aux send return loop, like one of the task cam effects sends, and monitoring the return, it routed back into the mix, it can cause the night sky to receive its own process output again and again.
Yeah, that's so that's basically if, say for argument's sake, we had the night sky on send 3, which is your like third orange knob down on the mixer on the Model 24. If you were sending it out from that to the night sky, and then your night sky, let's say for argument's sake, was returning back on channels 1 and 2 on the 24, if you had that knob 3 up, your aux sends on channel 1 and 2 up as well. What you end up doing is you'll be sending whatever you're sending first to the night sky, and then if you've got on the night sky's return channel, the aux is turned up on that as well. You'll start looping the night sky on itself, which is a cool effect when you want to do it, but when you don't want it, it shouldn't be there.
Right.
And I don't understand why. The only thing I can think of. Did you try coming back into channels 19 and 20 on the instead of that Bluetooth channel and see if that was any better, Lamont?
Yeah.
And that made no difference.
I subbed out as a 16.
Yep.
Went into 19 and 20 on the 24.
Yep.
Made no difference.
That's so odd. Right, let's revisit this tomorrow. I think we're going to have to just revisit it tomorrow and see.
Yeah.
Because something's going on somewhere. We've gotten a cable wrong somewhere. Because everything that's in that 24 sounds great. It's just whatever's coming back from the... Oh, it's not everything. Because if it was everything that was coming back from the
Is
16, when your lyra was plugged into the 16...
Is the only problem that night sky? Do the other pedals...
Well, we've tried the other ones. We've tried the... Yeah, see, that's the collider. And that's only coming through the left channel. I'm only hearing that coming back through the left. Which is weird. Because that should be left and right.
Oh. Well, there it goes. It's bouncing now.
And it's not feeding back on itself. So is it the pedal settings that are wrong?
I don't know. He's checking right now. Well, that sounds like it's feeding back on its own again.
Yeah.
Just so we know, there's an input 1 and 2 on the collider.
Input 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that way, if you want to go in stereo, that should change. If you're going in with a mono input, it should just automatically change from... That would just change the mono signal into stereo. That's because these pedals are designed for guitars as well, and you don't have a stereo coming out of a guitar.
Right. What you've done, Scotty, is the same thing I would have done if I just had the collider on the 24. We weren't tying in or chaining the 16. Everything literally is the same.
I just don't understand why tying the 16 into this has made any difference. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Because daisy chaining mixers is... It's not an unknown thing.
Right. Well, like you said, it's getting late, so
Yeah.
let's call it for this evening, and then
Interesting use of the word getting.
yeah.
And then there's an output 1 and 2. Does that mean left and right on a collider? Should we just be using one output?
No, it should be left and right. I don't know why they call them 1 and 2, but yeah, that should be left and right output and left and right input. But generally, when you go into the left, it just automatically takes that as a mono input. The only other thing that I would suggest that we try just now, and this will determine whether it's the pedal or whether it's a loop problem we've got between the mixer between both mixers is, for argument's sake, let's take the collider at the moment is plugged in on 11 and 12 on the 16. Yeah?
Yes.
Pull those jacks out of that 11 and 12 on the 16. Pull 11 and 12 out on the 24, which is the solar for now. And just keep them in a place where you know where they're at. So we know that's the solar.
He said, hold on.
Yep, the collider was in 11 and 12, so we'll take it out of 11 and 12 of the 16 and put it into 11 and 12 on the 24. And we try sending to that and see if it's the mixer connection that's the loop, or whether there's something else going on with these monitor sends that is feeding back on itself. I can't see if you've done this before, why it would be doing that though. Ah, see, it's doing it there as well. So it's just doing it when it's plugged straight in. So it's not our connection between the mixers that's the problem. So if you turn the send down from the Lyra, like that's send 1, if you turn all the sends down on the Lyra, is this mixer, the pedal still feeding back on itself?
He said, yeah.
They're not even turned up?
Nope.
Right, so there's something going on with the pedal then. Because all that's just the pedal doing it. If you pull the input out of the pedal, so the cable that's going into the input of the collider,
Yeah, it's pulled out.
pull them out and see if it does it again. Yeah, so there's
Yeah.
something going on with the collider pedal.
Did you have that pedal hooked into?
And how come the night sky isn't doing anything?
Did you have that specific pedal hooked into a machine?
No.
And not.
Before I had the collider hooked into the 24, just as the way we've been doing it.
That's weird. So I didn't go into machine and then into the.
Sounds like its feedback's turned up full.
I'll tell you, Lamont, you've definitely got the right power supply in that thing, have you? So it's definitely nothing to do with what we've done with the 16 going into the 24, because we've got no inputs going into that pedal. We've only got outputs coming out of it, and it's still doing the same thing.
So output 1 is what you think, left or right?
Did you hear?
Just trying to see here.
On what is that? The collider.
What does output 1 represent, left or right?
I have no idea what this collider pedal is, so I'm going to have to try and read up on it.
Who makes that bid?
Sound audio or source audio.
says that the left in is mono. This is your primary input. Right in, use this only if you're running a true stereo signal into
We want to go. What's the output? What is output
the out.
one?
It doesn't give me that.
Right, hang on, I'm reading this here. Input 1 is the primary input for guitar, bass, or other instruments. It can also accept line level inputs and will work on your amp's effect loop. Connect it to your instrument or other audio source using a mono TRS 1/4-inch cable. Details about the allowed signal levels, blah, blah, blah. Input 2 is the second audio input for stereo sources.
That's what I just said.
Do you think it's because of this?
Cable? The cable?
It's a unbalanced cable.
No, well, reading this here, it says here that
You think it has to be a balanced cable?
I don't think so.
Because that's the only thing that's different. It's the only thing that's different.
It says use unbalanced
For the
cables for both inputs and outputs. Avoid balanced cables as they wouldn't provide any benefit and may cause issues with certain pedals. Unbalanced 1/4-inch tip sleeve for both input and output. So unbalanced. You said that was an unbalanced cable, right?
But the other two aren't. They're balanced.
They should all, well, according,
But it's worked last time.
yeah, then I don't think that should be an issue. But it did say that the left out was mono.
What did Roy Joy you said how you disabled the synths? What happened?
Yeah, we're getting off recon. It's already past 9:35
Yeah.
here. All right, babe, let's finish this tomorrow. I guess whenever you get up, you'll be right back in here.
True indeed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that sounds nice.
Just can't get the effects to it.
Sure, you figure it out. All right, Scotty, Kent. We shall see you guys tomorrow.
okie dokie.
What time? Who knows?
Yeah.
Whenever you get the email with the link, apparently.
Yeah.
Quite low. It's whatever, innit?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm sure it's going to be something so simple too. Watch.
It's just strange.
It's just the worst case scenario. We go back the way we had it. and
No, you'll not need to do that.
He said, no,
Not
we're
a
not
fucking
doing
show.
that.
You do not want to be writing music in mono for the rest of your life. That's
No,
nonsense.
not. I don't mean going back. I don't mean going back to mono. I mean just tying the appropriate box to each independent synth that it was with last time.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you was you had them specifically for a synth, right?
But we're trying to set it up to where I can use any one of them.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But you says your master effects on your 24 before was the collider, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and how did you send each instrument to that collider through these sends that we're using at the moment?
The same way you did. I went out of 17 and 18 from the outs, right, into the 24.
Yeah.
And then the in went into monitor
In a minute, baby.
2.
Monitor 2.
Yep.
And then you just turned up the orange fader, the
Yeah.
orange pot number 2, and that sent anything to that effect for you.
Yep. Turned that up, and then slightly
See,
had
that's why
slightly
the fuck
had
is that not working now then?
slightly had 17 and 18 up,
Yeah, baby.
and bada bing, bada boom, it was working. Easy peasy. Like we should not, literally from what I see right now, and I don't understand how we're tethering it to the 16, but we should not have an issue with anything right now.
Is it tethered
No.
right now to the 16, or did you?
No, we've even tried the pedal now just directly into the 24, and
Oh,
it
I
was
gotta put
repeating
those-
the same thing.
I got to put those back in. Let me put those back in before we shut everything.
And the collider definitely doesn't have its feedback knob
Well,
turned right up.
what I'm reading here, I'm
Correct,
wondering
yeah.
whether the collider sends the same signal out of each, and it's kind of just fighting on itself. Is the collider a stereo pedal? But I've just assumed that all your pedals are stereo.
Well, from what I read, it said the left out was mono and the left right was stereo.
Source audio, collider, delay, and reverb pedal. Right, let me go and have a. We don't have to do this just now. I'm going to wait to have a look on YouTube and see.
Mind you,
Mhm.
Boss used to do a thing like that, but you had to use, you used to have a cable in both sockets. So it was like if it was mono, you plugged it into the mono socket, and then if you plugged another mono cable into the stereo socket, what it meant was that it then sent a signal to each socket evenly.
Yeah, see, it's saying that left audio
I think the
channel
Chorus
is
C2
mono
used to do that.
and right out
Okay.
is audio.
Right. But when I had it, when it was sitting here
Yeah.
on the old setup,
Yeah.
I never even pulled the cables out of that collider
Mm-hmm.
because I knew it was going to go back into the
Mm-hmm.
task cam the same way.
Mm.
Literally.
Mhm.
The only thing that's different is on the input is now an unbalanced cable where it was a balanced cable before. That's the only thing that's different.
Well, that's something
That-
worth looking at then,
Yeah,
at this point.
but I don't see why that would cause it to loop back on its own, a cable.
But there again, I don't see why it's looping back on its own the way it's set up either.
Right.
So got nothing to lose.
So I really think I need to put that.
Try it.
And if it
Real
doesn't
quick.
work, it can be removed from the list of possibles,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
And if that does work, that's the stupidest shit ever.
Well, yeah. Welcome to my world.
Damn, one of Jack's friends recently streamed for 62 straight hours on Twitch. That's wild.
What I found that if you stream for more than 12
He
hours,
did
it starts removing the
62.
beginning of the video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it just stays as a 12-hour.
Yeah, because
video.
it only saves 12-hour
Yeah.
increments.
Yeah.
We learned that when we were doing the 24-hour challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, I did it with a pub that ran. Oh, boy, did it run.
You're gonna have to redo your things, huh? Your tape. No, but are we getting the effect? What's not registering? For the pedal, I thought you were straight into the 24. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys hear me okay, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've just had to go on my talk back because my radio mic's batteries ran out because we've been at this for so long. What's wrong? Is
Okay,
there
so
some-
no.
Oh, but wait, I don't. It's not talking to each other. Duh. So what did we do to have it talk to each other? We did.
You took out a cable or something.
What's wrong, Marlon?
So there's no feedback anymore on the pedal, but it's not talking to the Hydrosynth. So
I gotta have the 16 talk to.
the 24, yes,
So that should go.
into that Bluetooth channel. Right? That's how you have the 16 talking to the 24?
That's the way we did do, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
16 into the Bluetooth channels, and then just make sure that's
So it should be sub out of the 16.
sub
And-
out of the 16 and then sub into the 24.
No, not the sub
No.
into the 24, the Bluetooth in
The Bluetooth then.
on the 24.
And then you muted a Bluetooth channel earlier. I think it was on the 24.
Right, that's us. Yeah, I can hear sound coming from your 16 now because when you turn that right up, there's a lot of background noise.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
no feedback.
There's no feedback. And your pedal's working?
It's on, but there's nothing registering. Like the 11 and 12 is not glowing in yellow. Like it's not even hearing it.
The pedal? So you put it back into the 16.
I'll put it back in the 24. Take out 11 and 12 here.
You probably don't need that Bluetooth cable at the moment. But it's not working. Mm-mm. That's what you said 10 things ago. He said just one more thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's understandable. He was calling it a night an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He was calling it a night going on 2 hours ago.
pardon me.
Right here.
Nelly and Siri have gone to bed. They're very pissed off with me.
Oh, I don't know. We were done 2 hours ago. What are you talking about? If this don't work, we're done. All right, on that note, guys.
No joy then.
No, it didn't
All right.
work.
Well,
yeah.
hey, at least we stopped the feedback, so that was something done right.
Yeah,
So
it's just,
tomorrow, with a fresh brain, we'll get another crack at it. And
yeah.
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Yep.
it may be a case of try it with a different pedal and see if we can try it with a different pedal first, and it may well be something to do.
With that collider.
I'm just watching someone that was watching on YouTube there, and there's various different routings you can set up in that collider pedal, so that there's either one's left, one's right. But basically, what it says on this here is 1 and 2 is left and right, ins and outs. So we definitely had it set up right. It's bloody weird, but
Ins and
get it
outs.
sussed.
Ins and outs, yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah, 1 and 2 on the left hand side of the pedal, or whatever it is, whatever way it is, I can't remember.
Yeah.
But there's 1 and 2. There's inputs 1 and 2, which is inputs left and right, and there's outputs 1 and 2, which is outputs left and right
Right.
on the same pedal. So
All
it's
right,
basically
well-
just
Oh,
like
okay.
two stereo mono jacks in and 2 stereo mono jacks out, Ken. That's what it is. That's how it's just
Yeah.
set up. All my pedals are the same. It's all 4 jacks in each.
Yeah.
Which I assumed this one would be, and it should be, but these
There's
things
no
are
way
set
of
to
really
test.
knowing, is there? Apart from the actual instruction manual itself, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll figure it out tomorrow. I'll try to get in here as early as possible, which would be wise at this point. But yeah, get some rest, guys, and we'll just sleep on it and we'll figure it out. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thanks, chat. Appreciate you guys for giving us the views and sticking with us.
Yeah.
This has been, to me,
Well, like
it's
us,
been
they
fun.
had nowhere else to go.
Right?
Right?
Neither did we.
Yeah. Might as well be here as anywhere.
The pub. I could have been in the pub.
Yeah, you could.
Not Kent's pub.
It's just the other pub. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might just have to get Scotty out here. I think
I'm
it'd
saying,
be way easier if he flies out for
It'll
like 2 or
behoove
3
everybody's.
days and gets his ass back home.
You can get there by tomorrow morning, can't you?
Yeah, you
perfect.
could.
Yeah, if he just drives to the airport now,
Mhm.
hops on the plane.
Yep.
Done.
Yep.
You know what I'm going to say next, and it begins with F and ends in off.
Feeling a bit off?
Good answer.
Samurai and Uli wishes us sweet dreams. Did somebody say Behringer?
No.
Okay.
No.
good.
Maybe earlier.
Oh,
I
hang on
don't
a
know.
minute.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
Thanks,
see you
Scotty.
guys.
Thanks, Kent.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later.